Chapter 1. In the antique room, Ling Tian suddenly woke up. Oh no, I've been tricked. He did not even have time to open his eyes before he subconsciously slapped his lower body, wanting to use the rebound force to jump up and escape. This was the instinctive reaction of an outstanding special forces soldier. As soon as his hand landed, he felt an electrifying pain and a wave of weakness. Why am I so weak? Ling Tian opened his eyes. You're finally awake. A gentle female voice sounded in his ears. Ling Tian saw a delicate face looking at him with concern. This was a classic beauty. She was breathtakingly beautiful and could be described as devastatingly beautiful. What's going on? Didn't I fall for the Japanese's trick and get shot to death? In Ling Tian's mind, a familiar memory flooded in Ling Tian, Chinese. He had served in the most outstanding Wolf's Fang Special Forces in China. During his service, he had made countless contributions. He had participated in the International Special Forces competition and won the individual honor of being the best in individual combat. He was recognized as the King of Soldiers. Later on, during a cross-country SSS-level mission, a small mistake on his part led to the death of a comrade. He blamed himself and chose to retire and leave Wolf's Fang. After retiring, he went into seclusion for a period of time and chose to go abroad. He became the ace of a mercenary organization with the most prestigious international reputation. As long as it was a mission that he took on, the success rate was an unprecedented 100%. Although he had retired from Wolf's Fang for many years, he still cared about China. As long as it was a mission that was disadvantageous to China, not only would he not accept it, but he would also find out the person who issued the mission and torture them. As time passed, he became a thorn in the side of countries other than China. In the eyes of other countries, he was a ticking time bomb. As long as it was a place he had been, it would set off a storm of blood. Countries started to plot against him and spent a lot of money to hire the world's top assassins. However, as the assassins disappeared one by one, Ling Tian lived a better life. No assassins dared to take on this death mission anymore. Killing Ling Tian was tantamount to suicide. This was a well-known saying in the world of mercenaries and assassins. Ling Tian was not only a powerful weapon specialist, but also a Xing-Yi martial arts grandmaster who had cultivated internal energy throughout the entire earth. He rarely met a worthy opponent and had never been defeated. Not long ago, Ling Tian received a piece of news from his most trusted agent. Country R had created a colorless and odorless biochemical weapon and planned to ship it into Hua Nation to carry out an extremely tragic conspiracy. Of course, Ling Tian wouldn't just sit by and watch. He made his move. With the help of his agent, he found the location of the biological weapons. Just as he slaughtered his way into the underground lab and was about to destroy the batch of biochemical weapons, the underground research room suddenly caved in, trapping him in a completely sealed cage. When he saw the Japanese holding all kinds of guns outside the cage, he was shocked. Ling Tian understood. This was a conspiracy against him. He was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. Otherwise, with his shrewdness, our nation's conspiracy would not have succeeded. Why? Even when he was shot to death, Ling Tian still couldn't figure it out. Why would his agent and brother, whom he had relied on for so many years, betray him? I, Ling Tian, who had dominated all my life, never thought that I would die in the hands of my most trusted brother. What a joke, what a joke. However, I didn't lose out. In my life, I've killed tens of thousands of terrorists, corrupt officials, and all kinds of secret agents. It was worth it. It was worth it. Ha! Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. Though what's wrong? Don't scare your mother. A gentle voice filled with anxiety came from behind him. Ling Tian's mind was in a mess. He was very sure that he didn't know this woman. However, the woman's eyes were full of sincerity, as if she was looking at a loved one. Who is she? She called me to her and called herself Mother. How could she call someone Mother so casually? Just as Ling Tian was about to argue with this beautiful woman, a strange memory rushed into his mind. Ling Tian was completely stunned as though he was struck by lightning, as though his acupoints had been sealed. Have I transmigrated? This world was similar to the ancient world in his previous life. In this world, martial artists ran amok and the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, any power would have to bow down in front of you, including the supreme imperial power. However, transmigrating to this world was one thing. He could have possessed anyone, but he actually possessed such an unlucky guy. The only thing that made Ling Tian satisfied was that this guy was also called Ling Tian. His full name was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, 15 years old. Fresh Breeze Town's Li family with a different surname. His mother, Li Ro, was the 9th elder of the Li family. His father, in his memories, he didn't have a father at all. A single-parent family? After all, he had a mother who loved him dearly. I was an orphan in my previous life. During the process of fusing with this strange memory, Ling Tian also found out the reason why Duan Ling Tian was heavily injured and lying in bed. This morning, the youngest son of the Li family's 7th elder, Li Exin, scolded Duan Ling Tian as a bastard who had a mother and didn't have a father to teach him. Duan Ling Tian was furious and fought with Li Exin. However, how could he, who hadn't even completed body tempering, be a match for Li Exin, who was at the 2nd level of the body tempering stage? He was directly heavily injured by Li Exin and was on the verge of death. Just as Duan Ling Tian breathed his last, he, who came from Earth, received everything of Duan Ling Tian, including Duan Ling Tian's body and memories. Useless, too useless. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk about you. Go in peace, I'll help you take good care of your mother in the future. After fusing with all the strange memories, Ling Tian sighed in his heart. He knew that from this moment onwards, he would integrate into this strange world with the identity of Duan Ling Tian. From today onwards, he was Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian was him. If I wasn't betrayed by that fellow, I would still be living a comfortable life on Earth. I don't lack beauties, I don't lack money. Madam, the patriarch sent someone to deliver the medicine. A voice sounded out by his ear, and Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look. A servant girl hurriedly walked in from outside the room and passed an exquisite box to Li Ro. The box was opened. Instantly, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Tian, come, consume this medicinal pill. Mother will heal your injuries. Li Ro took out a black and swarthy medicinal pill and passed it to Duan Ling Tian's mouth. This is a medicinal pill? It's quite fragrant. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that entered his body. Then, Duan Ling Tian saw something else. Li Ro pressed her hand on his chest, an ice-cold stream of air entered his body, melting away the warmth of the pill and healing his injuries. This is elemental energy? It's somewhat similar to inner energy in his previous life. After an hour, Li Ro stopped. Duan Ling Tian discovered that most of the soreness in his body had disappeared, and he no longer had any burden. His heart trembled. Could it be that he had just swallowed an elixir? At this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered that Li Ro's face was pale, and her forehead was still sweating. It was obvious that she used a large amount of elemental energy to heal him. Mother, are you okay? Duan Ling Tian's heart warmed. This mother was affectionate, and there was nothing unnatural about it. Mother is fine, I'll be fine after some rest. Li Ro smiled and shook her head. For her son, using this bit of elemental energy was nothing. Madam, the patriarch sent someone to ask if we can release young Master Xian now. He and the 7th elder are still waiting in the criminal court. Half an hour later, the servant girl walked into the room again and said softly, Release? Tell the person sent by the patriarch that I will personally deal with this matter. The amiable expression on Li Ro's face was gone, and her face was cold. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that this beautiful mother of his would be so protective of her son. Mother, what medicinal pill did you give me just now? I feel that my injuries are almost healed. Duan Ling Tian got off the bed and slightly stretched his body. Silly child, that's an 8th grade gold injury pill. Li Ro smiled. 8th grade gold injury pill. Duan Ling Tian searched for that unfamiliar memory in his mind, It turned out that even the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town only had 2 of these 8th grade gold injury pills. Now, they actually used one on him, a child with a different surname. It was obvious that his mother's status in the Li family was not low. The patriarch is still waiting. Let's go. Li Ro brought Duan Lingtian to a spacious courtyard in the Li family mansion. In the spacious courtyard, there were a few instruments of torture scattered about. This was the place where the Li family carried out the family law. The criminal court. It was noon, and the scorching sun was high in the sky. The criminal court was surrounded by people, all of whom were Li family members who came to watch the show. In the courtyard, a youth was tied to a pillar and exposed to the sun. Beside him stood 2 middle-aged men. The cross-eyed middle-aged man on the right was furious when he saw Duan Lingtian and his mother. Duan Lingtian is also here. The family's precious 8th grade gold injury pill is really powerful. Yeah, I saw Duan Lingtian when he was carried back. He was half dead. Now that he's taken the 8th grade gold injury pill, he's full of energy again. Lixian is also too much. Normally, it's fine if he bullies Duan Lingtian and the 9th elder won't say anything. But this time, he was so heavy-handed and almost killed Duan Lingtian. It would be strange if the 9th elder didn't flip out. When the Li family members saw Li Ro and Duan Lingtian arrive, they whispered to each other. Patriarch. Li Ro led Duan Lingtian and bowed to the middle-aged man on the left. 9th elder, in today's matter, my son Li Xen was in the wrong first. But now that your son is fine and my son has been exposed to the sun for an entire morning, can we release him? At this moment, the cross-eyed middle-aged man, who was the Li family's 7th elder, Li Kuan, had a gloomy expression on his face. However, Li Ro didn't even bother with him. Instead, she led Duan Lingtian to Li Xen, who was tied up. Chapter 2. Duan Lingtian laughed. Punching a sandbag? He was good at this. Li Xian, who was tied to the torture pillar, was about the same age as Duan Lingtian, and his face had already turned green from the sun. When he heard Li Ro's words, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Father, save me. Li Ro, don't go too far. 7th elder Li Kuan flew into a rage. Go too far? Li Kuan, usually your son bullies my son, and my son's skill is inferior, so it's unavoidable for him to be injured, and I accept it. This time, your son almost killed my son. Do you really think that I, Li Ro, am easy to bully? Li Ro glanced coldly at Li Kuan, and her tone was mixed with breathtaking anger. Go ahead, I want to see who dares to obstruct me from punishing the younger generation today. Li Ro's words were full of heroism. Although she was a girl, the aura she displayed at this moment was not inferior to a man in the slightest. Patriarch. Li Kuan looked at the head of the family, Li Nanfeng, who was beside him. He wanted him to uphold justice. 7th elder, today's matter is a private matter between you and 9th elder. Try to settle it privately. Li Nanfeng shook his head. Is it him who caused you to be in such a miserable state? He muttered to himself, not knowing who Duan Lingtian was talking to. Slap. He took a step forward, and without saying a word, directly gave Li Xian a slap. A slight piercing pain came from his palm, and Duan Lingtian's brows slightly furrowed. This body was too useless. Duan Ling, untie me if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Half of Li Xian's face was swollen from the slap, and his eyes emitted a cold and fierce light as he roared. Fight one-on-one? I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. As for whether I have the guts or not, that's none of your business. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spread out his hands and shrugged indifferently. But he slapped Li Xian again. This guy's skin is really thick. Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows and exhaled. He blew on his aching palms with an unhappy expression. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the surrounding Li family members were rendered speechless. He was tied to the stake and had no way to retaliate, yet you still complained that he was thick-skinned? What kind of people were they? Shoes are more practical. Duan Lingtian bent down and took off one of his shoes. He held it in his hand and pointed it at Li Xian's face. This scene caused all of the Li family members to feel a chill in their hearts. Was this Duan Lingtian trying to slap Li Xian's face with his shoe? If she really slapped him, Li Xian's face would directly burst open. Little bastard, you're courting death. Li Kuan couldn't endure it any longer. His figure moved and flew out like a rock, charging towards Duan Lingtian. I think it's you who's courting death. Li Ro moved as well. She moved with graceful steps as if she transformed into the wind and stood in front of Duan Lingtian first. Her slender, jade-like hand flickered with the brilliance of origin energy as she slapped out a palm towards Li Kuan, who was flying over. At the same time, in the air above Li Ro, strands of white mist were faintly discernible. Li Ro, today I want to see just how capable you, the ninth elder, are. Li Kuan's gaze was cold and fierce as his large hand descended like a cattail leaf fan. Origin energy bloomed as he used all his strength to welcome Li Ro's palm. Instantly, four faint ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air above Li Kuan. Li Kuan attacked with all his strength, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In other words, the strength he exerted now was comparable to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. A single ancient mammoth had the strength of 5,000 pounds. Mother! Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly worried. All the Li family disciples watched with rapt attention. The battle between the 7th elder and the 9th elder was a grand occasion that was rarely seen. Under the gazes of everyone, Li Ro and Li Kuan's palms collided. After their bodies stopped, Li Ro's body slightly leaned forward, and the white mist above her developed into ancient mammoth silhouettes. The total of 6. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. The result of Li Kuan's strength of 4 ancient mammoths against Li Ro's strength of 6 ancient mammoths was easy to imagine. Instantly, Li Kuan flew out over 10 meters like an arrow that left the bow, in a sorry state. Li Kuan's face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the gradually dissipating 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Li Ro with a face full of disbelief. How is this possible? The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. This Li Ro is actually a 4th-level core formation martial artist. Li Kuan's heart shook. He never would have imagined this. The 9th elder, Li Ro, who had always kept a low profile and almost never fought in the Li family, actually had such a terrifying strength. The Li family disciples present couldn't help but gasp. The strength of 6 ancient mammoths. 9th elder is so strong. According to the estimation of the strength of the ancient mammoths, 9th elder's strength should have stepped into the 4th level of the core formation stage. I never imagined that the usually gentle 9th elder would actually have such strength. If it wasn't for Li Xian almost killing Duan Lingtian this time, we wouldn't have had the chance to see 9th elder fight. Li Ro stood there, her slender figure seeming incomparably tall. I never imagined that Mom would have such strength. Drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. She should be at the 4th level of the core formation stage without a doubt. Duan Lingtian let out a sigh of relief. In this world, the beginning of a martial artist was the body tempering stage, and it was divided into 9 levels. Cultivating to the 9th level of the body tempering stage would allow the fleshly body to possess a strength of 5,000 pounds. Once you use your full strength, you can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette, possessing the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Above the body tempering stage was the core formation stage. The biggest difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage was origin energy. After the 9th level of the body tempering stage, developing origin energy would be the 1st level of the core formation stage. The strength of one's origin energy at the 1st level of the core formation stage was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. Adding on the strength of the fleshly body, one could exert the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Later on, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the strength one could control. In my previous life, I used form and will fist to temper my fleshly body and cultivate my inner strength. I asked myself if I could find a match on earth. But the strongest strength I could exert when combining my fleshly body and inner strength was only 5,000 pounds, comparable to the 9th level of the body tempering stage of this world. The bodies of the people of this world are innately stronger than the people of Earth from my previous life. Origin energy is also a level higher than inner strength. In my previous life on Earth, I cultivated to the limit. But in this world, my little bit of strength can only be considered as a starting point. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. This world was slightly interesting. Tian, no one will disturb you now. Continue. Li Ro's gentle voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. That saved me. Li Xian's face was ashen, and his eyes revealed deep fear. If the shoe in Duan Lingtian's hand was really slapped down, it wouldn't be a joke. Li Kuan's face was gloomy. But because he was afraid of Li Ro, he didn't dare make any more moves. Duan Lingtian grinned. Slap. The shoe in his hand fiercely fell down. Li Xian let out a shrill cry as a shoe print appeared on his face. Slap, 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 slap. Duan Lingtian held the shoe and landed it on Li Xian's face over and over again. Every time the shoe landed, the Li family members present couldn't help but tremble. Just hearing the sound made them shudder. Only when Li Xian fainted did Duan Lingtian stop. Go in peace. I've avenged you. Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. Only he knew who he was talking to. When he left with his mother Li Ro, Duan Lingtian noticed. When 7th Elder Li Kuan looked at him, there was a bloodthirsty hatred in his eyes, as if he was about to devour him. His heart sank. He had seen this kind of gaze countless times in his previous life. People who had this kind of gaze were all people who would do anything to achieve their goals. Therefore, in his previous life, those who had looked at him with this kind of gaze were all strangled in the cradle by him. I'm afraid today's matter is only the beginning. I have to quickly increase my strength. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Duan Lingtian felt the pressure. Although Li Kuan wasn't his mother's match, his mother couldn't always be by his side and take care of him forever. If he wanted to survive in this world where the strong were respected, he could only rely on himself. What he needed now was strength, powerful strength. As the 9th elder of the Li family, Li Ro had her own courtyard. There were 3 bedrooms in the courtyard. Li Ro and Duan Lingtian each lived in one, and the servant girls lived in the other. After returning, Duan Lingtian greeted Li Ro and returned to his room. Tian seems a little different after getting injured this time. As the person closest to Duan Lingtian, Li Ro also noticed that Duan Lingtian was a little different after waking up this time. She didn't think too much about it. She only thought that her son was frightened. How could she know that although her son's body was still there, his soul had already changed into another person? After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat on his bed with a gloomy face. From that unfamiliar memory, he knew that the original owner of this body had been weak and sickly since young. To complete body tempering, step into the first level of the body tempering realm, and become a martial artist, was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. Your mother was so strong, how could she give birth to a cripple like you? I'm also unlucky to actually possess your body. Duan Lingtian cursed in his heart. Jijijiji. At this moment, a series of gloomy and hoarse laughter suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who's there? Duan Lingtian's face changed greatly. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky that your soul wasn't destroyed by me. But it's the same now. No, you're not that kid. Who are you? Damn it, you actually dared to snatch the body that I took a fancy to. Die. Chapter 3. Die. A furious roar abruptly exploded out within Duan Lingtian's mind. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a piercing pain come over, causing him to almost faint. The piercing pain came from the depths of his soul, causing Duan Lingtian's body to start trembling. No. Impossible. You're not a person of this world. Almost. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. His hoarse voice suddenly changed, as if he'd encountered something that caused him to be terrified. After roaring, his voice completely vanished as if it had never appeared. What's going on? After the piercing pain vanished, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. In next to no time, his eyes stared wide open. Right at this moment, A vast and complicated, unfamiliar memory charged into his mind and was taken over by him. This, even if he'd lived 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was still stunned by this memory. This unfamiliar memory belonged to one of the 7 great Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara. Cloud Continent was the general name of this world. The 7 great Emperor Wu of 10,000 years ago were all figures that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, existences comparable to gods. They were exceedingly formidable and looked down upon the common people, shattering space with a flick of their fingers, plucking the stars with a stretch of their hands, and blocking out the sun and moon. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara could be said to be the #1 person amongst the 7 great Emperor Wu. He'd once seized the body of another and was reborn, experiencing 2 lifetimes. In his first lifetime, besides pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, he was also a formidable alchemist. In his second lifetime, he was a formidable weapons craftsman, and he'd even studied the art of inscriptions to the extreme. Unbelievable! Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. This Samsara Emperor Wu relied on the 3 lives rebirth technique to study medicine refinement, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the extreme in only 2 lifetimes. His martial strength was profound, and he could be said to be all-round. So it turns out that this time he was prepared to crush Duan Lingtian's soul and seize Duan Lingtian's body to start his 3rd lifetime of cultivation. However, my appearance completely destroyed his plan. The moment he destroyed Duan Lingtian's soul, I came from Earth and seized control of Duan Lingtian's body. He wanted to destroy my soul just now, but who knew that my soul didn't belong to this world at all? Although the strength of his soul is unparalleled in the world, after colliding with my soul, due to the restrictions of certain rules, his soul still turned into ashes. So it turns out that he had been hiding in Duan Lingtian's body for many years, waiting for an opportunity to seize Duan Lingtian's body. The reason why Duan Lingtian's body is so weak is also because of him. He was worried that Duan Lingtian's strength would affect his soul possession. This time, Duan Lingtian was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread. He found an opportunity, but who would have thought that at the last moment, I would appear and make all his efforts go to waste? Fate, this was fate. You, Reincarnation Emperor Wu, are a godlike existence on Cloud Continent. If you can complete 3 reincarnations, the 3 lives reincarnation technique will be perfected. At that time, even if the other 6 Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, at the last moment, because of me, a soul from another world, you failed at the last moment. Instead, you helped me. All the memories of your 2 lifetimes, including your knowledge of medicine refinement, weapon refinement, and inscription techniques, are now a part of my memories. I really have to thank you properly for helping me in my hour of need. Ha! Duan Lingtian laughed. Originally, he was still worrying about how to start cultivating with this weak body, but Reincarnation Emperor Wu had given him a big gift. Yes, there are many cultivation techniques in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. Apart from his 3 lives reincarnation technique, there's also the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he created after experiencing the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes. It's a powerful body refinement cultivation technique that cultivates both internal and external cultivation. If one cultivates the 9 Dragons War Sovereign body, they will be invincible and their battle prowess will be unparalleled. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. My current body is too weak, so it's difficult for me to directly cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Yes, let Mother help me buy some medicinal herbs and concoct the medicinal liquid required for the medicinal bath. In his first lifetime, Reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal-grade alchemist. Therefore, concocting the medicinal liquid required for the medicinal bath was not difficult for Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of ordinary people, alchemists on Cloud Continent were divided into 9 grades. Grade 9 was the lowest and Grade 1 was the highest. Only some of the great figures standing at the peak of Cloud Continent knew. Above Grade 1 alchemists were quasi-royal grade alchemists and royal grade alchemists. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was once the only royal grade alchemist on Cloud Continent, Mother, I need these medicinal herbs. Duan Ling Tian passed the paper in his hand to Li Ro. Tian, these are all medicinal herbs that strengthen one's physique. In the past, I've asked the Grand Elder to concoct some for you, but it didn't have any effect. Li Ro looked at the medicinal formula. Although she didn't understand alchemy, she still recognized these medicinal herbs. The Li family's Grand Elder, Li Hua, was a grade 9 alchemist and the only alchemist in the Li family. His status in the Li family was very high. Mother, I still want to try. The youth had a stubborn and firm expression. Okay, Mother will go buy it for you. Li Ro nodded dotingly. In her opinion, as long as her son was happy, so what if these medicinal herbs were wasted? It was nothing more than some worldly possessions. Tian, do you need Mother to ask the Grand Elder to help you concoct it? Half an hour later, Li Ro returned with the medicinal herbs that Duan Ling Tian needed. Mother, no need. Just give it to me. After receiving the medicinal herbs, the youth returned to his room. Could it be that Tian wants to concoct those medicinal herbs himself? Never mind, as long as he's happy. Those medicinal herbs aren't poisonous, let him play with them. Li Ro's heart moved. The medicinal herbs that Duan Ling Tian asked Li Ro to buy were a total of 7 types. They were all relatively common medicinal herbs that were prepared to be used to concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. This medicinal liquid could strengthen one's physique and increase the cultivation speed of a body-tempering martial artist. The medicinal formula for the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid had long been extinct on the Cloud Continent. It was found in an ancient ruin during the 2nd lifetime of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Originally, he planned to use it during his 3rd lifetime, but now it had become a gift for Duan Ling Tian. Concocting medicinal liquids was different from refining medicinal pills. Refining medicinal pills could only be done by alchemists who had condensed their pill fire and had reached grade. Concocting medicinal liquids, as long as one had the medicinal formula and knew the ratio of medicinal herbs and the order of concoction, anyone would be able to concoct it. The first time he concocted the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, Duan Ling Tian clumsily spent an hour before concocting it according to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. After that, he asked his mother's maid to prepare a bathtub and warm water. After Duan Ling Tian poured the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bathtub and mixed it evenly, he took off his clothes and jumped in. Sitting cross-legged in the bathtub, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a numbing feeling coming from all over his body. He knew that this was the medicinal liquid of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid fusing into his body and changing his physique. Closing his eyes, Duan Ling Tian started to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was also divided into the War Sovereign 9 transformations. When cultivated to the peak, one could control the strength of 9 dragons and become the Emperor Wu with matchless divine might. Now, Duan Ling Tian was cultivating the first transformation, the Spirit Serpent form. Under Duan Ling Tian's greedy absorption, the medicinal liquid within the bathtub was quickly used up. At this time, the cultivation of the Spirit Serpent form was also on the right track. When a martial artist enters the martial arts realm, the main point is to temper the body, strengthen the vital energy and blood, and transform the fleshly body. 3 days later, after absorbing the 3rd tub of medicinal liquid, Duan Ling Tian finally stepped into the first level of the body-tempering stage. Walala, walking out of the bathtub, Duan Ling Tian arrived in front of the full-length mirror. Looking at the robust body in the mirror that was completely different from 3 days ago, Duan Ling Tian smiled. Then, he started to stretch his body and discovered that the strength of his body's flexibility was shocking. There were many inconceivable movements that he could now easily complete. His body was as nimble as a spirit serpent. This was the characteristic of the Spirit Serpent form, causing the body to be as flexible as a spirit serpent. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is worthy of being created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 3 lives reincarnation technique. A normal martial artist at the first level of the body tempering stage can only increase their strength by around 10 pounds. But now, my strength has increased by over 15 pounds. My strength is close to that of a martial artist at the second level of the body tempering stage. If I were to go against Li Xian at the second level of the body tempering stage now, even if my strength is inferior to his, by relying on the form and will fist that I cultivated in my previous life, as well as my individual combat skills, I would be able to easily defeat him. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Chapter 4. 3 days later. Looking at Duan Lingtian, Li Rou's face was filled with disbelief. After a moment, she stretched out her trembling hands and gently kneaded Duan Lingtian's arms. As a core formation martial artist, she saw through Duan Lingtian's current cultivation with a glance. First level of the body tempering stage. Her son had finally completed body tempering and become a martial artist. In these past few years, seeing that Duan Lingtian was unable to complete body tempering and his body was getting weaker and weaker, she saw this and was anxious in her heart. "Mother, why are you crying?" Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and helped Li Rou wipe away her tears. "Mother is fine. Mother is happy. Mother is happy." Li Rou wiped away the tears on her face and smiled. Her heart that had been in suspense for several years was finally put down. Soon she realized. Her son's change had happened in these 3 days. In 3 days, such a change had happened. She couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, she remembered that Duan Lingtian asked her to buy medicinal herbs 3 days ago. Her beautiful eyes slightly focused and her heart moved. Could it be, Tian, the change in your body is because of those medicinal herbs you asked me to buy last time? Li Rou asked the question in her heart. "Yes, mother." Duan Lingtian nodded. "You made the medicine yourself?" Li Rou asked curiously. Duan Lingtian nodded again. What medicine did you make? Also, when did you know how to make medicine?" Li Rou took a deep breath. Duan Lingtian's heart moved slightly. The matter of reincarnation Emperor Wu was too shocking. Moreover, it was difficult for him to explain it because it was related to his previous life. "Mother, after I was seriously injured by Li Xian and fell into a coma, I had a strange dream. I dreamed of an old man who taught me the prescription of a medicinal liquid." He casually found an excuse. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian explained the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, including its specific effects. Increase the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist? Li Rou was shocked. She had never heard of any medicinal liquid that could increase one's cultivation speed in the tempered body realm. Moreover, the medicinal herbs required were so common. She could tell that this prescription was not simple. According to her knowledge, it wasn't that there weren't any medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation speed in the tempered body stage, but that kind of medicinal pill could only be refined by ranked alchemists. The medicinal ingredients required were also extremely expensive, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to use it. Don't tell anyone else about the formula. Realizing the value of the prescription, Li Rou's first thought was to protect her son, so she warned him with a solemn face. "Mother, I will only tell Mother." Duan Lingtian smiled. As an orphan in his previous life, he enjoyed the motherly love of this life. "Good child." Li Rou smiled as well. Her smile was bright and moving, causing flowers to hide from the moon. "Tian, now that you have stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage, you can go to the family's martial pavilion to choose a martial skill." "Yes, Mother, I'll go take a look." Although there was no lack of martial skills in the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, he still planned to go take a look and put on an act. The martial pavilion was the place where the Li family stored their martial skills. It was extremely important, and there was usually an elder personally guarding it. 5th Elder. After Duan Lingtian arrived at the martial pavilion, he slightly bowed to the elder at the entrance. "Duan Lingtian?" The 5th Elder, Li Ting, was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. You stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage?" When he saw the changes in Duan Lingtian's body, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded. "Now your mother should be at ease. Yes, you can go in and choose a martial skill of your choice." Li Ting smiled. He had a good relationship with the 9th Elder, Li Ro. After responding, Duan Lingtian walked into the martial pavilion. Duan Lingtian stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage? The youths who had just arrived at the martial pavilion looked at each other in dismay. To them, the shock of Duan Lingtian stepping into the first level of the body tempering stage was no less than the shock of a sow climbing a tree or a cow flying. After Duan Lingtian walked into the martial pavilion, he started flipping through the martial skills inside. In the end, he discovered that the martial skills of the Li family's martial pavilion were very ordinary. In his opinion, these low and middle-grade yellow-rank martial skills were even inferior to military boxing, not to mention the form and will fist that he cultivated in his previous life. In this world, people's bodies are strong and their origin power is stronger than the inner strength of my previous life, but martial skills are hard to look at. I don't need to waste my time on these martial skills. Form and will fist is more than enough. Duan Lingtian's form and will fist had stepped into the Grandmaster level. Compared to his previous life's teacher, he had surpassed his teacher. Thinking of this, he left the martial pavilion. What? You didn't find anything suitable? Fifth Elder Li Ting had a strange expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian come out empty-handed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chi! Suddenly, a sneer entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Looks like you, Duan Lingtian, look down on the martial skills of our Li family's martial pavilion. I'm very curious, what kind of martial skills did your mother secretly teach you to make you so arrogant? Duan Lingtian, I heard that you have already stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage. How about I exchange a few moves with you? The voice contained a hint of mockery. Duan Lingtian raised his head. Only now did he realize. Unknowingly, Li Exen had also arrived at the martial pavilion. Bruises still hung on his cheeks as he looked at him with a provocative expression. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. Does your face still hurt? Faced with Li Exen's provocation, Duan Lingtian did not get angry, but laughed instead. Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you. With Fifth Elder as a witness, do you dare to accept the challenge? Li Exen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The incident 3 days ago was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. In these 3 days, what he wanted to do the most was take revenge. Today, he heard that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage, so he hurried over. In his opinion, now that Duan Lingtian was already a martial artist, if he was seriously injured in an official spar, according to the clan rules, no matter how angry Duan Lingtian's mother was, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. Of course, the prerequisite was that Duan Lingtian accepted his challenge. Why wouldn't I dare? Faced with Li Exen's provocation, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. Duan Ling, don't be rash. Fifth Elder, Li Ting, frowned. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only at the first level of the body tempering stage and did not seem to have cultivated any martial skills. How could he be a match for Li Exen, who was at the second level of the body tempering stage? Good. Duan Lingtian, you have guts. Li Exen smiled complacently, as if his scheme had succeeded. Fifth Elder, please be a witness for our spar so that Ninth Elder won't find trouble with me afterwards. Following that, Li Exen looked at Li Ting with slight respect. Yes, Fifth Elder, please be a witness. I don't wish for Seventh Elder to find trouble with me. Duan Lingtian was not to be outdone. If it was before, he might be somewhat fearful of Li Exen, who was at the second level of the body tempering stage, but after witnessing the martial skills in the martial pavilion that were difficult to look at directly, he understood that he had overestimated Li Exen. This kid is too rash. Forget it, it's good to teach him a lesson. Li Ting frowned as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, then stood up and walked out of the martial pavilion. The Li family disciples that passed by the martial pavilion all revealed excited expressions. There was a good show to watch. In the open space outside the martial pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Li Exen stood facing each other. As a witness, Li Ting stood at the side. Duan Lingtian, the humiliation you gave me last time, today I will return it to you tenfold. Li Exen's face revealed a sinister smile, as if Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. That will depend on whether you have the ability. Duan Lingtian laughed. You're courting death. Li Exan flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted. His legs stomped on the ground and his entire body flew out like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Ferocious tiger fist. Punching out with both fists, the wind slowly stirred up as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. It's the middle-grade yellow rank martial skill Ferocious Tiger Fist. Li Exan is really powerful. His Ferocious Tiger Fist has obviously been cultivated to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian has just entered the first level of the body tempering stage and probably hasn't had the time to cultivate a martial skill. He actually dares to accept Li Exan's challenge. He really isn't afraid of death. Today, with the fifth elder as a witness, even if Duan Lingtian is heavily injured like last time, as long as he doesn't lose his life, the ninth elder can't do anything to Li Exan no matter how angry he is. The surrounding Li family disciples discussed among themselves. No one was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. After all, the difference between the first level of the body tempering stage and the second level of the body tempering stage was too great. Ferocious Tiger Fist? I think it's the Sick Cat Fist. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched, revealing a disdainful smile. In his opinion, the martial skill that Li Exan displayed was full of flaws and he had hundreds of ways to break it. In the end, he still chose the most direct way to break it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian dashed out to meet Tang Wulin head-on. Just as he was about to be hit by Li Exan's fists, his upper body bent backwards at an astonishing degree, dodging Li Exan's fists, and his figure swept behind Li Exan. Now's the time. Duan Lingtian's feet paused, and his body nimbly turned around. His right fist clenched, his upper body bent backwards, and his arms pulled back. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a bow that was bent to its limit. Even his back began to tremble. With a flick of his hand, his upper body suddenly leaned forward, and his right fist shot out with the force of a landslide. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian skillfully dodged Li Exan's Ferocious Tiger Fist, and in the instant that Li Exan was carried out by inertia, his fist fiercely smashed onto Li Exan's right shoulder. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering echoed out. Li Exan was directly sent flying, emitting a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Even if Li Exan's strength exceeded Duan Lingtian's by 10 kilograms, there was nowhere he could use it now. Bang! Li Exan's body fiercely landed on the ground, emitting another blood-curdling scream. His body violently trembled, and he painfully convulsed. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. From the fifth elder Li Ting to the Li family's disciples, everyone's mouths were wide open as they watched this scene in disbelief. Duan Lingtian had just executed the collapsing fist. Chapter 5. Did Duan Lingtian execute a martial skill just now? It doesn't seem like a martial skill, it feels like a straight punch. But from the moment he slid away from Li Exan's Ferocious Tiger Fist to getting behind Li Exan and turning around to throw out a straight punch, it all happened in the blink of an eye. I don't know how he did it. What kind of joke is this? How could such a powerful move not be a martial skill? Just now, Duan Lingtian only used one punch to shatter Li Exan's shoulder bone. The Li family disciples discussed animatedly. They were completely unable to see through the collapsing fist that Duan Lingtian executed just now. That punch looked simple, but its power was extremely shocking. His shoulder bone is completely shattered. Li Exan's arm can be considered as crippled. After fifth elder Li Ting inspected Li Exan's injuries, he sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. A mere martial artist at the first level of the body tempering stage was actually able to execute such a terrifying attack. After asking a few Li family disciples to bring Li Exan away to treat his injuries, Li Ting walked towards Duan Lingtian, who stood there calmly. At this moment he even had a misconception. The person standing in front of him was no longer a youth, but an expert who had immersed himself in the martial Tao for many years. What's the punch you executed just now called? It doesn't have the complexity of a normal martial skill, and the force it exerts is like a collapsing mountain. How long have you practiced it? Li Ting looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. The Li family disciples were unable to see through the profundity of Duan Lingtian's punch, but he saw it clearly. That punch looked simple, but it actually contained an extremely terrifying force. The instant Duan Lingtian threw out that punch, he perfectly poured all the strength in his body into a single point. This was something that even a high-grade yellow-rank martial skill couldn't accomplish. No, perhaps even a normal profound-rank martial skill couldn't accomplish this. The martial skills of Cloud Continent were divided into 4 levels from high to low: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Every level was further divided into high grade, middle grade, and low grade. Besides the low grade and middle grade yellow rank martial skills of the Martial Pavilion, the Li family only had one high grade yellow rank martial skill, Windchaser Palm. Only martial artists above the core formation stage of the Li family have the qualifications to cultivate this martial skill. But Li Ting knew that even if he had mastered Wind Pursuit Palm, the strength he exerted would still be far inferior to Duan Lingtian's punch from before. Collapsing Fist, Duan Lingtian said. As for how long he practiced, he didn't say. Could he say that he's been practicing? Collapsing Fist is the straight fist, fists. A. Teat. T. Fifth Elder, I'll go back first. You've seen who provoked me first. I hope you can be my witness. Duan Lingtian nodded at Li Ting and turned to leave. Collapsing Fist? This kid is amazing. Li Ro, even you were fooled by your son. He's been accumulating strength for a long time. Li Ting took a deep breath, his emotions surging. He naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had been hiding his strength all these years. He could see that Duan Lingtian's collapsing fists was not something that could be mastered in a day. The Li family disciples watching all dispersed. They all knew that Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist was collapsing fist. Awesome! After returning home, Duan Lingtian let out a breath of turbid air and a smile appeared on his slightly young face. Since coming to this world, this was the first time he wantonly used form and will fist. In that instant, it was as if he had returned to his previous life's passionate and bloody life. Duan Lingtian returned to his room and discovered that the remaining 7 treasures body-tempering liquid was only enough for 2 medicinal baths at most. Looks like I have to ask Mom to buy some medicinal herbs for me. Sitting in the bathtub, he enjoyed the medicinal bath while cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Duan Lingtian was completely focused, but he didn't know that the peaceful Li family was in an uproar because of his defeat of Li Exin. Hey, did you hear? 9th Elder's son, Duan Lingtian, completed his body tempering and stepped into the first level of the body tempering stage. I already knew about this. Did you know that not only did Duan Lingtian step into the first level of the body tempering stage, he also heavily injured Li Exin and crippled one of Li Xian's arms in a fair spar witnessed by 5th Elder. It can't be. Li Xian is a martial artist at the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. It's said that his mid-grade yellow rank martial skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, has already been cultivated to the initial stage. Could it be that he couldn't defeat Duan Lingtian, who is merely at the 1st level of the body tempering stage? Ferocious Tiger Fist is nothing. Duan Lingtian's seemingly simple, collapsing fist, that actually returns to its original state is the truly formidable one. Even 5th Elder was shocked by it. For a time, Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist became more and more amazing as the rumors spread. Some Li family disciples said that it was a profound rank martial skill, while some Li family disciples said that it was an earth rank martial skill. There were even some who said that Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist was a heaven rank martial skill. Li family mansion, in a room within a large courtyard. 7th Elder Li Kuan stood in front of the bed, looking at his exhausted son who had fallen into a deep sleep with his right shoulder slumped. The words that the 1st Elder had said to him not long ago still echoed in his ears. 9th Elder, if it was only an ordinary bone fracture, consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill and recuperating for a period of time would be enough to recover. But your son Li Xian's shoulder was completely shattered. Even if you begged the patriarch for a grade 8 gold injury pill, it would still be powerless. My condolences. Duan Lingnan, I want you dead, I want you dead. Li Kuan's eyes glared, flickering with the luster of hatred. He gnashed his teeth, clenched his fists, and released his origin energy as he roared. Father, how's my brother? At this moment, a hurried voice came from outside the room, and a figure rushed into the room. The person who came in was Li Kuan's eldest son, Li Jie, the famous genius martial artist of the Li family. At the age of 16, he had already stepped into the 4th level of the body tempering stage, and had even cultivated the intermediate grade yellow rank martial skill, falling leaf palm, to the mastery stage. The children of the Li family became adults at the age of 16. After their coming-of-age ceremony, they would usually go to the Li family's business in Fresh Breeze Town to help out. Li Jie was no exception. When he heard that his younger brother, Li Exin, was heavily injured, he rushed back without hesitation. Little Jie, your brother's right arm is crippled. Even the first elder is powerless. Li Kuan took a deep breath, his tone stifled. What? Li Jie's body trembled, as if he was struck by lightning. Their Li family's first elder was a famous grade 9 alchemist in Fresh Breeze Town, but even the first elder was powerless to help his younger brother's injury. He knew very well what this meant. Little Exin, standing in front of the bed and looking at the sleeping Li Exin, Li Jie's eyes widened. The hatred in his eyes was no less than Li Kuan's. When his mother gave birth to his younger brother, she died from a difficult labor. All these years he had always doted on his younger brother. If there was anything good to eat or fun to play with, he would give it to his younger brother. Now that his younger brother's right arm was crippled and his future was bleak, his heart was burning with rage. Father, are you sure it was Duan Lingtian who did it? Li Jie looked at Li Kuan and asked. When he first heard of this matter, besides being worried for his younger brother, Li Exin, he also felt that it was inconceivable. How could a piece of trash who hadn't even completed body tempering seriously injure his younger brother? Yes, I've asked the 5th elder. It was Duan Lingtian. 3 days ago, that piece of trash still hadn't completed body tempering. Who would have thought that today, not only did he step into the 1st level of the body tempering stage, he even defeated your younger brother. It said that he used an advanced martial skill, collapsing fist. Li Kuan gritted his teeth. 1st level of the body tempering stage, collapsing fist? Li Jie sneered. Father, come with me. In the quiet courtyard. Mother, why did you call me out? Duan Lingtian, who had just finished absorbing the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, walked out of his room and looked at his mother, Li Ro, with a slightly embarrassed expression. Li Ro looked at her son in front of her with a slightly absent-minded gaze. She still felt that the matter she had just heard was somewhat inconceivable. In her opinion, it was already not easy for her son to complete body tempering and step into the 1st level of the body tempering stage. But this little guy actually went to the martial pavilion and crippled the arm of 7th elder Li Kuan's youngest son. Moreover, it was an incurable injury. Collapsing fist. Shouldn't you explain to your mother when you learned this martial skill that even the 5th elder exclaimed in admiration? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mother, if I said that when the old man in my dreams passed me the medicinal formula, he also passed it down to me, would you believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. You've grown up. Since you have something that's hard to say, mother won't force you. But you have to remember, no matter when and no matter what happens, mother will always be your biggest support. Li Ro looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and faintly sighed. Mother. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and his eyes turned slightly red. 9th elder, Li Kuan requests an audience. At this moment, a disgusting voice that sounded like a fly broke the warm atmosphere between mother and son. He still has the face to come? Li Ro's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light as she replied. In the next moment, 7th elder Li Kuan brought his eldest son into the courtyard and looked at Duan Lingtian with hatred. 7th elder, don't tell me you're here to cause trouble for my son? Li Ro took a step forward and protected Duan Lingtian behind her. She smiled faintly. Ninth Elder, rest assured. The battle between my son Li Xian and your son Duan Lingtian was witnessed by the fifth elder. He lost an arm because he was not as good as his opponent. He can't blame anyone else. Li Kuan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then, seventh elder, why are you here this time? Hearing Li Kuan's words, Li Ro became curious. Greetings, ninth elder. At this moment, Li Kuan's son, Li Jie, stood out. Ninth elder, my father came with me this time. I'm here to challenge Duan Lingtian. I heard that his crushing fist is very powerful. After greeting Li Ro, Li Jie looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Hearing this, Li Ro's face was covered with frost. Li Jie, if I remember correctly, you're older than my son by a year and have already stepped into the 4th level of the body tempering stage. My son is only at the 1st level of the body tempering stage. You have the nerve to challenge him? Li Ro glanced at Li Jie and said indifferently, Ninth Elder, Duan Lingtian is not an ordinary 1st level of the body tempering stage. He can even easily defeat my brother. His strength is extraordinary. Li Jie smiled as if he did not see Li Ro's cold expression. Just as Li Ro was about to send her guest off, Duan Lingtian walked out from behind her. Chapter 6. Li Ro frowned. She was unhappy with her son's decision. What are your conditions? Tell me. Li Jie looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian agreed to the challenge, as long as the conditions were not too excessive, he would agree to them. This was a good opportunity for him to avenge his brother Li Xian. He did not want to miss it. My conditions are very simple. Delay it for a month. After a month, I will battle with you. If you are not willing or do not dare, then forget it. I will pretend that you never came and challenged me. Duan Lingtian's face was calm, as if he was certain that Li Jie would agree. Fine, I will give you a month's time. I hope that you will not be a coward by then. Li Jie did not hesitate and immediately agreed. A cold smile appeared on his face. This Duan Lingtian, did he really think that he would be able to defeat him in a month's time? After Li Kuan and Li Jie left, Little Jie, Duan Lingtian purposely delayed it for a month. Could it be that he is confident that he can defeat you in a month's time? You just agreed to his conditions, don't you think that was a little too hasty? Li Kuan frowned. Father, trash will always be trash. Even if he completed body tempering, he is only at the 1st level of the body tempering stage. Give him another month and he may not even reach the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. Li Jie smiled confidently. But Li Kuan still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Li Jie. Father, what you are afraid of is Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist, right? You can rest assured. Even if Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist is a profound level martial skill, and even if he can reach the 2nd level of the body tempering stage in a month's time, do you think that he can catch up to me with just collapsing fist? The difference between the 3rd level of the body tempering stage and the 4th level of the body tempering stage is a watershed. Not to mention the difference between the 2nd level of the body tempering stage and the 4th level of the body tempering stage. Father is thinking too much. Father is becoming muddle-headed because of your brother's injury. Li Kuan smiled as he listened to his son's logical analysis. His eldest son had always been his pride and had never let him down. After Li Kuan and his son left, when he saw his mother, Li Ro, looking at him with a displeased expression. Mom, don't worry, I'm confident. Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. Your mother has seen the changes in you, but you should not be so ambitious. That Li Jie was the publicly acknowledged genius of the younger generation in the clan. He was the focus of the clan's nurturing, and he was also publicly acknowledged as the strongest 4th level body tempering martial artist in the clan. He is not someone his younger brother, Li Xian, can compare to. Li Ro sighed faintly. Mother, I know what you're saying. Can you believe me? I will definitely win. I won't disgrace my mother. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro seriously. Silly child, mother is not afraid of losing face. Mother is worried about you. Mother doesn't want you to be like a few days ago and almost leave mother. Li Ro's beautiful eyes reddened as she spoke. The incident that happened a few days ago had cast a shadow over her heart. Mother, I promise that I won't let you worry about me in the future. Duan Lingtian vowed solemnly. Okay, Mother believes you. If you need anything in this month, don't hesitate to tell Mother. Li Ro lightly nodded and squeezed out a smile on her face. Mother, go buy some more of the medicinal herbs I asked you to buy last time. Also, I want some silver. After getting some silver from his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian left his family's courtyard and walked out of the Li family. This was the first time he had left his home since coming to this world. Fresh Breeze Town's market was divided into 3 bustling streets. The Li family's market was divided between 3 families. The Li family's market was located in the north, close to the Li family's mansion. Duan Lingtian had just walked into the Li family's market when he heard the sounds of hawkers hawking their wares. The stalls on both sides of the street were filled with a dazzling array of exotic ornaments. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had returned to the ancient times of his previous life. This kind of scene could only be seen on television in his previous life. Duan Lingtian walked along the street, looking left and right. When he arrived at the entrance of the Li family's weapon shop, he saw the dazzling array of weapons arranged neatly. He hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward and leaving the Li family's market. He walked into the Chen family's market in the southwest. The Chen family, along with the Li family and the Fong family, was one of the families in Fresh Breeze Town. The 3 great families were like 3 pillars in Fresh Breeze Town, restricting each other. Although there was no lack of conflict in the dark, on the surface, it was calm and peaceful. No one was willing to be the first bird to stand out. As soon as he walked into the Chin family's weapon shop, a person came up to him. Sir, what kind of weapon do you need? The person asked with a smile. I don't want to buy a weapon. I only want to buy a few materials from you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Not buying a weapon, only buying materials? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the person was shocked. Could it be that this young customer had a respected weapon craftsman behind him? Weapon craftsmen were different from the blacksmiths in the weapon shops. Their status in Cloud Continent was high, not inferior to alchemists. Every weapon craftsman was an existence that could cause various powers to fight to the death for. The weapons forged by blacksmiths were only ordinary weapons. The weapons forged by weapon craftsmen were spirit weapons that could increase attack power to a certain extent and were extremely outstanding. In Fresh Breeze Town, each of the 3 great families had an alchemist, but no weapon craftsman. From this, it could be seen how rare weapon craftsmen were. Sir, what kind of materials do you need? I'll go prepare them for you right away. Duan Lingtian noticed that the attitude of the person before him had suddenly changed, and his tone had an additional sense of reverence. He could guess the reason, but he didn't point it out. He didn't buy materials for the sake of weapon crafting. Even though Reincarnation Emperor Wu was a royal-grade weapon craftsman, and he'd also inherited all of Reincarnation Emperor Wu's knowledge and memories of weapon crafting. But to become a weapon craftsman, one had to at least step into the core formation stage and develop origin energy. Ranked alchemists were the same. Without origin energy, they were utterly unable to condense pill fire and refine medicinal pills. Duan Lingtian listed out 9 types of materials he needed in one breath. These materials were all materials he prepared to use to inscribe inscriptions. Inscriptions were something that was extremely rare in the current Cloud Continent. They were usually inscribed on personal belongings and weapons. Things that were inscribed with inscriptions would carry a type of strange energy. These energies came in all shapes and sizes, and there was no specific distinction. Once the energy was released, the inscription would be completely exhausted. It was similar to the bombs in his previous life. Once they exploded, they were gone. From Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian found out that the era when Cloud Continent's inscription technique developed to its peak was precisely the era when Reincarnation Emperor Wu was undergoing his 2nd lifetime of cultivation. During that era, Reincarnation Emperor Wu grasped all the practical inscription techniques out of greed. Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3 lives reincarnation technique required the soul to sleep for 10,000 years before reincarnation. Only after 10,000 years would one begin to search for a new body. Now, 10,000 years had passed, and the inscription technique had gradually declined due to certain reasons. Inscription masters on Cloud Continent had become existences that were highly sought after, and their status seemed to surpass alchemists and weapons craftsmen. The 9 types of ordinary materials that Duan Lingtian wanted to buy were materials that he prepared to inscribe a type of low-level inscription. Customer, these are the materials you want. A total of 7 taels of silver. The people from the Chen family weapon shop quickly prepared all the materials for Duan Lingtian. After respectfully sending off Duan Lingtian, he also left the weapon shop and walked towards the Chen family estate. He had to report the news of a possible weapon craftsman appearing in Fresh Breeze Town to the Patriarch as soon as possible to prevent the other 2 families from getting ahead of him. Money really isn't a problem. Mother gave me 20 taels of silver, and I've already spent half of it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and took a shortcut to the Li family estate. When he passed by the intersection of the 3 markets of Fresh Breeze Town, he noticed a group of people surrounding the road, pointing and whispering. Curious, Duan Lingtian squeezed into the crowd. He saw a woman wearing mourning clothes kneeling by the roadside. The woman's long hair covered her face. Looking at her figure, she should only be around 15 years old. In front of her was a piece of paper with a few bright red words written on it. Sell your body to bury your mother. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would be able to see a plot that he would only see on TV in his previous life. As a former king of weapons, his sharp intuition allowed him to clearly feel the sad aura that the young woman inadvertently exuded. This little girl's figure is not bad. Raise your head and let me see. If your looks are not bad, I'll buy you back to be my personal maid. A fat man with a big belly and a face full of the aura of a nouveau riche lecherously looked at the young woman kneeling on the ground. That's right, if you don't even raise your head, who would dare to buy you? Someone followed along and encouraged him. If there's a benefactor willing to help me bury my mother, then I will raise my head. The young woman opened her mouth, still not raising her head. Her beautiful voice was filled with stubbornness. Your voice is not bad, but since you won't raise your head, it must be because you have an ugly face. Before the fat man with a big belly could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian, who couldn't stand it anymore. I'll give you 10 taels of silver, so you can properly bury your mother. Duan Lingtian walked to the front of the young woman and said softly, Thank you, young master. The young woman's body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head and stretched out a pair of tender little hands to push aside the long hair in front of her face. Her clean and white face was slightly tender. Without any makeup, it showed her beauty without makeup. Under the curved willow leaf eyebrows was a pair of beautiful autumn eyes. Her grievances revealed a strong determination, causing people to feel pity for her. Her jade-like nose was straight and her red lips were round and alluring. It gave people the urge to go up and kiss her. Duan Lingtian and the fat man originally had the same thought. This young woman was unwilling to raise her head because her appearance was not good enough for the audience. But who would have thought that this young woman was actually a beauty? Coupled with her exquisite figure, she appeared slender and elegant. It could be imagined that when this young woman grew up, she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. For a moment, the surrounding men all fiercely swallowed their saliva, their eyes revealing a look of greed. He only bid 10 taels of silver, I bid 20 taels. In the future, you'll follow me well. When the fat man with a big belly saw the young woman's true appearance, his saliva flowed out and he couldn't wait to bid. I bid 30 taels. Another person followed. I bid 50 taels. I bid 60 taels. Seeing these people competing to bid, Duan Lingtian only looked on coldly. Chapter 7. The bidding price continued to rise, causing many onlookers to shake their heads. Before the girl raised her head, no one paid any attention to her. Only a kind-hearted youth was willing to pay 10 taels of silver to bury her mother. Now that the girl revealed her beautiful face, some of the men who were unwilling to pay went completely crazy. I'll pay 100 taels of silver. Very soon, the fat man in luxurious clothes with a big belly snorted softly and then shouted again, If someone offers a higher price than me, I'll give it to him. If you don't, then this little girl is mine today. 100 taels of silver. The people who were bidding shut their mouths. 100 taels of silver was already beyond their expectations. In their eyes, this girl was not worth that much money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for letting me win. The well-dressed fatty smiled and cupped his hands, his fat face full of pride. From now on, you'll follow me. Then, he looked at the girl kneeling on the ground. I'll pay 200 taels. At this moment, a frivolous voice was heard. The crowd opened up a path, and a thin youth with frivolous footsteps and a sickly face walked in. His lustful eyes fell on the girl's body. Fong Jian? Duan Ling Tian recognized this youth who was indulging in wine and women. The youth was the son of the head of Fresh Breeze Town's Fong family. He was only 15 years old, but he had already ruined many good girls and was notorious in Fresh Breeze Town. If not for his unusual identity, he would have been beaten to death. You think you can pay 200 taels of silver with your cowardly appearance? The fat man with a big belly sized up Fong Jian with disdain. He did not notice that after Fong Jian appeared, most of the people around him showed a look of fear. You're not from Fresh Breeze Town, are you? Fong Jian glanced at the fatty and said coldly. I'm a merchant from outside and have seen the world. Don't think I can't see that even though you're wearing a brocade robe, I don't know where you stole it. I can tell that you're a pauper just by looking at you. You don't even look like a prince in a dragon robe. I'm afraid you can't even take out 5 taels of silver. The fatty looked at Fong Jian with disdain, as if he had seen through him. Hurry up and get lost. Puchi. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Most of the people around them blushed. They were afraid of Fong Jian and wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Fatty, our dead meat. Fong Jian glared at Duan Lington, then looked at Fatty and took a deep breath. You bunch of useless things, why are you still standing there like idiots? Get over here and beat this fatty to death for me. Don't you know who I, Fong Jian, am? In Fresh Breeze Town, I am the boss. While Fatty was still in a daze, Fong Jian suddenly shouted. Yes, young master. 3 burly youths around the same age as Fong Jian stepped out and surrounded the fatty. Fong Jian? He was Fong Jian. Fatty was dumbfounded. Although he had only been in Fresh Breeze Town for a few days, he had heard of some of the famous people in Fresh Breeze Town. Among them was the son of the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Jian. He was the infamous young thug of Fresh Breeze Town. Relying on the power of the Fong family, he bullied people everywhere. Not many people dared to provoke him. So it was young Master Fong. I was blind and didn't recognize young Master Fong. Please forgive me. I will give this woman to young Master Fong. Fatty's expression changed. He no longer had the smug look from before. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His tone was humble and respectful. It's too late. Beat this young master. Fong Jian coldly snorted and shouted. Young Master Fong, spare me, spare me. The 3 burly youths, who had obviously completed body tempering, directly attacked and beat Fatty until he rolled on the ground and begged for mercy. The surrounding crowd consciously retreated a few steps and watched from afar. They were afraid that the Fong family's young master's subordinates would be implicated. Fong Jian acted as if he didn't hear Fatty's begging. Little beauty, come home with this young master. This young master will give you 200 taels to help you bury your mother. In the future, you will follow this young master well. This young master will take good care of you. Fong Jian looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground. With an anxious expression, he reached out his hand to hold her hand. The young girl stood up in a panic. Perhaps it was because she had knelt for too long. Her blood was not flowing freely. Her legs were slightly trembling. Young Master Fong, this young master has already spent 10 taels of silver to buy this servant. This servant is already his for life. The young girl hid behind Duan Ling Tian and said in a trembling voice, 10 taels? Didn't you hear this young master bid 200 taels? Fong Jian's face darkened. He felt that he had been played. This servant has never let anyone compete. I will follow whoever is willing to pay first to help me bury my mother. The young girl's voice was filled with stubbornness. Not bad, not bad. You have backbone. This young master likes it. However, even if you want to follow him, he might not dare to let you. Kid, don't you think so? Fang Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He was obviously threatening Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian knew Fang Jian didn't know Duan Lingtian. Young master, save me. The young girl grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's sleeve as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw and begged in a low voice. She had long heard of Fang Jian's notoriety in Fresh Breeze Town. She feared Fang Jian from the bottom of her heart. She would rather die than become Fang Jian's servant. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian patted the back of the young girl's hand and said with a smile. His smile made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The young girl's anxious expression also eased. Young master, this fat pig has fainted. After the well-dressed fatty was beaten until his entire body was covered in blood and he fainted, Fang Jian's 3 subordinates stopped and reported. Don't worry about him for now. Come and take a look. Someone wants to steal this young master's woman. Fang Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a mocking smile. Who is so bold as to steal my young master's woman? Fang Jian's 3 subordinates stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Scram. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. It made people's hearts turn cold. Fang Jian and his 3 subordinates were stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Where did this hothead come from? Kid, do you know who I am? Fang Jian asked with a cold smile. He now suspected that this kid didn't even know who he was. Aren't you the useless youngest son of the Fang family's patriarch? Relying on the power of the Fang family, you bully people everywhere. I really don't know what will happen to you if the Fang family is no longer around. Duan Lingtian sneered. He held the young girl's soft hand and walked out of the crowd. Kill him. Fang Jian's face was as red as a pig's liver. He roared with extreme anger. Yes, young master. His 3 subordinates rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Stand here and don't move. Duan Lingtian said softly to the young girl. Facing Fang Jian's 3 subordinates, he was not the slightest bit afraid and directly went up to meet them. Just now, he could see that the strongest of the 3 was only at the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. To him, there was no threat. Duan Lingtian moved his feet, dodging the strongest person's attack and swept behind him. He nimbly turned around. His upper body leaned backwards, his arms pulled back, and his back trembled. His entire body was like a strong bow that was ready to shoot. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian's right fist swung out like an arrow released from a bow. His fist was like a collapsing mountain. He poured all the strength in his body into his fist and it smashed into the opponent's back, hitting the center of his spine. Gotcha. The opponent let out a shrill scream and flew out fiercely. He collapsed on the ground and fainted. This scene was almost exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian defeated Li Xian this morning. The only difference was that when he defeated Li Xian, Duan Lingtian showed mercy and only crippled Li Xian's arm. But this time, he directly shattered his opponent's spine. This subordinate of Fang Jian's would never be able to stand up again in this lifetime. When Fang Jian's other 2 subordinates saw that their strongest person had been defeated, their expressions changed greatly and they were stunned on the spot. But when they noticed Fang Jian's cold gaze, they still braced themselves and rushed forward. Bang! Bang! 2 people at the 1st level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtian teaching them a lesson was like playing a game. He casually stepped aside, raised his hands, and struck out with both fists. From top to bottom, his fists smashed down and smashed onto the 2 men's heads, knocking them out. Chopping fist. It was also one of the 5-element fists of the form Anvil Fist. For a moment, only Fang Jian was left standing. Although Fang Jian was the son of the Fang family's patriarch, his body had been hollowed out by wine and women. He was only at the 1st level of the body tempering stage. His strength was even weaker than his 3 subordinates. Don't come over. I'm the young master of the Fang family. If you dare to touch me, your whole family will die. Seeing Duan Lingtian walking towards him, Fang Jian's expression changed greatly. as expected of the young master of the Fong family. Even at this point, you still dare to threaten me. Duan Lingtian sneered. He quickly took 2 steps forward and sent Fong Jian flying with a kick. Turning around, he pulled the stunned beautiful girl away from the crowd and disappeared at the end of the road. The young master of the Fong family has met a tough opponent this time. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. I wonder where that youth came from. He doesn't look older than the young master of the Fong family and his 3 subordinates, but his strength is so shocking. He dared to hit the young master of the Fong family. He's definitely not an ordinary person. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Among the discussions, most people were gloating. Duan Lingtan followed the girl back to her shabby house and spent a few taels of silver to bury her mother. Take this money and start a small business. Duan Lingtian took out the remaining silver and handed it to the girl. Young master, do you dislike me? The girl's body trembled. Her pretty face was pale and she looked weak. What are you thinking? You sold your body to bury your mother because you had no choice. It's just a small matter for me to help you. You don't need to repay me with your whole life. Duan Lingtian shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of making the girl his slave. Young master, you're a good person. Let me follow you. My mother is dead. I have no family in this world. Please. The girl reached out and tugged at Duan Lingtian's sleeve. She looked very pitiful. Seeing the expectation in the girl's autumn eyes, Duan Lingtian thought for a while. Okay, then you come back with me. Finally, he made a decision. Thank you, young master. The girl suddenly smiled like a flower. When Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion, he was alone. When he came back, there were 2 people. Chapter 8. After Duan Lingtian brought the young girl home, he went to see his mother, Li Ro. Li Ro was surprised to see her son bring a young girl home. Although the young girl's clothes were simple, they couldn't hide her natural beauty. With just one look, she had a good impression of this beautiful young girl. This is my mother, Duan Lingtian said to the young girl. Kerr greets madam. When the young girl saw Li Ro, she was a little restrained. Her beautiful face was flushed red, making her look very cute. What's going on? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. She didn't expect that her son would bring back such a beautiful young girl. Mother, it's like this. Duan Lingtian told Li Ro about his encounter with the young girl, Kerr. He didn't hide anything, including the fact that he taught the young master of the Fong family a lesson. That Fong Jian is notorious in Fresh Breeze Town. If you beat him up, then so be it. Even if the Fong family comes to us, we are in the right. Li Ro nodded. Her gentle, motherly gaze slowly landed on the young girl. Kerr, since you don't have any relatives now, you can stay. It just so happens that the servant girl in my courtyard went back to the countryside to get married yesterday. You can stay in her original room. Li Ro looked at the young girl lovingly. Thank you, madam. Kerr hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Her face was flushed red, and she was slightly excited. Let's go, I'll take you to change your clothes. Li Ro took the young girl's hand and entered the bedroom. Only Duan Lingtian was left standing in place with a stunned expression. When the young girl came out with Li Ro again, she had changed into a set of bright clothes. Li Ro also dressed her up a little. The young girl's long black hair was now tied up, and her elegant face was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, revealing a charming bright red, lively and delicate. Willow eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a fine nose, and red lips. Everything was perfect. Her slightly swollen breasts were like a budding flower, ready to bloom at any time. Her slender waist, perky round buttocks, and slender legs made her look even more slender and elegant, making her very likable. Just like her name, she's really a lovable person. Li Ro stood to the side and looked at the young girl, not stingy with his words of praise. Kerr, these are the clothes I wore when I was young. I'll give them to you in the future. Look, I just dressed you up a little, and some people are already looking straight at you, wanting to eat you up. Li Ro looked at the entranced Duan Lingtian and joked. His mother's words made Duan Lingtian smile awkwardly, retracting his gaze from the young girl. The young girl's elegance after dressing up a little did indeed captivate him. As the king of mercenaries in his previous life, he never lacked women by his side. But those women were beautiful, but they lacked an elegant and refined aura. In this aspect, they simply couldn't compare to Kerr. "Madam, I'm just a maid. It's not appropriate for me to wear such clothes." Li Ro's words made the young girl's beautiful face turn red, as if blood was about to drip out. She was flattered. "Who said you're a maid? Even if I want you to be a maid, I'm worried that some people won't be willing." Li Ro smiled. Duan Lingtian was speechless. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single word. He really got shot while lying down. Hearing Li Ro's words, the young girl's face turned even redder. Although Li Ro and Duan Lingtian didn't see Kerr as a maid, the sensible Kerr still took on all the household chores. According to her, the young master and madam were kind enough to take her in. If she didn't do something in return, she wouldn't feel at ease. The kind and sensible Kerr quickly gained the approval of Li Ro and Duan Lingtian and integrated into this small family. Fong family mansion. In an average-sized courtyard, the middle-aged man restlessly paced back and forth, occasionally raising his head to look at the bedroom not far away. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom opened and an old man walked out. "Master Sun, how is my son?" The middle-aged man hurriedly went up to greet him. "Housekeeper Fong, the person who did this was extremely ruthless. He almost completely shattered your son's spine. Your son showed no signs of recovery after taking a 9th grade gold injury pill. I can't do anything, please restrain your grief." The old man shook his head and sighed. "What?" The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. Even the 9th grade alchemist that the Fong family had spent a lot of money to invite was powerless. Didn't this mean that his son was completely crippled and could only lie in bed for the rest of his life? Fong Chang. At this moment, a dignified middle-aged man walked in and handed the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chang, an exquisite box. "This is a 8th grade gold injury pill. Quickly take it and let your son take it." Patriarch. Fong Chang was stunned. Although he had thought of asking the patriarch for a 8th grade gold injury pill. However, when he remembered that it was the only 8th grade gold injury pill that the Fong family had, he dismissed the idea. He didn't think that he could ask for it with his status as the Fong family's housekeeper. Now that he saw the patriarch personally deliver the 8th grade gold injury pill, he couldn't help but become excited. "Fong Chang, if it wasn't for my unfilial son causing trouble, your son wouldn't have been injured. I want to apologize to you for this matter. As for that unfilial son, I will definitely punish him severely and give you a satisfactory explanation." The Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, said with a guilty expression. "Patriarch." Fong Chang was so excited that he knelt down. The last trace of dissatisfaction in his heart vanished without a trace. "Quickly get up and let your son take the pill," Fong Yi said again. Fong Chang stood up and extended his hand to take the 8th grade gold injury pill from Fong Yi's hand. "Housekeeper Fong, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but for your son's injuries, not to mention an 8th grade gold injury pill, even a 7th grade gold injury pill would be powerless." The old man at the side suddenly spoke. "Unless there's a bone formation pill. However, this bone formation pill has long since gone extinct." Fong Chang's outstretched hand froze. The hope that rose in his heart was once again mercilessly shattered. "Let him take it and try," Fong Yi said. "Patriarch, there's no need. I believe in Master Sunday. There's no need to waste such a precious medicinal pill on my son." Fong Chang shook his head. "What I want to do the most now is to find out who crippled my son and take revenge for him." Taking a deep breath, Fong Chang's eyes emitted the brilliance of hatred. "Housekeeper Fong, you can rest assured about this. The entire Fong family will do our best to find the culprit and give your son an explanation," Fong Yi said with a firm tone. "Thank you, Patriarch," Fong Chang said gratefully. Li family mansion. A piece of shocking news spread throughout the entire Li clan like thunder. The genius martial artist of the Li family, Li Jie, will battle with the 9th Elder's son, Duan Lingtian, in a month's time. It was said that for this battle, the 7th Elder, Li Kuan, specially invited the Patriarch and the 1st Elder to be witnesses. When this news spread, it caused quite a stir in the Li family. The moment Li Xian's arm was crippled by Duan Lingtian, I knew that the 7th Elder and Li Jie wouldn't let this matter go. I didn't expect them to act so quickly. A 4th-level body-tempering martial artist challenging a 1st-level body-tempering martial artist. This time, Li Jie is really going all out for his younger brother. He doesn't care about any face. I don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. He actually agreed to Li Jie's challenge. Could it be that his brain was damaged by Li Xian last time? In this battle, Li Jie will definitely not hold back. Even if he can't kill Duan Lingtian, he will definitely cripple Duan Lingtian. Almost no one thought highly of Duan Lingtian in this battle. One of them was a famous genius martial artist of the Li family. He stepped into the 4th level of the body-tempering martial artist at the age of 16, and his future was limitless. The other was an unknown disciple of the Li family who recently completed body tempering and became a martial artist at the 1st level of the body tempering martial artist. Although he used the strange collapsing fist to defeat Li Xian, who was at the 2nd level of the body tempering martial artist, no one thought that he could defeat Li Jie. Although Li Jie and Li Xian were blood-related brothers, their strength was not on the same level. Just as the Li family was in an uproar over this matter, Duan Lingtian, as the person involved, seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Done. Looking at the ring on his right middle finger, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Relying on Emperor Wu's thorough understanding of inscription patterns, he succeeded in inscribing the ring on his first try. Li Jie, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth revealed a trace of a mischievous smile. Young master, the water is ready. At this moment, a young girl walked out from behind the screen in the bedroom and changed the water in the bathtub for Duan Lingtian. You've worked hard. You should go and rest. Duan Lingtian walked forward and used his sleeve to wipe off the beads of sweat on the young girl's forehead. Let me do this kind of rough work in the future. Duan Lingtian said tenderly. Young master, it's okay. After using the medicinal liquid you gave me to bathe, is now very strong. The young girl shook her small arms and a blissful smile appeared on her rosy cheeks. Looks like our will be able to complete body tempering very quickly and become a martial artist once she cultivates a cultivation method. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the young girl's small arms and smiled. Young master, knows that you're good to me, but also knows that families like the Li family have their own rules. Cultivation methods cannot be casually taught to outsiders. Is already very happy to be able to accompany you and madam. It doesn't matter if I can become a martial artist or not. Said. Silly girl, if I want to teach you a cultivation method, I naturally won't teach it to the Li family. Alright, you go and rest first. I'll find you in your room in the afternoon. Why did your face suddenly become so red? Are you okay? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Young master, you're so bad. You only know how to bully After being teased by Duan Lingtian, the young girl ran away. Chapter 9. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Spirit Serpent Transformation. Sitting cross-legged in the bathtub, Duan Lingtian's face was calm as he closed his eyes and cultivated. The water in the bathtub had unknowingly formed a whirlpool around Duan Lingtian's body. The 7 treasures body tempering liquid gathered at the center of the whirlpool and continuously entered Duan Lingtian's body, aiding Duan Lingtian in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian's body was undergoing minute changes at every moment. His blood and qi were strengthening and his muscles were pulsating. Walala! When the 7 treasures body tempering liquid in the bathtub was completely absorbed by Duan Lingtian, he opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the bathtub. Looks like I still need some time to break through to the 2nd level of the body tempering stage. Slightly clenching his fists and feeling the strength flowing in his body, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. I must break through to the third level of the body tempering stage before the battle with Li Jie. Otherwise, even with the help of the inscription pattern, I will still be at a disadvantage when fighting Li Jie. Li Jie was a martial artist at the fourth level of the body tempering stage. While his cultivation gave him an additional 200 gene of strength, it also caused his body, bones, and internal organs to undergo a huge transformation. His toughness far exceeded that of a normal person. 1 month later, if Duan Lingtian was unable to break through to the third level of the body tempering stage, even if Li Jie stood there and let him hit him, he might not be able to injure Li Jie. No matter how strong the form and wolf fist was, it would be useless. This was the same logic as a toddler who had just learned how to walk being unable to injure an adult even if he had a grandmaster level understanding of the form and wolf fist. The former and the latter were simply not on the same level. If one's own strength couldn't even break through the opponent's defense, what was the use of having a strong technique? Oh right, I still have an appointment with Kerr. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room, thinking about what kind of cultivation technique he should pass on to Kerr. In the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, other than the 2 top-notch cultivation techniques, the 3 Lives Rebirth technique and the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, there were several other powerful cultivation techniques that could be cultivated all the way to the Martial Emperor realm. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian intentionally kept the best 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to himself and was unwilling to pass down the best 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to Ku'er, but it was because when one cultivated this cultivation method to the end, it pursued the Tao of ferocity and wasn't suitable for a woman. I've got it, this cultivation technique is pretty good. Han Bing's Divine Sword technique, the cultivation technique of an Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago. This Emperor Wu was a powerful sword cultivator, and more importantly, she was a woman. Whether it was the Earth of his previous life or the Cloud continent of his current life, females were naturally weaker than males in terms of physique. This was an indisputable fact. In Cloud continent, if a woman wanted to become an expert, she had to put in a much greater effort than a man. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep veneration for the Frost Emperor Wu. Through the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu and the Frost Emperor Wu had battled once. In that battle, the wager was their respective cultivation techniques. In the end, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu won and obtained the Frost Emperor Wu's cultivation technique. Okay, I'll pass this cultivation technique to Kerr. At the same time that he made his decision, Duan Lingtian arrived outside Kerr's bedroom. He lightly knocked on the door. The door was opened. Young master. When the young girl saw Duan Lingtian, her tender and beautiful face blushed slightly as she spoke softly. Duan Lingtian entered Kerr's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Kerr, I've already thought of what cultivation technique to pass on to you. Come, I'll first pass on the body tempering realm portion to you orally. Remember it well. Looking at the young girl who was nervous to the point that she was somewhat restrained, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. The young girl lightly nodded and listened seriously. It had to be said that Kerr was an intelligent young girl. Duan Lingtian had only read the body tempering realm portion of the Han Bing's God's Sword technique 3 times, and Kerr had completely memorized it without missing a single word. However, a problem quickly arose. Young master, although I've memorized the cultivation technique, I don't know where the acupuncture points are. What should I do? Kerr eagerly looked at Duan Lingtian with a delicate and pitiful appearance. It's my fault. How about I teach you how to identify those acupuncture points? Duan Lingtian blanked for a moment before shaking his head and smiling. Okay. Kerr excitedly nodded her head. In Kerr's heart, she longed to become a martial artist. In her opinion, as long as she became a martial artist, she would have the ability to protect her young master and madam who treated her like family. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Kerr sat opposite him on the bed. Kerr, the Jiao Wei acupuncture point is located 7 inches above the navel. Yes, it's here. Duan Lingtian slowly stretched out his hand and through the young girl's thin clothes, he confirmed the location of her navel. His finger moved upwards and stopped at the Jiao Wei acupuncture point. Kerr, have you memorized it? Duan Lingtian could feel the young girl's body slightly trembling. He secretly laughed in his heart. This girl was quite sensitive. I've memorized it. The young girl's face was as red as an apple, her voice slightly trembling. She was extremely shy. Duan Lingtian taught the young girl how to identify the acupuncture points one by one. His hand gradually moved upwards. The young girl's trembling became more and more intense, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a little restless. Even though Kerr was only 15 years old, she had developed very well. For Duan Lingtian, this was undoubtedly a great temptation. After becoming a mercenary in his previous life, Duan Lingtian's life could be said to be unrestrained. Of course, it was mostly just for show. As a mercenary who had walked out of a hail of bullets, he knew his limits. Love and whatnot were fleeting clouds. He was not willing to let women become a weakness for others to use against him. Kerr, can you still do it? Seeing that the young girl was already sweating profusely, Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, please continue. The young girl stubbornly nodded her head. Kerr, this is the Shanzhong acupuncture point. Duan Lingtian nodded his head and stretched out his finger to press again. The young girl's body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. She could not hold on any longer and fell into Duan Lingtian's arms. The sweaty beauty fell down, her fragrance assailing his nostrils. Duan Lingtian took advantage of the situation to catch her. Touching her softness, the atmosphere became somewhat charming and gentle. The young girl's delicate body trembled and shyly lowered her head. Coincidentally, she bumped into a hard object, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change, and he let out a muffled groan. Young master, are you all right? The young girl hurriedly raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with some panic. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian let out a low growl from his throat. At this time, the young girl seemed to have realized something and shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian again. Kerr, I'll let my mother teach you the rest of the acupuncture points later. I'll go back first. Duan Lingtian reluctantly got off the bed and fled. So embarrassing. Just now, I actually, leaving behind the young girl whose face was so red that it was about to drip blood, whispering to herself. After Duan Lingtian left the young girl's room, he took a deep breath. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something crazy. According to the words of his previous life, the 15-year-old Kerr was only a young girl. Tionair, why did you come out from Kerr's room? Li Ro, who had just returned from outside, just happened to bump into Duan Lingtian. She noticed Duan Lingtian's panic and loss of composure. Mother, I still have something to do, so I'll go back to my room first. Duan Lingtian noticed Li Ro's gaze and awkwardly smiled and hurriedly returned to his room. As someone who had experienced it before, Li Ro could not help but laugh. It seemed that her son had grown up. Stepping out, Li Ro walked into Kerr's room, which had not yet closed the door. Kerr, you... Seeing the young girl sitting on the bed with a red face, Li Ro's gaze became more playful. Madam. Seeing Li Ro, the young girl was shocked. Madam, it's not what you think. Young master? Young master was just teaching me how to identify acupuncture points. The young girl hurriedly explained. Identify acupuncture points? Chapter 10. A month's time quickly passed. Today was the day of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Jie. Early in the morning, in a clean and tidy room, Duan Lingtian stood up from the bathtub and slowly walked out. He had finished the last portion of 7 Treasures body tempering liquid. Lightly shaking his sore and numb body and feeling the power contained in it, Duan Lingtian's mouth revealed a faint smile. This month's hard work was not in vain. After a month of hard work, the childishness on Duan Lingtian's handsome face had faded a little. After a long period of body tempering, Duan Lingtian's body had become strong and sturdy. He was wearing a dark purple tight-fitting shirt that accentuated his perfect physique. Compared to the sickly person who had not completed body tempering and became a martial artist a month ago, it was as if he was a completely different person. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door. Young master, are you awake? A melodious voice like that of an oriole caused Duan Lingtian's calm face to show a trace of gentleness. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out from behind the screen and slowly walked to the door. He reached out and opened it. As the door was opened, the soft and warm sunlight poured in and shone on Duan Lingtian's body, making him feel warm. Outside the door, a slender and elegant young girl and Duan Lingtian looked at each other and lowered their heads in panic. Their faces were slightly flushed. The young girl was wearing a light green robe today, which perfectly accentuated her delicate body that was beginning to take shape. A pair of budding flower buds unknowingly released the temptation of youth. A light blue belt was tied around her slim waist, and it fluttered in the wind. Looking at the young girl outside the door, Duan Lingtian was absent-minded for a moment. You're up so early." Coming back to his senses, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He sighed in his heart. After a month of body tempering, the young girl's figure was getting hotter and hotter. When Duan Lingtian looked the young girl up and down, the young girl's face was so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. "Young master, Madam said she would go first and asked me to wake you up. I didn't expect young master to be up so early." The young girl blinked her autumn eyes, her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, and lightly nodded her head. The young girl's words made Duan Lingtian smile bitterly. Mother really thought that he was still the guy who liked to sleep in? You broke through to the second layer of body tempering stage. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl. He found out that she had a breakthrough. "It's all thanks to the medicinal liquid that young master concocted for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly." The young girl's autumn eyes moved slightly, her eyebrows slightly raised, and lightly nodded her delicate chin. The corner of her mouth held a touching smile. "The medicinal liquid is only secondary. The most important thing is that has good talent. It seems that Han Bing's God Sword technique is very suitable for you. You're practicing a sword cultivation method, so you must have a sword. I'll take you out in the afternoon and buy you a sword." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Young master, didn't you say that the body tempering stage of Han Bing's God Sword technique didn't have a matching sword skill?" The young girl blinked her autumn eyes. "Young master will teach you another sword skill first. Do you want to learn?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Yes." The young girl hurriedly nodded, as if she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words. Let's go." Walking out of the room, he closed the door behind him and naturally reached out his hand to hold the young girl's soft little hand. His movements were smooth as flowing water, as if he had practiced it countless times. Let's not make Madam wait for too long." The young girl had a happy smile on her face. Her little hand slightly squeezed the young man's hand. The golden boy and girl held hands as they walked out of the courtyard and towards the Li family's martial arts practice field. Along the way, they attracted many envious and jealous gazes. Some of the Li family's youths looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were about to spit fire. They wanted nothing more than to push Duan Lingtian away and take his place. There were also some young girls who looked at who was as beautiful as a fairy, with jealousy. The Li family's martial arts practice field was a huge limestone field. The field was slightly higher, so there was currently a stream of people. These people were all members of the Li family. When they gathered together, it was like a pot of boiling water. It's just a battle between two youths, but almost all of the family's elders have come. What a big lineup. That's right. Even the elders in charge of managing the family market in Fresh Breeze Town have come. Today's lineup is comparable to a coming-of-age ceremony. In my opinion, it's mainly because the 7th elder invited the patriarch and 1st elder to be the witnesses for today's battle. Since the patriarch and 1st elder are both here, it wouldn't be good for the elders not to come. On the high platform in front of the martial arts practice field, there were several tables and chairs. There were already many people sitting there, enjoying the fragrant tea on the table. These people were the upper echelons of the Li family. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, sat in the center. Aside from the empty seat beside him, all the other seats were filled. Behind these Li family elders, more or less, stood some young men and women. As the Li family's 9th elder, Li Ro sat at the very edge. Her expression was calm, as if even if empty Tai collapsed in front of her, her expression wouldn't change. Ninth Elder, you're very calm. Seventh Elder Li Kuan and Li Ro were separated by the Eighth Elder. He tilted his head and glanced at Li Ro, smiling faintly. He looked as if victory was already in his grasp. However, Li Ro didn't seem to have heard his words. She simply ignored him. The Eighth Elder couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. Li Kuan was so angry that he laughed. He wanted to see how long this Li Ro could pretend. Today, his eldest son, Li Jie, would definitely cripple Duan Ling Tian and take revenge for his youngest son, who was unable to recover from the setback. First Elder! First Elder! At this moment, the crowd in the distance parted. Accompanied by waves of awe and respect, an old figure stepped forward and walked onto the high platform. It was the Li family's first elder, Li Hua. First Elder! All the Li family elders, including Patriarch Li Nanfeng, stood up and respectfully saluted the old man. This old man wasn't just the most powerful existence in the Li family, he was also a grade 9 alchemist with a lofty status. On Cloud Continent, only graded alchemists could be considered true alchemists. To become an alchemist, one had to meet extremely strict requirements. It could be said that out of 1,000 core formation martial artists, there might not even be one who could become an alchemist. Each of the 3 major families of Fresh Breeze Town had a grade 9 alchemist. Only the Li family's alchemist was one of their own. The other 2 families' alchemists were all invited back by them at great expense and could leave at any time. The old man lightly nodded and sat beside Patriarch Li Nanfeng. He closed his eyes and rested. Little Jie, since the first elder is here, you can go first. Seventh Elder Li Kuan said. Li Jie, who had been standing behind him, nodded and walked into the spacious martial arts practice field. Even the first elder is here, and Li Jie is going up as well. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? This Duan Ling Tian is really arrogant. Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? The Li family disciples around the martial arts practice field were all discussing. Some of them even snorted at Duan Ling Tian. Ninth Elder, even the first elder is here. Why isn't your son Duan Ling Tian here yet? Could it be that he doesn't dare to come? On the high platform, Seventh Elder Li Kuan deliberately asked in a loud voice. Seventh Elder, don't worry. Since my son agreed, he will naturally come. Li Ro lightly snorted. Ninth Elder, I think that today's battle is completely unnecessary. Why don't you just admit defeat on behalf of your son? Otherwise, your son will be injured and your relationship with the Seventh Elder will be damaged. Sixth Elder Li Ping, a middle-aged man with a knife scar on his face, who had always had a good relationship with Li Kuan, lightly said. Sixth Elder, according to what you said, you think Li Jie will definitely win? Fifth Elder Li Ting couldn't help but ask. This is a publicly acknowledged fact. Li Ping smiled. Then I'll make a bet with Sixth Elder. If Li Jie wins, I'll give you 500 silver. But if Duan Ling Tian wins, you'll also give me 500 silver. What do you think? Li Ting looked deeply at Li Ping and slowly said, the Li family's elder's monthly salary was only a dozen or so silver. Li Ting took out several years' worth of salary in one go to bet. The Li family's upper echelons, including Patriarch Li Nanfeng, all looked at Li Ting in surprise. They didn't expect him to have such confidence in Duan Ling Tian. Even First Elder Li Hua opened his eyes and looked deeply at Li Ting. Hearing Li Ting's words, Li Ping's eyes lit up. He was originally a gambler who was addicted to gambling. In his opinion, Li Ting was giving him money. However, he couldn't take out 500 silver now. Almost all of his money had been thrown into the gambling house. What's wrong, Sixth Elder? Are you afraid? Seeing Li Ping's silence, Li Ting smiled. Li Ping's face flushed red. He tilted his head and looked at Seventh Elder Li Kuan. Sixth Elder, I'll lend you 500 silver. In addition, I'll take out another 500 silver to bet with Fifth Elder. Fifth Elder, are you willing to play along? Li Kuan saw Li Ping's dilemma and looked at Li Ting with burning eyes. Li Ting frowned. Although 500 taels of silver was only his offerings for a few years, After adding in his daily expenses, he only had about 800 taels of silver left in his hands over the years. Li Kuan was able to save up 1,000 silver. Among the Li family's elders, he was considered rich. Chapter 11. With 5th Elder Li Ting's current situation, even though Li Ro wanted to help him, there was nothing she could do. All these years, all the money she had was used to buy medicinal herbs to strengthen her son's physique. In addition to the medicinal herbs for the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, she was only left with a little over 100 silver taels. What's wrong, 5th Elder? You don't dare to bet with me and the 7th Elder? 6th Elder Li Ping smiled, looking like a villain intoxicated by success. Just as Li Ting was about to borrow money from the other elders. 7th Elder, I'll bet with you for your 500 silver taels. A voice came from afar. Accompanying this voice was a young man and a young woman who looked like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. They held hands and walked over side by side. The one who spoke was the young man. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was incomparably handsome and elegant. It was Duan Ling Tian. 9th Elder, you've spent a lot of money on your son over the years. Don't tell me you still have 500 silver taels in savings? 7th Elder Li Kuan smiled mockingly and looked deeply at Li Ro. Li Ro's delicate eyebrows slightly wrinkled as she lightly sighed in her heart. This child, did he really think she still had 500 silver taels in her hands? Greetings to Patriarch, 1st Elder, and all the other elders. Duan Ling Tian held Ker's hand and walked up the high platform. He slightly bowed to the Li family's upper echelons. Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian in astonishment. The last time he saw Duan Ling Tian was more than a month ago. At that time, 9th Elder Li Ro flew into a rage and punished 7th Elder Li Kuan's son, Li Exen. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was just a sickly person. But the current Duan Ling Tian was a completely different person from the Duan Ling Tian of the past. 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Duan Ling Tian, you actually broke through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. When Li Nanfeng subconsciously probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, his pupils shrank and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Nanfeng's exclamation was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. At this moment, everyone on the high platform shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. Soon, apart from Li Ro and Li Ting, everyone else was in disbelief. If I remember correctly, he wasn't even a martial artist when he was seriously injured by Li Xin a month ago. This Duan Ling Tian only used a month's time to go from an ordinary person to completing body tempering realm, and then to the 3rd layer body tempering realm. Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. He really is at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. It seems that he should have obtained some fortuitous encounters. Most of the elders, including 7th Elder Li Kuan, were dumbstruck. The scene before their eyes caused them to be unable to react for a long time. Grand Elder Li Hua looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. It was rare that he didn't close his eyes to rest. Li Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Duan Ling Tian breaking through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage was completely out of his expectations. However, when he thought of the huge gap between the 3rd and 4th level of the body tempering stage, he understood. In his opinion, to his son Li Jia, whether Duan Ling Tian was at the 2nd or 3rd level of the body tempering stage, there wasn't much of a difference. Duan Ling Tian, you said earlier that you wanted to bet 500 silver taels with me? Li Kuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded. But according to what I know, 9th Elder has spent a lot of silver on you these past few years. I'm afraid that your family's savings won't be able to gather 500 silver taels, right? Li Kuan replied with a question. His expression revealed a sense of complacency as he waited for Duan Ling Tian to be defeated. That's right, my family won't be able to gather 500 silver taels. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He knew a little about his family's situation. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to swindle Li Kuan out of his 500 silver taels. Duan Ling Tian, I, the 6th Elder, and the 5th Elder are betting with real money, and we have to hand the wager over to the patriarch so that the patriarch can bear witness. If you want to gain something without risking anything, then you're wrong. Li Kuan smiled. Who said I want to gain something without risking anything? Do you think I'm like you? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Kuan with disdain. Ignoring Li Kuan's burning eyes, he let go of the girl's hand and said softly, Go to my mother. The girl nodded obediently and stood beside Li Ro. Ninth elder, you're so lucky. Several of the Li family elders looked at the girl and congratulated Li Ro one after another. They could see that with the girl's looks, when she grows up in the future, she will definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. She won't lose out to Li Ro. Li Ro responded to the elders' congratulations with a smile. The young girl standing beside her had long since turned red from embarrassment. What does Tian'er want to do? Seeing her son arguing with 7th elder Li Kuan, a trace of doubt flashed through Li Ro's eyes. She was becoming more and more unable to see through this son of hers. Then I'd like to see how you, Duan Lingtian, will take out 500 taels of silver today. If I'm not wrong, even 5th elder may not be able to take out another 500 taels of silver now. Li Kuan looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Just as Li Ting was about to take out his remaining 300 taels of silver, Duan Lingtian's following words interrupted him and stunned him. 7th elder, don't worry, I don't intend to borrow from 5th elder. As he spoke, Duan Lingdan walked in front of 1st elder Li Hua under the incredulous gazes of the Li family elders. 1st elder, I see that you usually have to cultivate and refine medicine at the same time. I'm afraid you've left behind many hidden injuries. How about this? I'll give you a massage and you'll pay me 500 taels of silver as compensation. How about that? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua and smiled faintly. Don't mess around. Li Ro's expression changed. In the Li family, 1st elder's status was even higher than the patriarch's. Seeing her son display his slight skill in front of 1st elder made her both angry and anxious. Hidden injuries? 1st elder was a level 9 alchemist. If he really had any hidden injuries, he would have long treated them himself. Just as all of the Li family elders, including the patriarch Li Nanfeng, thought that 1st elder Li Hua was about to explode in rage. You want 500 taels of silver just to give me a massage? You're really asking for an exorbitant price. Li Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and smiled faintly. 1st elder, how about this? I'll give you a massage first. After we're done, you can give me as much as you think it's worth. How about it? Duan Lingtian didn't think much of Li Hua's words. It had to be said that Li Hua's interest was really piqued when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sure. I'm curious about what abilities you have. The reason why he agreed was because of the changes that happened to Duan Lingtian's body in the past month. Going from an ordinary person to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage in a month's time was simply inconceivable. As a level 9 alchemist, he understood in his heart. Even if an ordinary person consumed countless precious body tempering pills, it was still impossible to transform into a martial artist at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage in a short month. The current Duan Lingtian revealed all sorts of mysteries. Moreover, he did indeed have a hidden injury that had troubled him for many years, so he wanted to give it a try. Seeing Duan Lingtian standing behind Li Hua and raising his hands to press on 1st elder Li Hua's shoulders, most of the Li family elders had a strange expression on their faces. They all felt that the 9th elder's son was daydreaming. If they could get 500 silver just by casually massaging someone, they might as well quit being elders and become full-time masseuses. Seeing this scene, the corners of Li Kuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Disregarding seniority and toying with the 1st elder. Not to mention the 1st elder being enraged, even in the Li family, this was not a small crime. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was going to be out of luck. On the martial arts practice field, Li Jie and the surrounding Li family disciples couldn't hear what was said on the high platform, so they didn't know what was going on. Seeing Duan Lingtian standing behind the 1st elder and about to give him a massage, they almost fainted on the spot. What was this Duan Lingtian doing? Did he think that by giving the 1st elder a massage and pleasing him, the 1st elder would give him the power to defeat Li Jie? *CK. What is this Duan Lingtian doing? He's already here, but he's still not going down. He's busy flattering the first elder because he's worried that Li Jie will beat him up too badly. Is he hoping that the first elder will stop Li Jie from hurting him? I think that's the only possibility. Duan Lingtian's actions infuriated the crowd. First elder, please don't circulate your elemental energy while I'm giving you a massage. Duan Lingtian said to Li Hua as he squeezed Li Hua's shoulders. At this moment, a memory flashed through his mind. This memory belonged to the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It was a miraculous massage technique that was used to treat a common sequelae in low-level alchemists. When Duan Lingtian first saw Li Hua, he could tell that he also suffered from this sequelae from the slightly darkened space between his eyebrows. This sequelae usually only appeared in low-level alchemists who had to rely on themselves to learn the art of alchemy. Usually, the sequelae wouldn't cause any discomfort, but when alchemists circulated their elemental energy, they would more or less feel a sharp pain in their body. Sometimes, it would even hurt so much that they would rather die. All of this was what Duan Lingtian had learned from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories. The reincarnation Emperor Wu himself was a powerful alchemist who had studied the art of alchemy to perfection. There was nothing he couldn't do. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's hands, which were massaging Li Hua's shoulders, moved faster and faster. Li Hua's face, which had been calm at the beginning, also began to tremble a little. When he got over it, he clenched his teeth even tighter. His face was sinister, as if he was enduring an enormous amount of pain. The group of Li family's higher-ups on the high platform only felt a chill run down their spines. How much pain must it be to make the powerful great elder reveal such a look? After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally stopped, drenched in sweat. Phew! At this moment, Li Hua opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes, which were as resplendent as the stars. It was as if he had become 10 years younger in an instant. The freely circulating elemental energy in his body made him feel unprecedentedly comfortable. In the past, whenever he circulated his elemental energy, he would trigger the hidden injuries. At this moment, it seemed as if they had completely disappeared. Great Elder, I still need to give you 2 more massages in order to completely eradicate the hidden injuries in your body. What do you think now, Great Elder? How much silver should you give me as a reward? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Li Hua laughed heartily and straightforwardly fished out a handful of banknotes from his bosom. Chapter 12. 1,000 taels per massage. That's 3,000 taels. Even though Duan Lingtian knew that alchemists made a lot of money, he didn't expect it to be this lucrative. Their Li family's head elder is only a level 9 alchemist. He can take out 3,000 taels of silver without batting an eyelid. My mother is an elder of the Li family, but she only receives a dozen taels of silver every month. The difference is too big. He sighed in his heart. Seeing Duan Lingtian take the 1,000 taels of silver, the Li family's upper echelons on the stage were stunned. Especially 7th elder Li Kuan, who wanted to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. The sneer on his face completely froze. Everything in front of him made him feel like he was dreaming. This Duan Lingtian, he only massaged head elder for a while and he received 1,000 taels of silver? Head elder, I also know how to massage, my wife even praised me for it. How about I massage you for 2 hours and you give me 1,000 taels? 6th elder Li Ping's eyes lit up as if he had found a source of wealth. He stared at head elder Li Hua. Li Hua snorted, completely ignoring Li Ping. Then he raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. Little guy, where did you learn such a marvelous massage technique? I feel that the hidden illness that has been accumulating in my body for many years has been suppressed by you. If you massage me a few more times, it will be completely eradicated. Li Hua asked curiously. Head elder, I just happened to see it in a medical book. Duan Lingtian smiled slightly. Li Hua looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Of course he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's nonsense, but he didn't ask any more questions. With Duan Lingtian's current attitude, it was obvious that he didn't want to talk about it. Hidden illness? The remaining Li family's upper echelons were all dumbfounded. They still remembered that before Duan Lingtian massaged head elder, he mentioned a hidden illness. They were curious. How did Duan Lingtian know that the great elder had an unmentionable illness? More importantly, he actually knew the massage technique to treat the great elder's unmentionable illness. Li Ro looked at his son, and the doubt in his eyes deepened. The young girl standing beside her looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. She was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's methods at all. In her heart, her young master was omnipotent. Seventh Elder, can I bet with you now? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Kuan. Duan Lingen, if you want to give me money, of course I won't refuse. Li Kuan narrowed his eyes and snorted. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded and handed half of the banknotes to Patriarch Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, this is the wager between me and the seventh elder. Please take care of it and be the witness. Li Nanfeng took the 500 taels of banknotes and nodded. Patriarch, this is the wager between me and the sixth elder. Fifth elder Li Ting also took out 500 taels of banknotes and handed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, this is the wager between me and the sixth elder. Li Kuan also took out 1,000 taels of banknotes. Let's begin. Li Nanfeng put away the banknotes and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian gave the remaining 500 taels of banknotes to his mother Li Ro. He nodded and walked down the field to face Li Jie, who had been waiting for a long time. The Li family members around the field stared at the two of them. It was finally about to begin. Duan Lingtian, you haven't come down yet. Are you afraid? Li Jie sneered. Afraid? You're overestimating yourself. Li Jie, you have to give it your all in today's battle. If you lose, your family will go bankrupt. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Li Jie's face darkened. He didn't know about the wager on the stage. You'll know after today. Duan Lingtian's smile widened. In Li Jie's eyes, it was an eyesore. Li Jie's face darkened. The muscles on his body bulged and his clothes swelled. In an instant, Li Jie stomped on the ground and dashed towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had turned into a cheetah running at full speed. Duan Lingtian, you crippled my brother's arm. Today, I'll make you pay 10 times the price. Li Jie rushed in front of Duan Lingtian and roared. Li Jie clenched his hands into palms and executed a mid-tier yellow-level martial skill. He slammed them towards Duan Lingtian. Falling Leaf Palm. Seventh Elder, Li Jie was able to cultivate the Falling Leaf Palm to mastery when he was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage. His talent is really amazing. When I was young, I also cultivated the Falling Leaf Palm. I only managed to cultivate it to mastery when I was at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to Li Jie. 7th Elder is really lucky. Yeah, 7th Elder has a good son. I'm really envious. On the stage, Li Kuan smiled faintly as he heard the praises of the elders. He felt a little smug. At what martial skill is Duan Lingtian executing? Suddenly, Patriarch Li Nanfeng's voice sounded out. Everyone's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. They saw Duan Lingtian's body leaning forward in a horse stance. It was as if he had transformed into a powerful bow, unmoving like a mountain. In that instant, he made his move as he faced Li Jie's Falling Leaves Palm. Quiet like a virgin, move like a mad rabbit. These words were very suitable to describe Duan Lingtian. Facing Li Jie's Falling Leaf Palm, Duan Lingtian was not the slightest bit afraid and directly faced it head-on. He swung his right fist like a cannonball, exploding towards Li Jie's palm. But when the fist and palm collided, Li Jie's body slightly trembled as he stood still. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was pushed back a few steps by Li Jie. A trace of redness appeared on his face. On the stage, seeing Duan Lingtian being pushed back, Li Ro's face was filled with worry. The young girl beside her was also nervously clenching her fists. On the other hand, Li Kuan's face was filled with pride. In his opinion, a 4th level of the body tempering stage versus a 3rd level of the body tempering stage was a one-sided suppression without any suspense. 5th Elder, thank you for the banknotes. Sixth elder Li Ping looked towards Li Ting, extremely pleased with himself. It was as if Li Ting's 500 taels of silver had already become his. As expected of a fourth level of the body tempering stage. In a direct confrontation, my strength is still a bit lacking. On the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back, had a thought. Perhaps, glancing at the ring on his hand, Duan Lingtian's mouth held a trace of a smile. This was his trump card. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you actually broke through to the third level of the body tempering stage. However, even so, you are still no match for me. Today, I will take revenge for my brother and completely cripple you. I will make you lie in bed for the rest of your life and spend the rest of your life in endless pain and regret. Li Jie used a condescending gaze to look down at Duan Lingtian as he spoke fiercely. Duan Lingtian's face darkened as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Li Jie to be so vicious. Previously, when Li Xian provoked him, he was already merciful when he crippled Li Xian's arm. Otherwise, Li Xian's end would be the same as Fang Jian's subordinate. Today, even though Li Jie's strength was greater than his, he was still confident that he could defeat Li Jie with the inscription pattern on his ring. Originally, seeing that they were both members of the Li family, he only planned to cripple one of Li Jie's arms as a punishment, but now, it seemed that he was too lenient. You want me to lie in bed for the rest of my life? Li Jie, you better remember what you said now. Don't regret it. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Jie and suddenly laughed. Regret? Li Jie, have never known what regret is. Li Jie disdainfully sneered. His legs trembled and his entire body seemed to transform into a fierce tiger as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. The mastery stage falling leaves palm once again struck towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and bent his upper body backwards, once again bending into the shape of a bow. Along with the movement of his body, he threw out his right fist with all the strength in his body towards Li Jie's falling leaves palm, cannon fist. One of the 5-element fists of Xing Yi, it was like a cannon but not a cannon. When the fist was thrown out, it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! Fist and palm collided once again. Duan Lingtian's heart moved slightly. The power of the inscription pattern on the ring flowed out and entered Li Jie's body. In an instant, Li Jie's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying. Boom! Duan Lingtian's cannon fist smashed towards Li Jie while his body trembled and the power of the falling leaves palm dissipated. Crack! It directly broke Li Jie's arm bone. The ear-piercing sound of bone breaking accompanied by Li Jie's shrill screams entered the ears of everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Just as everyone was wondering why Li Jie, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, was suddenly crushed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and caught up with the falling Li Jie. With a kick, he sent Li Jie's body flying more than 3 meters into the air. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian stood still in the same spot. He bent his legs and suddenly squatted down. Li Jie, who was thrown into the air, had a deathly pale face and cold sweat trickled down his back. When his body started to fall, he turned his head to look at Duan Lingtian's current actions and instantly understood Duan Lingtian's plan. Father, save me! A bone-piercing chill rose in Li Jie's heart as he cried out in alarm. His body was unable to move freely in the air, and his 4th-level body tempering stage strength was nowhere to be found. Duan Lingtian instantly straightened his legs and used the force of his feet to leap into the air. His 2 unstoppable fists were like cannonballs soaring into the sky as they flew towards the rapidly falling Li Jie. No! On the high platform, Li Kun heard his son's cry of despair and finally reacted. With a shout, he left his seat and rushed down the martial arts practice field. He wanted to save his son. Chapter 13. Duan Lingtian flew into the air, his eyes cold. As Li Jie's body fell, he punched Li Jie's back, right in the middle of his spine. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bones cracking could be heard. In an instant, Li Jie's body was sent flying into the air again. His head shook, and his shrill cries stopped abruptly as he fainted. Boom! Duan Lingtian used the recoil to land steadily. He raised his right arm and caught Li Jie's falling body. Right now, he was like an undefeatable god of war. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a warm smile. He had finally won, all thanks to the paralysis inscription on his ring. The paralysis inscription was the inscription Duan Lingtian had prepared a month ago. Once it was released, it could cause the target's body to be paralyzed instantly, causing their accumulated strength to dissipate. This was how Li Jie lost to Duan Lingtian. Around the arena, all the Li family members were stunned, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Everything that happened in front of them was unbelievable. Seeing 7th Elder Li Kun fly over angrily, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. Exerting force, he threw Li Jie's body towards Li Kun. Duan Lingtian. Li Kun caught Li Jie, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Only when Li Ro came to Duan Lingtian's side did he withdraw his gaze. Tian, are you all right? Li Ro took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Duan Lingtian's forehead, her face filled with worry. Mother, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he smiled and shook his head. He was fine, but someone else wasn't. Great Elder. Suddenly, Li Kun let out a sorrowful cry. He turned around and carried Li Jie as he rushed up the stage to meet the Li family's higher-ups who were coming down from the stage. Among the upper echelons of the Li family, 6th Elder Li Ting's expression was the most unsightly, while 5th Elder Li Ting was elated. Grand Elder Li Hua's face darkened as he examined Li Jie's injuries. Little brat, Li Jie's spine is almost completely shattered. Even a 7th grade gold injury pill won't be able to save him. Aren't you being a little too harsh? Li Jie's life has been completely ruined by you. Li Hua raised his head to look at Li Ro and her son who were walking over. His gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a deep voice. Li Jie was the young genius of the Li family. The Li family had high expectations for him. Now that he had died, it was undoubtedly a great loss to the Li family. What? Hearing Grand Elder Li Hua's words, Li Kun's expression changed greatly. His body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He didn't expect that his son would be injured so severely by Duan Lingtian. His spine was almost completely shattered? Even a 7th grade gold injury pill won't be able to save him? I want you dead. Li Kun roared. His figure flashed as he madly charged towards Duan Lingtian. He attacked in anger. Above his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Li Ro, who had always been on guard against Li Kun, had 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear above her head. She repelled Li Kun in one move. Li Kun, if you dare attack my son again, I'll definitely kill you. The cold voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Li Ro. Li Kun's face was ashen. Even though he was extremely angry, he didn't dare to doubt Li Ro's words. Grand Elder, you must seek justice for my son. Li Kun looked at Grand Elder Li Hua and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said in a mournful voice. His youngest son Li Xian's right arm was crippled. His future was bleak. In Li Kun's heart, he had long placed all his hopes on his eldest son. But now, Li Jie's spine was almost completely shattered. He was destined to spend the rest of his life lying in bed. At this moment he only felt his vision go black. The sun and moon were dim, as if the sky was about to collapse. Li Kun, the family has rules. When the family members challenge each other, other than the prohibition of life and death, there are no other restrictions. The intention is to allow the family members to fight freely. When martial artists fight, fists and feet have no eyes. Injuries are inevitable. Today, it is your son who is lying here. If my son was lying here, would you still let the great elder blame your son? Li Ro snorted coldly. She was so angry that she laughed. 9th Elder, your words are a little unreasonable. Your son, Duan Lingtian, has already broken one of Li Jie's arms. Victory was in sight, but he didn't stop. Instead, he chased after Li Jie and crippled him. In my opinion, he did this on purpose. This goes against the spirit of unity and friendship between our Li family disciples. Sixth Elder Li Ping's eyes flashed as he coldly said, Sixth Elder, your words are incorrect. After Duan Lingtian broke Li Jie's arm, Li Jie could have admitted defeat, but he didn't. He must have felt that he still had the strength to fight and hope to defeat Duan Lingtian. Also, don't forget, Duan Lingtian is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Even if he lost an arm, it would still be dangerous. If he didn't pursue and attack, Li Jie would have found an opportunity to counterattack. That would have been a huge loss. Fifth Elder Li Ting lightly said. His words were well-grounded, causing Li Ping's face to darken. He couldn't refute. All right, let's stop arguing. In the afternoon, the family will hold an emergency meeting regarding this matter. We will discuss it then. The most important thing now is to let Li Jie go back and recuperate. Seventh Elder, take Li Jie back. Patriarch Li Nanfeng frowned. Yes, Patriarch. Li Kuan slowly stood up. With a gloomy face, he grabbed Li Jie by the waist and lifted him up. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he fiercely glanced at Duan Lingtian before leaving. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He didn't take it to heart. He didn't feel guilty at all for what happened today. Not to mention that he was a cold-blooded mercenary who had walked out of a hail of bullets in his previous life. If it was in his previous life, Li Jie wouldn't have survived the harsh words Li Jie had said to him. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy. If you want me to lie in bed for the rest of my life, then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. The Li family's upper echelons in the martial arts practice field dispersed. However, when they left, they looked at Duan Lingtian with unfriendly gazes. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was only a member of the family with a different surname. As for Li Jie, he was the Li family's young genius and the future pillar of the Li family. Regarding this matter, they would more or less side with Li Jie. The Li family members surrounding the martial arts practice field also gradually dispersed. What happened today made them both shocked and speechless. Li Jie, their Li family's young genius and the strongest person in the Li family's 4th level of body tempering stage, actually lost at the hands of a 3rd level body tempering stage disciple with a different surname. Shameful, this was too shameful. I used to think that Li Jie was very strong, but I didn't think that he would be so weak. Duan Lingtian is only at the 3rd level of body tempering stage, yet he can defeat Li Jie. When he reaches the 9th level of body tempering stage, who under the core formation stage will be his match? I really don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Duan Lingtian had. In just a short month, he has transformed into such a shocking person. The Li family members' conversation quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was originally a nobody, suddenly became the hot topic of discussion in the Li family. As the Li family members left one by one, only 4 people remained in the large martial arts practice field. Duan Lington, Li Ro, Ke, and 5th Elder Li Ting. Mom, what's wrong? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that his mother, Li Ro, had an ugly expression on her face. You brat, you're really young and frivolous. You're happy that you crippled Li Jie, but you didn't think about the consequences. Li Jie is the family's young genius after all, and the family has high hopes for him. The family meeting in the afternoon is said to be to discuss today's matter, but it's actually to discuss how to punish you. Tell me, how can your mom not worry about you? Li Ting shook his head and sighed. In his view, Duan Lingtian was like a newborn calf that didn't fear a tiger, daring to do anything. First Elder still has a favor to ask of me. With his status in the Li family, as long as he supports me, the others will have to give him some face no matter what, right? Duan Lingtian said with an indifferent expression. You're wrong to think that way. First Elder has always kept his public and private interests separate. This is also the reason why everyone in the Li family respects him from the bottom of their hearts. His status as a 9th-grade alchemist isn't enough to make everyone respect him. Li Ting shook his head. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that his trump card would be wasted like this. When they returned home, Li Ro's expression had softened, but it was still mixed with worry. The young girl remained silent, not daring to speak for fear of disturbing her mother. Mom, don't worry. I have a plan. Nothing will happen. Duan Lingtian, who had been thinking the entire way, grinned upon returning to the courtyard. What plan do you have? Li Ro obviously didn't believe him. Mom, aren't you worried that the Li family elders will side with Li Jie and then punish me? Don't worry, I have a plan to make them side with me. Duan Lingtan smiled mysteriously, full of confidence. The plan? Li Ro was curious. The young girl beside her also looked over expectantly. I'm going to work first. I'll tell you before lunch. After saying this, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and went to work. The two girls looked at each other helplessly. Kerr, do you know what Tiana's plan is? Li Ro asked the young girl. Kerr doesn't know either. The young girl shook her head lightly. That brat is becoming more and more mysterious recently. Li Ro's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled helplessly. After lunch, Duan Lingtian asked for 100 taels of silver and 30 taels of silver from his mother Li Ro before leaving the Li family residence with the young girl. Many of the Li family members who saw this scene were speechless. Duan Lingtian still has the mood to go shopping at a time like this? Is he worried that the family will punish him after the family meeting and is preparing to run away? Are you kidding? He is the son of the 9th elder. He can run away, but the temple can't. Where can he run to? Awesome! After today's family meeting, if he is fine, I will definitely make him my idol and acknowledge him as my boss. Chapter 14. Kerr, what kind of sword do you want? Walking out of the Li family mansion, Duan Lingtian smiled and asked the girl beside him. The main reason he came out this time was to buy a sword for the girl. The girl practiced the Hanbing God's sword technique, a sword cultivation method. Although this Hanbing God's sword technique required one to reach the core condensation stage to have a matching sword skill, Duan Lingtian still planned to let the girl learn and familiarize herself with the sword as soon as possible. The sword was the ancestor of all weapons. A qualified sword cultivator could only display the full power of the sword if they understood the sword. Kerr can't say for sure. Young master, you can help me choose. The girl lightly shook her head. Duan Lingtian nodded. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the people in the Li family market, he held the girl's delicate hand and walked into the Li family weapon shop. Young Master Tian. As soon as they entered the Li family's weapon store, a young man walked forward and welcomed Duan Lingtian and the young girl in. His tone contained a sense of humility and respect. You know me? Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. Young Master Tian, I am a branch descendant of the Li family. I took half a day off this morning to specially go back to the family to watch the battle between you and Li Jie. Young Master Tian is really strong, even Li Jie is not your match. The young man smiled. It was just a fluke. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I want to buy a good sword. Do you have any recommendations? Duan Lingtian explained his intentions. Young Master Tian, is it for you? The young man smiled and asked. No, this sword is for my family's Kerr. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When she heard Duan Lingtian say that she belonged to his family, the young girl's shapely eyebrows raised slightly. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and a slight blush appeared on her beautiful face. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it would break with a flick of a finger. Young Master Tin, this way please. The young man only glanced at the girl before retracting his gaze, afraid of angering the youth beside her. Then, he led the pair of golden boy and jade girl to the weapon rack at the side. The weapon rack was filled with all kinds of swords. Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, could tell the advantages and disadvantages of these swords at a glance. Finally, his gaze landed on a sword forged from a purple material. This was a small and exquisite dagger. The reason why he took a fancy to it was not because of its gorgeous appearance, but because of its material, purple meteoric iron. Purple meteoric iron, once refined by a weapon refiner, could be refined into an extremely rare weapon refining material, purple meteoric. One tael of purple meteorite was worth thousands of gold coins, and this short sword could at least produce 7 or 8 taels of purple meteorite. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened slightly. Young Master Tian, this is a sword forged from purple Oregon. It is extremely tough and is only inferior to a steel sword. The young man introduced. Only inferior to a fine steel sword? Duan Lingtian snickered inwardly. He didn't expect that the Li family's weapon shop would mistake purple meteoric iron for purple Oregon. Purple meteoric iron's appearance was indeed similar to purple ore, but the value of the two was worlds apart. Moreover, this short sword forged from purple meteoric iron, if infused with elemental energy, could cut through hundreds of fine steel swords without the slightest damage. It was truly a pearl covered in dust. Soon, Duan Lingtian was relieved. Perhaps a weapon refiner with some common sense would be able to recognize the purple meteoric iron refined from purple meteoric iron. But even a graded weapon refiner with poor eyesight would find it difficult to recognize the purple meteoric iron, let alone the blacksmiths of the Li family's weapon shop. How much is this sword? Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm as he asked. 200 taels of silver. The young man said and then added, Young Master Tian, you're not an outsider, so I'll be frank with you. Apart from its appearance, this sword can't compare to a fine steel sword at all. The fine steel sword is a standard 1-meter-long blade, capable of cutting through iron like mud, and is twice as long as this sword. It's only 180 taels of silver. Kerr, do you like it? Duan Lingtian asked the young girl beside him. Young master, it's too expensive. The young girl's gaze had long been attracted by this gorgeous and exquisite purple short sword. Hearing the young man's price, she was shocked. Duan Lingtian laughed inwardly. If this little girl knew the value of the purple meteoric iron refined from purple meteoric iron, she would definitely not think this way. I'll take this short sword, but I only brought 100 taels with me. How about this? Bring another fine steel sword back to the Li family in the afternoon and I'll pay you the remaining 280 taels of silver. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man. Of course. The young man hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian was the son of the 9th elder of the Li family, so he wasn't afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Kerr, this is your first sword, so you must take good care of it. As a swordsman, the most important thing is to cherish the sword as if it were your own life. As for the fallacious logic of where the sword lives, the person lives, and where the sword dies, the person dies, you don't need to pay attention to it. Taking the purple short sword from the young man, Duan Lingtian casually handed it to the young girl. Yes, young master. The young girl took the short sword from Duan Lingtian's hands and couldn't bear to part with it. Her beautiful face was filled with a blissful smile. After leaving the Li family's weapons shop, Duan Lingtian took the young girl to walk around the market. After buying some small accessories for the young girl, he returned to the Li family's mansion. At the entrance to the Li family's mansion, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to glance behind him. In the distance, a figure turned tail and ran like a thief. Young master, what's wrong? The young girl asked. Nothing, let's go in. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had noticed this person a long time ago and had been following him from the Fong family's market from a distance. As he held the young girl's hand and led her into the Li family's mansion, a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. At this time, mother should be attending a family meeting in the spacious Li family's main hall. All of the Li family's elders, except for Patriarch Li Nanfeng and First Elder Li Hua, had gathered together. Even 7th Elder Li Kuan, whose son had been crippled, had come. Li Kuan's fierce gaze never left a young girl as beautiful as a flower. It was 9th Elder Li Ro. Elders, today's emergency meeting was called to discuss the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling Li Jie this morning. What are your thoughts on this matter? Family head Li Nanfeng asked straightforwardly. All of the elders' eyes fell on First Elder Li Hua. Since First Elder didn't say anything, they didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. I think that Duan Lingtian should be punished. He's so young but his methods are so ruthless. If we don't guide him, Who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause in the future? Li Hua said. Great Elder is indeed selfless. Sixth Elder Li Ting quickly flattered First Elder, not forgetting to look at Fifth Elder Li Ting with pride. This morning, after Duan Lingtian crippled Li Jie's arm, not only did he not stop, he even went further and shattered Li Jie's spine, making Li Jie a complete cripple. Li Jie is a genius that our Li family has focused on cultivating. Duan Lingtian's actions have caused our Li family to suffer a great loss. I also think that he should be severely punished. Li Ping added. Sixth Elder, what I said this morning couldn't be any clearer. Duan Lingtian is only at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, while Li Jie is at the 4th level of the body tempering stage. Li Jie, who didn't admit defeat after having his arm crippled, is also a great threat to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, I think that Duan Lingtian's actions weren't wrong, nor did he violate the family rules. Fifth Elder Li Ting said in a deep voice, arguing for Duan Lingtian. Fifth Elder, according to what you said, does it mean that in a duel between family disciples, as long as they don't kill each other, they can trample on each other, or even cripple each other, making them wish they were dead? Seventh Elder Li Kuan finally spoke, his face full of grief and indignation. If a martial artist's spine was shattered, it meant that he had become a complete cripple. There was no future to speak of in this life. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian's mother, 9th Elder Li Ro, was going to speak, Li Ro's face was calm, as if she was an outsider. Li Ting frowned, thinking that 9th Elder had already given up on arguing for Duan Lingtian. What other opinions do the other elders have? Li Nanfeng asked the other elders. I think that 7th Elder's words are reasonable. Duan Lingtian's methods are too cruel, and he even destroyed the future pillar of the family, so he should be severely punished. Some of the elders expressed their agreement. They didn't have close relations with Li Ro and Li Kuan, so they expressed their neutral stance. Of course, it was impossible to say that they were completely selfless. In their opinion, even if Duan Lingtian displayed great talent, even if he was stronger than Li Jie, he was still an outsider, not a member of the Li family. Very well, now, let us all vote. After Patriarch Li Nanfeng spoke, 5th Elder Li Ting shook his head and sighed. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Duan Lingtian. Patriarch. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Ro, who had been silent all this while, interrupted Li Nanfeng. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. 9th Elder, do you have something to say? Li Nanfeng frowned slightly displeased. I'm sure that Patriarch and all the elders have seen the changes in my son in the past month. There are also many elders who think that my son had a fortuitous encounter, and that is indeed the case. Li Ro said calmly. After hearing Li Ro's words, even 6th Elder Li Ping and 7th Elder Li Kuan fell silent. Chapter 15. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A month ago, a master alchemist found my son and said that he had the talent to become a master alchemist, so he accepted him as his disciple. Later on, that master alchemist gave my son a prescription. According to the prescription, my son concocted a medicinal liquid called 6 Treasures Body Tempering Liquid, which can increase the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist. Li Ro said slowly. Increase the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist? Li Ro's words were like a clap of thunder, causing everyone except 7th Elder Li Kuan, including Grand Elder Li Hua, to be shocked. Li Ro, don't talk nonsense. In my opinion, you're deliberately mystifying things. What master alchemist? What medicinal liquid? It's all made up by you. You're obviously looking for an excuse to get your son off the hook. 7th Elder Li Kuan stood up agitatedly, glaring at Li Ro as he shouted sternly. Grand Elder, you're a grade 9 alchemist. This is the prescription my son wrote. Even though it doesn't state the proportions of the herbs, it's enough for you to know whether it's real or fake. Li Ro ignored Li Kuan, took out a prescription, and passed it to Li Hua, using facts to prove everything. Li Hua unfolded the prescription and looked at it. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Why didn't I think of this before? With these 6 herbs combined, as long as the proportions are right, It's possible to increase the cultivation speed of a body-tempering stage martial artist. Moreover, the medicinal effects of these herbs are easy to absorb. No wonder that little guy could change so much in a short month. Most importantly, these herbs are very common. Any elder has the ability to provide long-term use for their children. After Li Hua finished reading, his turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light as he exclaimed. The Li family's upper echelons present could not believe Li Rou's words. But Grand Elder Li Hua was the only grade 9 alchemist in the Li family, so no one doubted his words. For a moment, they were all excited. This kind of medicinal liquid was enough to change the fate of their children and the fate of the Li family. Patriarch, Li Hua looked at Li Nanfeng with a solemn expression. Li Nanfeng nodded heavily. He knew that this was an opportunity for the Li family. Ninth Elder, did you just say that Duan Lingtian can concoct this kind of medicinal liquid? Li Nanfeng looked at Li Rou. Li Rou nodded. For a moment, the Li family's main hall was filled with the sound of heavy breathing. All of the Li family elders present had sons and daughters. It was conceivable that if their children could obtain the medicinal liquid concocted by Duan Lingtian, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. What happened to Duan Lingtian was the best example. It was every parent's wish to see their children become dragons and their daughters become phoenixes. Ninth Elder, since your son Duan Lingtian has obtained such a precious medicinal formula, then he should contribute it to the family. Elders, what do you say? Seventh Elder Li Kuan felt that the atmosphere was off, and his expression darkened as he spoke. Yes, Seventh Elder is right. Such a precious medicinal formula should be shared with the family. Sixth Elder Li Ping also supported. Just as Li Rou's expression darkened and he was about to retort, a burst of wild laughter came from outside the main hall. Patriarch, Duan Lingtian requests an audience. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Duan Lingtian. The eyes of all the Li family elders in the main hall lit up. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with a different surname in their eyes. Now, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the hope that could help their children soar. Come in. Li Nanfeng nodded in response. Sixth Elder, what did you just say? Did I hear wrong? You want me to share the medicinal formula? Duan Lingtian walked in and directly walked in front of Sixth Elder Li Ping as he asked indifferently. That's right. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are a disciple with a different surname, but you have been eating and wearing the Li family's food all these years. Isn't it time to repay the Li family? Li Ping said confidently. How come I didn't know that I had been eating and wearing the Li family's food all these years? The money I used to eat and wear came from my mother's salary from working for the Li family. What does it have to do with the Li family? Even if I wasn't part of the Li family, my mother and I could have joined the Chen family or the Fang family. Why couldn't we have received the same salary? Duan Lingtian laughed. Duan Ling, how dare you betray the family? Li Kuan found an opportunity to pin the crime of betrayal on Duan Lingtian. Betray the family? Li Kuan, I know you hate me to the bone for crippling your son Li Jie, but so what? I didn't break any of the family's rules. Now, could it be that you want to accuse me of betraying the family and torture me to avenge your son? Duan Lingtian laughed in disdain and shed all pretenses of cordiality. You said you were going to join the Chen family or the Fang family. Isn't that betraying the family? Li Kuan was enraged by Duan Lingtian's words. Idiot! Everyone here can tell that I was just using a metaphor. Do you understand metaphors? Didn't your parents teach you what metaphors are? I just wanted to tell Sixth Elder that I don't owe the Li family anything. The only reason I'm standing here is because the Li family is my mother's family. Duan Lingtian spat at Li Kuan's face, then looked at Li Ping. Sixth Elder, if you want me to concoct the medicinal liquid for your son in the future, I hope you can think about some things before you say them. You can think about some things before you do them, so as not to hurt the harmony between us. Don't you think this is reasonable? Threat. Blatant threat. Li Ping's face darkened, but he obediently shut his mouth. Duan Lingtian's threat hit his soft spot. Even if I wanted to hand the formula over to the family, I wouldn't dare. My teacher said that if anyone dared to take my formula, they would die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned as he said in a powerful and resonant voice. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Li family's upper echelons to suck in a breath of cold air. They finally remembered that ninth elder Li Ro did mention that a pharmacist had accepted Duan Lingtian as a disciple and passed down the formula. It was just that they put all their attention on the prescription and forgot about that alchemist. Little guy, what is the rank of your teacher? First elder Li Hua asked. I don't know what rank he is, but I saw him concoct pills with my own eyes. He used his elemental energy to create pill fire. The color of the pill fire seemed to be gold. Duan Lingtian frowned and pretended to recall as he spoke. What? Li Hua's pupils constricted as he instantly stood up and exclaimed, Grade 7 alchemist. Rank 7 pharmacist? The Li family's upper echelons were all dumbstruck. Patriarch Li Nanfeng asked, Grand Elder, are you sure? Li Hua grunted in a low voice. All graded alchemists know that an alchemist capable of condensing a golden pill flame is surely a grade 7 alchemist. Moreover, a grade 7 alchemist is at least an expert at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Origin Core stage powerhouse. The Li family's upper echelons were shocked once again. An Origin Core stage powerhouse was in existence above the Core formation stage. Their Li family's strongest Grand Elder was only at the 6th level of the Core formation stage. At this moment, no one doubted Duan Lingtian's words. Even these people who had lived for most of their lives didn't know that a rank 7 pharmacist's pill fire was golden. This little bastard really got lucky. Shit luck. 7th Elder Li Kuan's expression was as unsightly as it could be. Patriarch, elders, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be returning first. Elders, if you need me to help you concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, you can buy the medicinal materials and come find me. Right, I almost forgot. Patriarch, I seem to still have 1,000 silver with you, right? After taking the 1,000 silver from Li Nanfeng, Duan Lingtian swaggered out of the Li family's audience hall. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid was a medicinal liquid that Duan Lingtian subtracted a medicinal material from the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Its effect was only half of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Duan Lingtian wasn't generous enough to share the best things with others. Patriarch, Grand Elder, my son should be about to wake up. I'll be returning first. 7th Elder Li Kuan took a deep breath and left the Li family's audience hall with complicated feelings. He knew that now, all the elders, including 6th Elder Li Ping, who was on good terms with him, were begging Duan Lingtian for the sake of their children's futures. It was impossible for him to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian because of his crippled son. I'll also be leaving first. Li Ro hurriedly followed. She was worried that Li Kuan would act out of desperation and directly make a move on her son. In the Li family's audience hall, the remaining Li family elders didn't leave. Under the leadership of Patriarch Li Nanfeng, another family meeting began. This family meeting mainly revolved around Duan Lingtian's medicinal formula. In the end, in order to keep it a secret, it was unanimously decided that only the children of those present would be allowed to use the medicinal liquid. Patriarch. 5th Elder Li Ting looked at Li Nanfeng with a grave expression. Today, we didn't punish Duan Lingtian, so 7th Elder must be resentful. If he spreads the news of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, even if the Chen and Fang family fear the level 7 alchemist behind Duan Lingtian, they will definitely join forces to coerce the Li family to get a share of the profits. 5th Elder is right. I know 7th Elder very well. Even if Duan Lingtian has the protection of a level 7 alchemist, he won't let it go so easily. 6th Elder Li Ping also said fearfully. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Li Ting was looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This matter also concerns my son's future. He had a good relationship with 7th Elder, but now that his son's future was at stake, he had to make a choice. Chapter 16. Whoosh! The sword did not leave a mark. A leaf hanging from the tree in the courtyard was instantly torn apart. Half of the leaf fell and landed firmly on the ground. When the leaf was torn apart, The 3-foot-long blade in the youth's hand had already been sheathed. So fast. Young master, what sword technique is this? The young girl stood at the side, looking at the youth with admiration. Sword drawing technique. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and his gaze became somewhat blurred. In his previous life, other than being a grandmaster in the Xingyi fist, the sword drawing technique was also the foundation of his invincibility. At that time, there were many charming female assassins who purposely delivered themselves to his door, wanting to find an opportunity to kill him. However, every time these female assassins revealed their killing intent, it was also the time when their lives withered. Everyone knew that the military dagger in Ling Tian's hand was the death god's scythe, and it was always the fastest. Remember, the sword drawing technique emphasizes the word fast. Of all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is unbeatable. Even if it's a martial artist who is stronger than you, as long as your sword can slit his throat, as long as you can draw your sword and slice his throat before he can react, he will definitely die. Duan Lingtian taught the young girl patiently. The young girl was also very eager to learn, and she listened attentively. The young girl's delicate little hand gripped the purple short sword tightly. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, she practiced quite well. Young master, is Kerr very stupid? After an entire morning, the young girl was already drenched in sweat. Her long, shapely eyebrows moved slightly, and her eyes lost some of their vitality. She was somewhat disappointed. Kerr, why do you say that? Duan Lingtian asked doubtfully. I practiced for an entire morning, but my sword drawing speed is not even 1% of young master's. Young master, is Kerr not suitable for swordsmanship? The young girl's alluring red lips slightly pouted. Silly girl, even if it's a martial arts expert, it's not something that can be created overnight. You've only practiced the sword drawing technique for an entire morning, yet you've come to such a conclusion. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Do you know that the first time I practiced the sword drawing technique, I practiced it for an entire day, but I wasn't as good as you are now? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He thought it was something else, but he didn't expect this girl to be so conflicted about this. Really? The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes and regained her confidence. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian smiled gently. Kerr, if you want to fully display the speed of the sword drawing technique, you have to familiarize yourself with the force I just taught you, how to hold the sword on your wrist, and which part of your body should exert force first. When you are familiar with the order and strength of each part of your body, you will be able to catch up with me. Duan Lingtian added. Young master, I will do my best. The girl nodded her delicate chin and said seriously. Duan Lingtian stood to the side and watched as the girl continued to practice her sword. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. Mother! At some point in time, Li Ro came to Duan Lingtian's side. Li Ro had a puzzled expression on her face as she watched the girl practicing the same sword move over and over again. What sword skill are you teaching her? Why is she practicing the same sword move over and over again? Do you need mother to go to the market and buy a set of sword skills for Kerr? Li Ro asked. Mother, there's no need. Those fancy sword skills are fine to look at in normal times, but they are useless in actual combat. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't even take a fancy to the martial arts techniques of the Li family's martial pavilion, let alone the unrated sword skills of Qingfeng Town's market. Don't tell me that the sword skill you taught Kerr is better than the sword skills sold in the market? Li Ro had a look of disbelief on her face. Mother, do you want to try? Duan Lingtian turned around and grinned. What, you still want to spar with mother? Li Ro smiled. To her, sparring with her son, who was at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, was no different from playing house. Mother, be careful. At the same time that Duan Lingtian reminded her, his right hand suddenly released the sword sheath and grasped the handle of the fine steel sword. Sword drawing arts. The sword left no trace. Under the scorching sun, only a wisp of white light could be seen flashing past. The sword sheath that was suspended in the air didn't even have time to fall before the fine steel sword was once again sheathed and grasped in Duan Lingtian's hand. Sword drawing arts, drawing the sword like lightning and sheathing the sword like muffled thunder. At the instant that Duan Lingtian drew his sword, Li Ro moved and her figure flashed backward. She exerted force with her feet and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth, developing an ancient mammoth silhouette above her head. In other words, she used the strength of an ancient mammoth to dodge Duan Lingtian's sword. Li Ro took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. She noticed that although the way her son drew his sword was exactly the same as the way Kerr practiced the sword, the speed of the two weren't on the same level at all. If she was a bit slower earlier, her son's sword would surely have touched her. Using only a cultivation at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage to swing his sword, he was able to force her to use the strength of a 9th level body tempering stage martial artist to dodge. This sword skill was simply heaven-defying. Mother, this is the sword skill I want to teach Kerr. What do you think? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Relying on the fine steel sword in his hand, even if he encountered a 6th level body tempering stage martial artist, as long as he had the chance to get close, he was confident that he could kill the martial artist. When one's cultivation hadn't reached a certain level, the help of a sharp weapon was very obvious. Combined with his sword drawing arts, it was even more successful. This sword skill was also taught to you by the old man you met in your dreams? Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The latter couldn't help but rub his nose and laugh embarrassedly. Tin, what's this sword skill called? Sword drawing arts. Can you teach mother? Of course. Li Ro, who'd become interested in the sword drawing arts, followed Duan Lingtian to cultivate the sword drawing arts with Kerr. With her foundation in cultivation, her progress in cultivating the sword drawing arts was much faster than Kerr. After a day, Li Ro relied on the strength of an ancient mammoth to execute the sword drawing arts, and her speed was on par with Duan Lingtian. Of course, her current comprehension of the sword drawing arts couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian no matter how hard she tried. After all, she used 5,000 kilograms of strength to achieve such speed, while Duan Lingtian used less than 200 kilograms of strength. In order to cultivate the sword drawing arts, Li Ro specially went to buy a fine steel sword, and her sword never left her hand. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian began to get busy. In addition to his own cultivation, he had to teach the two beauties how to use the sword, and he also had to help the Li family's higher-ups concoct the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. If it weren't for his mother and Kerr's help, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After spending 3 days concocting a 3-month dose for the children of the Li family's higher-ups, Duan Lingtian finally had some free time. Looking at the mountain of herbs in the room, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a satisfied smile. He deducted at least 1/3 of the Li family's higher-ups' herbs as compensation for their hard work. In other words, if he wanted to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid in the future, he wouldn't have to spend money to buy 6 of the herbs. The Fong family's people are here. The patriarch wants you to go to the main hall. On this day, Li Ro's voice sounded from outside. Fong family? They're finally here? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He wasn't the least bit surprised. A few days ago, when he brought Kerr back from buying a sword, he guessed that the people following them were from the Fong family. Li family's main hall. Patriarch Li Nanfeng sat at the head of the table, and 6th elder Li Ping sat below him. Across from them, the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, sat upright. Behind Fong Yi stood a middle-aged man with crimson eyes. Patriarch. Suddenly, a slightly young voice sounded from outside the main hall. Come in. Li Nanfeng nodded in response. 6th elder, I heard that your son, Li Dong, is about to break through to the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian walked in and greeted Li Nanfeng before nodding to Li Ping. Li Ping gave a friendly smile, and a trace of gratitude and guilt appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian's magnanimity and not arguing with him, his son wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Duan Lingtian, this is the Fong family's patriarch, and the one behind him is Manager Fong. Li Nanfeng introduced. Greetings to the Fong family's patriarch and Manager Fong. Only then did Duan Lingtian's gaze fall on the two guests, and he lightly smiled. His expression was calm and relaxed. I've long heard that the Li family's ninth elder is a rare heroine. Like mother, like son, as expected, extraordinary. The Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, narrowed his eyes into a line. According to his investigation over the past few days, the recent rise of this Duan Lingtian was simply a miracle. In a month's time, he transformed from a sickly person into a martial artist at the third level of the body tempering stage. He even overbearingly crippled the Li family's seventh elder's son, Li Jie, the Li family's young genius. Later on, he didn't receive any punishment from the Li family. Fang family's patriarch, I've also found Duan Lingtian. Do you need something from him? Li Nanfeng asked. Li Nanfeng's voice had just faded. Fang Yi's expression instantly changed, and he stood up from his seat, looking down at the youth in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? A month ago, you injured my son and crippled my Fang family's manager's son. Shouldn't you give my Fang family an explanation for this matter? Li Nanfeng and Li Ping were somewhat surprised by Fang Yi's outburst. They didn't know about this matter. The youth's immature face was as calm as water, and he didn't seem surprised in the slightest. Fang family's patriarch, if you're here to denounce me today, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I presume you've already clearly investigated the matter that day, and justice is in the hearts of the people. If it wasn't for your son using his power to bully others, I wouldn't have made a move. Moreover, I've already given your Fang family enough face by not crippling your son. Duan Lingtian only smiled indifferently. How dare you, a Li family disciple with another surname, dare to be so rude to my Fang family's patriarch? You're courting death. The Fang family's manager behind Fang Yi, Fang Chong, seized this opportunity to explosively shout, and his entire body flashed out like an eagle, enveloping the youth. Dense hatred and killing intent were emitted from his every movement. Chapter 17. No one would have thought that Fang Chong would dare to make a move in the Li family's main hall. Moreover, he used the full strength of a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist the moment he made a move. He obviously wanted to kill the youth. Fang Chong's speed was extremely fast, arriving in front of the youth in the blink of an eye. The instant he struck out with his palm, the youth's entire body trembled, and he reacted. His legs instinctively shook as he quickly retreated. Even so, the youth was still swept away by the remaining force and was blasted flying. He crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. The youth's face was pale and his body swayed as he barely managed to stop himself. He clenched his fists tightly and was so angry that his body slightly trembled. His fingernails pierced deeply into his palms, but he didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain. A pair of sharp eyes emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. Fang Chong's feet shook as his figure flashed out. After missing his first attack, he actually wanted to attack the youth again. How dare you! Seeing this, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, suddenly stood up and roared. You're courting death! Origin energy erupted from 6th elder Li Ping's feet and his entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Fang Chong. Origin energy flowed as he punched out, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Once a punch that contained the strength of 4 ancient mammoths landed on Fang Chong's body, even if Fang Chong didn't die, he would be crippled. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, made a move. His figure flashed as he carried Fang Chong to dodge Li Ping's punch. Fang Yi's speed was twice as fast as Li Ping's. Just at this moment, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Fang Yi's head, the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. Are you all right? Li Ping coldly glanced at Fang Yi before coming to the youth's side and asking. I'm fine, thank you, 6th elder. The youth shook his head. Even if he was injured, he didn't make a sound. To him, that was a sign of cowardice. Fang Yi! An explosive shout came out of the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, like a clap of thunder. It was so loud that the entire hall seemed to tremble. The Li family will investigate the matter between Duan Lingtian and your Fong family. But your Fong family actually dared to injure a member of my Li family. It seems like you don't put my Li family in your eyes at all. Shouldn't you give me and my Li family an explanation for this matter? Li Nanfeng was thoroughly enraged. Duan Lingtian was now the treasure of the Li family. If Duan Lingtian was really killed, not only would the ninth elder not let it go, but the Li family's chance to rise and suppress the Fong and Qin families would also be completely destroyed. Li family head, please forgive me. The only son of the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chong, was crippled by Duan Lingtian. For the rest of his life, he can only accompany his bed. It's pardonable that he attacked Duan Lingtian. He definitely didn't intend to offend the Li family. Now that Duan Lingtian is fine, let's forget about this matter. How about it? Unexpectedly, Fong Yi had a calm expression on his face. He played down what had just happened. Fong Yi. Li Nanfeng's face darkened. But before he could continue, he was interrupted by the youth who took a few steps forward. Patriarch, I want to settle this matter myself. Without waiting for Li Nanfeng's response, the youth's bloodthirsty eyes focused on the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chong. His entire person was like an Azura who had walked out of hell. His entire body was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent that made people shudder. Fong Chong, is it? In 3 months, I'll go to the Fong family and take your life. With that, the youth turned and walked out. Good. In 3 months, I'll wait for you to come. At that time, I'll kill you with my own hands to avenge my son. Fong Chong, who had thought that there was no hope of avenging his son, heard the youth's words, and his crimson eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so at that time. The youth didn't look back. With a cold laugh, he stepped out and left the Li family's main hall. Only a proud and aloof figure was left. In his previous life, Ling Tian had dominated half of his life. He was unrestrained, and no one could rival him. In this life, a mere housekeeper of the Fong family wanted to take his life. In 3 months, he would go to the Fong family's door and spill blood to wash away today's humiliation. Only killing could calm the anger in his heart. Li family's patriarch, your Li family is really a young hero. This Duan Lingtian has such ambition at such a young age. It's really rare. Since he and Fong Chong have made a life and death agreement, there's no point in pursuing this matter. In 3 months, my Fong family will be waiting for his arrival. Fong Yi looked at Li Nanfeng and laughed. After speaking, Fong Yi ignored the ashen-faced Li Nanfeng and left with Fong Chong. Patriarch, Duan Lingtian was too impulsive. Sixth elder Li Ping frowned, his face full of worry. He wasn't worried about Duan Lingtian's life or death, but worried that if something happened to Duan Lingtian, his son wouldn't have the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to use. In the past few days, he had seen his son's cultivation progress. The 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was simply a divine item. Li Nanfeng's gaze was complicated. Just now, when Duan Lingtian's bloodthirsty killing intent rose, he felt a trace of oppression. He couldn't understand why Duan Lingtian, who had never killed anyone before, would have such a killing intent. In his opinion, only a martial artist who had gone through hundreds of battles and killed many people could produce such a terrifying killing intent. Since he has decided, we can only believe in him and hope that he can create another miracle. Sixth elder, I want to know about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the Fong family. Go and investigate. Duan Lingtian's mysteriousness gave rise to a trace of hope in Li Nanfeng's heart. Yes, Patriarch. Li Ping retreated, his face extremely ugly. Duan Lingtian's victory over Li Jie was a miracle. However, Li Jie was only at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage, while Fong Chong was at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. In his opinion, a youth at the 3rd level of the body-tempering stage wanting to defeat a person at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage in 3 months was simply a fantasy. There were 9 levels in the body-tempering realm, and the higher the level, the harder it was to advance. Duan Lingtian forcefully endured the pain as he walked step by step with heavy footsteps towards his home. His pride made him unwilling to show his weak side in front of others. Only when he returned to his own courtyard did he start coughing violently, spitting out mouthfuls of congested blood that dyed the ground red. "Young master, what happened to you?" The young girl who was washing vegetables in the courtyard saw this scene and her face turned deathly pale. She hurriedly put down the work in her hands and helped Duan Lingtian into his room. Her clear eyes flickered with tears. "Young master, don't scare Kerr, don't scare Kerr." The young girl's tears fell like rain. "Silly girl, I only suffered some light injuries. It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after some rest." Duan Lingtian helped the young girl wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. An hour later, Li Ro, who had just returned from the market of Fresh Breeze Town, pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Seeing the blood all over the floor, her face instantly changed. Who hurt you?" Li Ro rushed into Duan Lingtian's room, her voice as cold as ice. "Also, I've already told the patriarch about this matter. I'll take care of it myself." "Mother, you have to believe me." After Kerr's careful care and taking the grade 9 gold injury pill personally sent by the patriarch, Duan Lingtian had recovered a lot. He squeezed out a smile on his face. "Was it Fongyi?" Li Ro asked in a low voice. "No, it was the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Cheng. Mother, he doesn't have much time left. 3 months from now will be his death date." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Soon after, the grade 9 gold injury pill took effect and Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep. "Kerr, take good care of Tiong." Li Ro checked and found that her son was fine. She heaved a sigh of relief and informed Kerr before leaving the courtyard. She went to see the patriarch, Li Nanfeng. From Li Nanfeng, she found out the ins and outs of the entire matter and understood the meaning of her son's words. She took a deep breath. Although her eyes revealed a dense killing intent, when she thought of her son's stubbornness, she endured it. She had already made a decision in her heart. 3 months from now, if her son wasn't Fong Chang, she would take action and kill Fong Chang even if she had to infuriate the Fong family. For her son, she could give up everything, even her life. The peaceful Clear Breeze town was suddenly thrown into an uproar when the Fong family deliberately released a piece of news. "Hey, did you guys hear? I heard that a disciple of the Li family with a different surname publicly challenged the Fong family's steward, Fong Chang, to a life and death battle in the Fong family in 3 months." "I heard that too. That disciple with a different surname is called Duan Lingtian and is the son of the Fong family's 9th elder. A month ago, he had a conflict with the Fong family's young master, Fong Jian, for a young girl who sold her body to bury her mother. He even crippled one of Fong Jian's capable subordinates. It's said that the person who was crippled by Duan Lingtian was the only son of the Fong family's steward. I remember now. A month ago, Fong Jian did indeed suffer a loss at the hands of a youth. I was there at that time. That youth is Duan Lingtian? Looking at his appearance, I'm afraid he's not even 16. It can't be. He's not even 16 and he dares to challenge the Fong family's steward to a life and death battle? Is there something wrong with his brain? In Fresh Breeze Town, who doesn't know that the Fong family's steward, Fong Chang, is a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist? Young and frivolous, young and frivolous. All over Fresh Breeze Town, similar rumors were spreading. Everyone felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. Li family estate. In the main hall, all the Li family elders, except for Patriarch Li Nanfeng, were gathered together. Even 7th elder Li Kuan, who had been in seclusion for many days, had come. Fresh Breeze Town was abuzz with the news, and all the Li family elders had received the news. They were anxious. If something were to happen to Duan Lingtian in 3 months' time, wouldn't their children have no 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to use? Patriarch. Besides Grand Elder Li Hua, 7th Elder Li Kuan, and 9th Elder Li Ro, the other elders looked at Li Nanfeng with anxious expressions. Li Nanfeng raised his hand and stopped everyone from continuing. I know what all the elders are thinking. But since this matter has already been decided and the Fong family has spread the news, if we give in, where will the Li family's face go? Therefore, we can only trust Duan Lingtian. I've discussed it with Grand Elder, and in these 3 months, the Li family will do everything in our power to help Duan Lingtian. Elders, do you have any objections? At this moment, the Li family elders could only bitterly smile and sigh. What was done could not be undone, and they had no other choice. Although it was almost impossible to achieve, after the Li family's upper echelons left, 7th Elder Li Kun walked home with a cold smile on his face. Chapter 18. Half a month later, in a spacious courtyard of the Li family's mansion, the old man was lying on a reclining chair, comfortably closing his eyes and basking in the sun. Behind him, a young man with delicate features stood there, giving him a massage. First Elder, I'll give you another massage in half a month, and your hidden disease will be completely eradicated. The young man said as he massaged. Little guy, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I don't know how much pain I would have to suffer. The old man sighed. Over the years, he had been tortured by his hidden disease to the point of almost going crazy. Now that it could be eradicated, it was great news for him. First Elder, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just taking someone's money to get rid of their misfortune. The young man shook his head and smiled. For him, massaging the old man for 1,000 taels was definitely a profitable business. I heard that you refused the family head's good intentions? The old man suddenly asked. Yes, I don't lack money for the time being. I can buy anything I need in the market. There's no need to waste the family's resources. Those resources should be left for people who need them more than me. The young man smiled. Little guy, you sure know how to talk. I didn't know you had such a high level of self-awareness. You refused because you don't want to owe the Li family too much and be tied down by the Li family, right? The old man's words exposed the young man's thoughts. The young man smiled awkwardly. Old ginger is spicier. Indeed, as the old man said, he didn't want to be tied down by the Li family. Sooner or later, he would leave and explore the outside world. The Li family and Qingfeng town were just a starting point for him. Huff! The young man stopped. The old man opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to the sweaty young man. First Elder, I'll leave first. See you in half a month. The latter smiled. After the young man left. 2.5 months later, I hope you can give me a surprise. The old man muttered to himself. After leaving the residence of First Elder Li Hua, Duan Lingtian went straight home. Just as he entered the compound, then he saw a graceful figure rapidly drawing and sheathing her sword. Over and over again, she kept repeating the same thing over and over again. It was as if he didn't know what fatigue was. The young girl was already sweating profusely. She bit her pink lips, and her watery eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian felt a little distressed. Practicing the sword requires the heart to move as it pleases and to stop before going too far. Overdrawing your physical strength like this will only do you good. He took a few steps forward and grabbed the young girl's hand that was about to draw her sword. Young master, Kerr wants to master the sword drawing technique as soon as possible. That way, she can protect young master, help young master beat up bad people, and prevent bad people from bullying young master. The young girl was panting and her face was flushed red as she said seriously, Silly girl, go and rest. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he stroked the girl's soft hair. The young girl nodded gently, as docile as a kitten. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent transformation. That night, the youth sat quietly in the bathtub, greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. When the medicinal liquid was completely absorbed by him, his vital energy and blood strengthened, and his body transformed, reaching a new critical point. He walked out of the bathtub and put on his clothes. Tomorrow morning, I'll definitely be able to break through to the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. However, if I want to kill Fong Chong in 2.5 months, I'll have to at least break through to the 7th level of the body-tempering stage. The higher the level, the harder it is to raise one's cultivation. With just the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, it's impossible to break through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months. Maybe it's time to go to the marketplace to buy some things. The youth's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Early the next morning, before the sky even brightened, the youth got up from his bed and poured the 7 treasures body tempering liquid into the bathtub before starting to cultivate. After a night of rest, the medicinal strength from the medicinal bath had already been completely absorbed by him. Circulating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent Transformation Mental Cultivation Method, the youth sat in the bathtub and closed his eyes, greedily absorbing the medicinal liquid within the bathtub. After an unknown amount of time, only when dawn arrived and the early morning sunlight sprinkled on the ground, passing through the room's screen window and sprinkling specks of light on the youth's body, did he slowly open his eyes. Crackle, crackle. The youth stood up from the bathtub and casually stretched his body, the friction between his bones emitting a clear sound. Immediately, the youth's young and tender face revealed a smile. "I've finally broken through." His palms faced up as he lightly clenched his fists. His fists tightened. Feeling the explosive strength in his body, the smile on the youth's face became even wider. "It's just as I guessed. An ordinary 4th level body tempering stage martial artist's strength would only increase by 200 pounds, but I have an increase of over 300 pounds. Looks like the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique is indeed different from ordinary cultivation methods." After putting on his clothes, the youth pushed open the door and walked out in large strides, enjoying the sunlight to his heart's content. Bush, clang, bush, clang, clang, clang. The clear sound of a sword being drawn and sheathed entered his ears. Only now did Duan Lingtian realize that Kerr had been earnestly cultivating the sword-drawing art since early in the morning in the courtyard. In order not to disturb the mother and son's sweet dreams, the young girl chose to cultivate in a remote corner of the courtyard. If he hadn't walked out of his room, he wouldn't have heard these sounds. Sighing, Duan Lingtian understood that Kerr couldn't take the matter of him being injured previously to heart. During this period of time, she had practically been cultivating with all her might. Not only had her cultivation stepped into the 3rd level of the body tempering stage, but she had also grasped the basics of the sword drawing art. It could be said that everything that Kerr did was for him, to protect him. "Kerr, stop cultivating for now. Accompany me to the marketplace to buy some things." Duan Lingtian walked over and smiled. "Young master, I'll go prepare breakfast first." The young girl sheathed her sword and stood gracefully. Her delicate cheeks without any makeup had a trace of redness. "No need, we'll go out to eat. Then I'll go prepare some for madam." "No problem, my mother will make it herself. Let's go." Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand. As he led her out of the courtyard, he didn't forget to look back at his motherly rose bedroom and greet her. "Mother, I'll be taking Kerr with me. You can take care of breakfast yourself today." After Duan Lingtian and Kerr left, in the courtyard, the door opened with a creak. A beautiful woman slowly walked out and bathed in the sunlight. Does this count as forgetting his mother when he has a wife? The woman shook her head, a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Boss, wait for me, wait for me." The golden boy and girl had just walked out of the Lee family mansion when a panting sound came from behind them. A little fatty shook off the fat on his body as he bent over to catch his breath and blocked their way. "You called me?" Duan Lingtian turned around and saw that there was no one else. The little fatty looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Could he be a follower of the old Duan Lingtian? But the old Duan Lingtian was a sickly invalid. Who would be willing to be his follower? "Boss, of course I'm calling you. You're my idol." The little fatty nodded like a chick pecking at rice, the fat on his face jiggling. "I don't know you." Frowning, Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand and continued walking. "Boss, it was my fault for taking off your pants when we were young, but you don't have to hold a grudge, right? Last time, you crippled Li Jie and helped me vent my anger. Also, boss, you crippled him and nothing happened. You're too awesome." Little fatty eagerly followed behind, his mouth never stopping talking. "Taking off my pants?" Hearing the little fatty's words, A blurry image appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was a memory of the old Duan Lingtian when he was young. In the memory, a group of 5 or 6-year-old children were playing around. Suddenly, a little fatty sneaked up behind him and took off his pants, causing the group of children to laugh. He also cried in grief. "You're Li Xian?" Duan Lingtian finally remembered. This little fatty was the only son of the 5th elder, Li Ting. When he was young, he left Fresh Breeze Town with his grandfather. He didn't expect to be back now. "Boss, you finally remember me." The little fatty's little eyes lit up. "When did you come back? Also, why are you calling me boss?" Duan Lingtian asked. In his memory, the old Duan Lingtian didn't have much contact with the little fatty, let alone take him as a follower. "I've been back for 2 months. You helped me teach Li Jie a lesson, and you're so awesome, so I've decided to take you as my boss. Boss, from now on I'm yours. You have to take good care of me." Little fatty chuckled and blinked his small eyes as he spoke. Duan Lingtian learned from the little fatty. When the little fatty came back, he had a conflict with Li Jie's younger brother, Li Exen. Li Exen couldn't beat him, so he went to Li Jie and beat him up. "I crippled Li Jie, that's my own business. I never thought of helping you. Also, you're not my man, and I have no interest in being your boss. Stop bothering me," Duan Lingtian said coldly, holding the girl's hand and walking towards the market without looking back. After being betrayed by his brother in his previous life, he learned his lesson in this life. He wouldn't take another brother for no reason. He didn't want to keep a ticking time bomb by his side. A thief in the family is the hardest to guard against. The little fatty didn't expect Duan Lingtian's attitude to suddenly change. He stood there dumbfounded, watching the young man and girl walk away. Chapter 19. The Agarwood restaurant was the best restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town. It was located at the intersection of the Li family, the Fong family, and the Chen family. It did not belong to any of the 3 great families of Fresh Breeze Town. It was said that its origin was not small and that it was opened by a large chamber of commerce. Early in the morning, there were already many people going in and out of the Agarwood restaurant. They were all here for breakfast. Those who could afford to eat at the Agarwood restaurant were the more well-off people in Fresh Breeze Town. They were either rich or noble. As soon as the golden couple entered the Agarwood restaurant, they attracted the attention of the people who were going in and out of the Agarwood restaurant. Most of them were stunned and envious gazes. The stunned gazes fell on the young girl, while the envious gazes fell on the young boy. "Are you two eating?" One of the servants who were standing in a row at the entrance of the Agarwood restaurant walked out and greeted them. He lowered his head and respectfully asked, "A private room on the 2nd floor. Do you still have a window seat?" The young boy nodded and asked in a familiar manner, "Yes, please come this way." When the servant heard the young boy's words, he knew that it was not his first time here. He quickly led the two to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was much quieter than the 1st floor. Of course, the cost was more than twice that of the 1st floor. "My luck is not bad." Seeing that there was only one window seat left on the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. When Duan Lingtian brought the young girl to the window seat, the gazes of the people on the 2nd floor fell on Kerr, who was beside Duan Lingtian. They were attracted by the young girl's beauty. Not far away, the 3 youths at the window table looked at Kerr with greedy gazes. "Kerr, sit." Duan Lingtian took the purple short sword from Kerr's hand and placed it on the table. He casually pulled out a chair and gestured for Kerr to sit. His demeanor was very gentlemanly. "Thank you, young master." The young girl's delicate cheeks blushed a little as she sat down. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to sit across from Kerr, a voice rang out. A gust of wind blew past his ears, and a figure was 1 step ahead of him, taking his seat first. Duan Lingtian frowned and found that the person sitting in his seat was a girl in green. The green-clothed girl was about 16 years old. Her appearance could not be considered stunning, but her childish little face contained a bit of charm. When combined with the girl's unique pure temperament, it formed a contradictory combination. An ordinary-looking maidservant followed closely behind and stood humbly behind the green-clothed girl. "Miss Chen, I'm sorry, but this young master has already chosen this seat. Do you think you should change to another seat? The manservant who welcomed Duan Lingtian and Kerr spoke with a humble smile on his face. Obviously, he recognized the girl in cyan. This is exactly what I want. But as a regular customer of Agarwood restaurant, I don't even have this privilege? The green-clothed girl proudly raised her small head and glanced at the manservant condescendingly. When this young lady is eating, I don't like strangers present. Then her eyes fell on Kerr, who was sitting across from her. Jealousy flashed in her eyes as she said lightly, "This young master, why don't you?" The other manservant who followed the green-clothed girl looked at Duan Lingtian, wanting him to change seats. But when he found that Duan Lingtian did not have the intention to pay attention to him, he could only shut his mouth with a wry smile. "Young master, why don't we change seats?" At this time, Kerr also looked at Duan Lingtian. She could see that this Miss Chen was a lady of a noble family, and her identity was not simple. Although her appearance and temperament were not as good as hers, the invisible aura between them made her unable to breathe. Although she had been with Duan Lingtian for a period of time, Kerr's heart still had some inferiority complex, and this was related to her humble background. Duan Lingtian noticed Kerr's gaze, and how could he not see through her thoughts? He understood that if he wanted Kerr to get rid of her inferiority complex, he had to set a good example. At the very least, he had to let Kerr know that in this world, dignity was to be fought for by oneself. "Kerr, can you tell me, why do we have to change seats?" Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr gently and asked softly. "Young master, Kerr did not know what to say. Kerr, remember, from the moment you came home with me, you are no longer the Kerr of the past. What I want to see is a confident you, a reborn you, not the past you. Do you understand?" Duan Lingtian guided her patiently. "Young master, I was wrong." Kerr's eyes reddened slightly and she lowered her head. "Did you hear that? I don't like strangers eating, get lost." The girl in green saw that Duan Lingtian and Kerr were chatting with great interest, and she instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted in a low voice. "Miss Chen, is it?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at the girl in green. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time, get out of my seat immediately, or bear the consequences." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly, and his voice was lowered. The girl in green's expression changed. She was about to explode. She felt a cold aura from this youth who looked younger than her, and it fell on her body, causing her to be unable to breathe, and her face turned pale. 2 more breaths. The low voice sounded again. This time, the cold aura pressing down on her was even more intense. The girl in green was on the verge of a mental breakdown, but as the daughter of the Chen family's head, her pride made her grit her teeth and persevere. 1 more breath. The low voice sounded again, like muffled thunder. Accompanying it, besides the cold aura, there was also a bloody aura. The girl in green's face was pale, without a trace of blood. She could no longer bear it, and stood up from her seat in a panic. She watched as Duan Lingtian sat down, and the terrifying aura pressing down on her gradually disappeared. "Who exactly are you?" The girl in green took a deep breath, and asked somewhat unwillingly. She couldn't understand how a youth who looked younger than her could have such a terrifying aura. Just now, he was like an Azura that crawled out from the depths of hell, and his entire body was filled with a cold and bloody aura. She didn't doubt that if she didn't stand up, she would have met with terrible consequences. 2 of each of your signature desserts. Oh, and 2 glasses of milk. Duan Lingtian didn't seem to hear the girl in green's words, and instead looked at the 2 dumbfounded servants and said slowly, "Yes." One of the servants respectfully replied and left. In his opinion, someone who dared to challenge the Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Mei heir, was definitely not simple. "I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Qin Mei heir was on the verge of exploding. Ever since she could remember, she was the apple of her parents' eye, and was doted on by everyone. This was the first time someone dared to ignore her like this. "Kerr, the desserts here are not bad, try them. If you like them, young master will bring you here every morning to eat." Duan Lingtian looked at the girl across the table, and his eyes were filled with tenderness as he smiled. Young master, it's fine to come here occasionally. I heard that the desserts here are very expensive. The girl shook her head sensibly. It's fine, even though young master isn't as rich as a country, but he still has the ability to satisfy my cur's appetite. Duan Lingtian's words made the girl lower her head in embarrassment, and her delicate cheeks were dyed red. Young master, my family's young miss is talking to you. The servant girl next to Chen Mei Er looked at Ker enviously, and timidly said to Duan Lingnan, "It must be hard for you to follow such a young miss." Duan Lingtian looked at the servant girl and smiled. No, young miss is very good to me." The servant girl was frightened by Duan Lingtian's words, and her face turned pale, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "Who told you to talk too much?" Chen Mei Er glared at the servant girl next to her. At this moment, a trace of jealousy rose in her heart. Even she didn't think that there would be a day when she would be jealous of her servant girl. It was not because of anything else, but because the annoying youth in front of her, who ignored her, smiled and said something to the servant girl in a kind tone. Miss Mei Er, it's really you." Not far away, the three young men at the table by the window recognized Chen Mei Er and walked over, greeting her warmly. Their tone was full of admiration. Chen Mei Er's expression softened, and she looked at Duan Lingtian proudly. It was as if she was saying to Duan Lingnan, "I, Chen Mei Er, am blessed by the heavens, and many people will pay attention to me." But when she saw that Duan Lingtian still didn't look at her, her face suddenly became gloomy. "Miss Mei Er, what happened?" A young man who was slightly older than Chen Mei Er had noticed something was amiss and asked, "Yes, Miss Mei Er, is there anything we can help you with?" The other two young men around Chen Mei Er's age also hurriedly said, "I was the one who sat on this seat first, but he insisted on making me stand up and took my seat." Chen Mei Er looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes filled with grievances as she added fuel to the fire. "What? He even dared to take Miss Mei Er's seat. Kid, you really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts?" Hearing this, the three young men were instantly enraged, pointing at Duan Lingtian as they shouted, "Miss, how can you accuse someone so wrongly?" Ker heard Chen Mei Er's words and her delicate face turned red as she said angrily. Ker raised her head, her delicate cheeks dyed red from anger, stunning the three young men who were filled with righteous indignation. When have they ever seen such a beauty? At this moment, they even forgot what they were doing. Isn't it beautiful? Chen Mei Er's face darkened as she asked sternly, "Yes. No, it's not." The three young men quivered and came to their senses. Only then did they remember that this Miss Chen was famous for being jealous. They heard that in the past, there was a servant in the Chen family who praised a servant girl for being prettier than her. In the end, the servant and the servant girl disappeared from the face of the earth. They then looked at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, scram. Why don't you ask around? Is Miss Chen someone you can afford to offend? If you don't scram, don't blame us for being rude to you." Chapter 20. Impolite to me? Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard the harsh words of the three youths. His laugh was innocent and bright. "What are you laughing at?" One of the youths shouted with a gloomy expression. "I can understand your desire to show off in front of Miss Chen. I just find it funny. Where did you get the confidence to be impolite to me? If I'm not wrong, you three should be from the Fong family, right?" The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through the three youths. Actually, in Duan Lingtian's memories, he had some impression of one of the youths before him. He seemed to be one of the lackeys of the Fong family's young master, Fong Jian. "That's right, we're from the Fong family. Now that both the Fong and Chen families are here, don't tell me a little brat like you wants to overturn the heavens?" "Exactly, is the Fong and Chen families something a little brat like you can offend? Hurry up and kowtow to Miss Chen and apologize, and we might spare your worthless life." The three youths from the Fong family threatened Duan Lingtian word by word, as if they had completely forgotten that they were only little brats who were not much older than Duan Lingtian. Miss Chen can represent the Chen family, I believe. Duan Lingtian nodded in all seriousness, causing Chen Mei Er, who was standing at the side, to feel slightly complacent. However, Duan Lingtian's following words caused her face to darken completely. But you three guys whose legs go weak when you see a woman, can you represent the Fong family? I have to say, this is simply the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. I don't even take Miss Chen seriously, so do you think I'll take you seriously? Duan Lingtian had a disdainful expression as he finished speaking. His eyes flickered with a mischievous smile as if he was doing it on purpose. You're courting death. Being mocked by Duan Lingtian in front of Chen Mei Er, the three youths from the Fong family were instantly enraged from embarrassment. What, you still want to fight? Duan Lingtian smiled. I know that your Agarwood restaurant has a powerful background. If the three of them attack me today, please be my witness. Then, he looked at the manservant who was standing not far away. The servant took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. He saw wisdom and confidence in this young man that even adults might not have. It was as if everything was under his control. So what if we attack you first? Go. One of the youths from the Fong family shouted. The three of them attacked at the same time, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Their attacks were fierce and ruthless, aiming for his vital points. Young master. Ku-er cried out in alarm and was about to grab the sword. Just as she was about to reach for the dagger on the table, she realized that Duan Lingtian was one step ahead of her. She only saw the purple sword light flashing by, and then it returned to its sheath with a clang. The next moment, accompanied by 3 blood-curdling screams, 6 streaks of blood shot out. Blood violently spurted out from the wrists of the 3 youths, and it was impossible to stop. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise die. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice suppressed the blood-curdling screams of the 3 youths. When the 3 youths heard what Duan Lingtian said, their faces went pale. Disregarding their unconscious hands that were spurting blood, they hurriedly rushed down to the 2nd floor of the Agarwood restaurant. They only used 2 breaths of time to disappear before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When faced with the threat of death, a person's potential that exceeded an ordinary person's would always be stimulated. The manservant's gaze constricted. Until now, he still hadn't recovered from the scene from before. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's sword strike was too fast, so fast that even a 5th-level body-tempering martial artist like him couldn't see it clearly. Chen Mei Er's face was pale, and her gaze towards Duan Lingtian was filled with fear. The servant girl behind Chen Mei Er lost her composure even more and let out a shriek. She was so frightened that even her body started to tremble. She didn't dare to look at Duan Lingtian again. To her, this youth who was smiling at her just now was simply a living king of hell. Kerr, who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian, didn't look too good either. Her face was slightly pale. What? Miss Chen, do you want me to personally send you off? Glancing at the dumbstruck Chen Mei Er, Duan Lingtian laughed. Who the hell are you? Chen Mei Er took a deep breath. Miss Chen, you're so reluctant to part with me. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me? However, I don't like women with a temper, so please don't waste your time, Miss Chen. Duan Lingtian laughed mockingly. Chen Mei Er didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so shameless. Her face flushed red as she spat. The fear in her heart was also eased by Duan Lingtian's words. Cui Er, since the 3 of them have left, that table is also empty. Let's go over. Immediately, she took the servant girl who was still trembling and walked towards the table by the window not far away. The leftover snacks from the 3 Fong family youths were still steaming. Clean this place up and go serve Miss Chen. Nodding to the servant, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. This Chen Mei Er was different from the other unruly girls. At the very least, she had the guts to continue staying in this situation. Yes. The servant replied respectfully. After wiping the blood off, he went to serve the eldest young miss of the Chen family. Kerr, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl across the table with a gentle expression. The current him and the previous him were like 2 different people. No. The young girl lightly shook her head. However, her slightly pale face undoubtedly showed that she had suffered quite a shock just now. Soon, Duan Lingtian's desserts and milk were served. Duan Lingtian acted as if nothing had happened. He ate the desserts and drank the milk in large mouthfuls. As for the young girl, she seemed to have lost her appetite and only ate a little. "Ker, you don't usually eat so little. Be good and finish eating." Duan Lingtian encouraged her. "Young master, The young girl's face was pale, as if she was still recalling the bloody scene. "Ker, I will leave Fresh Breeze Town sooner or later. If you really want to leave with me, then you must be mentally prepared. Because in the future, there will be more bloody things than today. Do you understand? Of course, if you don't want to leave with me, then pretend I didn't say anything." Duan Lingtian deliberately sighed and slowly said, "Young master, Ker understands. Ker will eat, don't leave Ker behind." The young girl hurriedly picked up the desserts and continued eating. She looked so pitiful that anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Duan Lingtian would be lying if he said that he didn't feel sorry for Ker. But he knew that he had to harden his heart. This was the only way to train Ker and make her abandon the cowardice in her heart as soon as possible. "You, I say, why aren't you leaving? Aren't you afraid that the Fang family will make trouble for you?" Chen Mei Er's voice came from afar and reached Duan Lingtian's ears. "Miss Chen, you don't have to worry about that. I'm afraid that Miss Chen can't wait for the Fang family to make trouble for me." Duan Lingtian lightly replied. I'm so angry. Chen Mei Er was angered by Duan Lingtian's words. She gnashed her teeth and hardened her heart. "I'll find out who you are sooner or later. I won't let you go, I definitely won't." This Chen Mei Er really has a crow's mouth. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian looked out of the window and saw that the 3 Fang family youths who had just left had returned. Their hands were already bandaged. With gloomy faces, they were striding over with a young man in his early 20s, looking aggressive. Soon, the 4 of them entered the Agarwood restaurant. Chen Mei Er, who wasn't far away, also saw this scene from afar. A smile appeared in her eyes. She glanced at Duan Lingtian and her heart skipped a beat. "You didn't listen to advice. Great, now the young shopkeeper of the Fang family's pharmacy has personally come. Let's see if you can still smile later. Humph. If you beg me and kowtow to me 3 times, maybe I'll consider helping you." "Brother Quan, that's him." The 3 Fang family youths brought the young man upstairs. They scrambled to be the first to point at Duan Lingtian, gnashing their teeth as they spoke. "The 4 of you, let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely." A few servants who followed them up hurriedly tried to persuade them. Talk nicely? The young man, who was the young shopkeeper of the Fang family's pharmacy, Fang Quan, coldly glanced at the servants. "When our Fang family's disciples had their tendons cut, why didn't you try to persuade them?" Scram. The young man's words made Chen Mei Er's expression change slightly. Cut tendons? In an instant, a bone-piercing chill rose in her heart. She looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in her eyes. She originally thought that Duan Lingtian had only released the blood of the 3 Fang family youths. She didn't expect that he had cut their tendons. Even if they recovered in the future, they would not be as agile as before. For a martial artist, this was no different from cutting off their hands. "You, take your own life." Fang Quan's cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. As far as he was concerned, a kid at the 4th level of the body tempering stage was no different from a dead man in front of him. What? After beating up the younger one, the older one can't wait to jump out? The youngest of you 3 seems to be older than me. I was able to make you flee in panic and even get a savior. Shouldn't I feel incomparably honored and proud? The 3 of you have really brought honor to the Fang family. Duan Lingtian laughed. He completely ignored Fang Quan and looked at the 3 Fang family youths with contempt. "Shut up." Fang Quan's eyes turned cold as he shouted. He took a step forward and shook his arms, preparing to make a move. "Stay your hand." Just at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe could be seen walking over. the servants present respectfully bowed to him and respectfully called out, "Manager Ma! Manager Ma!" Seeing the middle-aged man, Fong Quan's expression instantly eased up and became more respectful. "Young Manager Fong, you should know the rules of our Agarwood restaurant. If there's anything, go outside and settle it." Agarwood restaurant isn't a place where you can behave atrociously, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Fong Quan took a deep breath. "I'll wait for you at the entrance of Agarwood restaurant. If you have the guts, don't come out for the rest of your life." Fong Quan's cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian as he left the second floor of Agarwood restaurant. "Don't worry, I'll leave after my cur finishes eating the snacks." Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, as if he didn't take Fong Quan's words to heart. Instead, he looked at Kerr with interest. "Kerr, why aren't you eating?" Be good and continue eating. Don't waste it." Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a tender expression. The middle-aged man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. The guests and attendants on the second floor looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained a sense of pity. As far as they were concerned, even if this youth's strength surpassed his peers, he was still only a youth around the age of 15, whereas Fong Quan was a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage who was a little over 20. Chapter 21. Young Master, I'm done. After finishing the last piece of dessert, the girl drank the last mouthful of milk. She looked at the young man across the table with a pitiful expression. Her voice was delicate and gentle. "And let's go to the market to buy some things. We'll go back once we're done." The young man picked up the sheathed dagger on the table and smiled. The girl nodded meekly and followed behind the young man. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they slowly walked down the second floor of the Agarwood restaurant. He really isn't afraid of death. Seeing Duan Lingtian leave, Chen Mei Er stood up and followed with her maid. She didn't eat the rest of the desserts. The other people in the lobby on the second floor also stood up and followed him down. It was human nature to watch a show. At the entrance of the Agarwood restaurant, Fong Quan stood in front of the 3 youths from the Fong family. He was glaring at the restaurant as if he was waiting for something. He still hasn't come out after so long. Is he planning to be a coward? Wasn't he very awesome just now? Now that he's met Brother Quan, he's scared. What a coward. He's here. 2 of the youths from the Fong family ridiculed. Before the last Fong family youth could say anything, they saw a young man and a young woman slowly walking out of the restaurant. Even if they were enemies, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. What a golden boy and jade girl. Of course, they looked at the young man with eyes full of jealousy. "I didn't think you would dare to come out." Fong Quan looked at the young man and sneered. He spoke in a condescending tone. "Why wouldn't I dare to come out? It's just a big mad dog and 3 little mad dogs with broken legs blocking the road." The young man faintly smiled. His expression was calm and carefree, as if he didn't put Fong Quan in his eyes at all. This guy still dares to provoke Fong Quan at this time. Isn't he afraid that Fong Quan will really kill him? Chen Mei Er stood at the front of the group of people who followed Duan Lingtian out to watch the show. Seeing Duan Lingtian provoking Fong Quan at this time, her expression couldn't help but become sluggish. The other onlookers had the same thought as Chen Meyer. They looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. What a young brat. I, Fong Quan, will now say that you will definitely die today. Fong Quan, who was thoroughly enraged by the youth, had a cold look in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, and his muscles bulged slightly. As a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, if he were to use his full strength, he would be able to exert a force of 500 kilograms. Many people want me dead, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He held his sword in one hand and the girl's hand in the other. He slowly walked out as if nothing had happened. What is he doing? Seeing that Duan Lingtian had also brought the young girl beside him into the battle, the others were stunned and puzzled. Did he think that Fong Quan would show mercy because of the presence of a young girl? in front of the window on the third floor of Agarwood Restaurant. What an interesting little fellow. I wonder where he came from. Not to mention anything else, just this courage and calmness far surpasses his peers. Manager Ma looked with interest at the youth who was slowly walking towards Fong Quan while holding the young girl's hand. The coldness in Fong Quan's eyes grew even more intense, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. His thoughts were the same as the others. He felt that Duan Lingtian had intentionally brought the young girl into the battle so that he would have some misgivings and show mercy. But would he? The answer was no, die. Fong Quan suddenly let out a roar as his legs shook. His 6th level body tempering stage strength exploded out. Under the boost of 500 kilograms of force, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew straight towards Duan Lingtian. His fists followed and punched out, blasting towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Middle-grade yellow rank martial skill, Raging Bull Fist. At the same time that the piercingly cold wind whistled in his ears, the sneer on the corners of Fong Quan's mouth grew even wider. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying and heavily injured to the point of death. Everyone's hearts were in their throats the moment Fong Quan made his move. The corners of the 3 Fong family youths' mouths curled up into a smile filled with delight, feeling elated and elated. As far as they were concerned, Fong Quan was about to kill this youth who severed their tendons and avenge them. Daring to touch us? Go die. This guy, Qin Mei Er frowned. Although the youth had been rude to her from the beginning, she didn't hate him at all. But for some reason, she didn't hate him at all. Instead, she was curious about him and wanted to know everything about him. Finally, Qin Mei Er took a step forward, wanting to stop Fong Quan. But her reaction was still too slow. Fong Quan's fists, which were like cannonballs, were about to explode onto Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even if Fong Quan wanted to stop, it was too late. Not to mention that he had no intention of stopping. Relax your body. Duan Lingtian's mouth moved slightly as he reminded the young girl. At the same time, his left hand grabbed the young girl's slender waist and his body moved slightly. The flexibility granted to his body by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form was completely displayed as he nimbly dodged Fong Quan's fist with the young girl. Fong Quan's fist practically brushed past the clothes on Duan Lingtian's chest. Whoosh! Clang! In almost an instant, the sound of a sword being unsheathed and sheathed sounded out at the same time. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw it. Fong Quan, who was charging forward due to inertia, suddenly lost his focus. His hands tightly clutched his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood that wildly spurted out. In the end, he finally couldn't hold on and his body fell to the ground with a bang, no longer breathing. Silence. The entrance of Agarwood Restaurant was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes fell onto Fong Quan's body that had fallen to the ground. The dignified young shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy, a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, died just like that? Moreover, he was killed by a youth who obviously wasn't even 16. This. For a moment, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths filled the entrance of Agarwood Restaurant. The gazes of the people present moved away from Fong Quan's corpse and descended onto the youth's back that was slowly walking away without looking back. The youth embraced the young girl and held the sheathed short sword in his hand as he elegantly left, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Suddenly, everyone heard the youth that was walking away suddenly speak. 3 brats of the Fong family. If you're not convinced, you can come to the Li family to find me. Right, remember my name, don't find the wrong person. I'm Duan Lingtian. His voice was incomparably flat, as if killing people was a common occurrence to him. I'm Duan Lingtian. The youth's words entered the ears of everyone present. It wasn't the first time they heard this name. Half a month ago, this name had spread throughout the entire Fresh Breeze town. At that time, everyone knew that the Li family had a disciple with a different surname who overestimated himself. That disciple with a different surname was called Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? That Duan Lingtian who said half a month ago that he would go to the Fong family and take the life of the Fong family's manager, Fong Chang, in 3 months? It should be him. I didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. I didn't even see clearly how he drew his sword, but Fong Quan's throat had already been slit by his sword. His speed is too fast. I saw that his cultivation was only at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, but killing a 6th level body tempering stage martial artist was as easy as cutting grass. Many of the people present couldn't help but discuss, their voices filled with fear. Looks like this disciple with a different surname from the Li family who said those ruthless words half a month ago weren't arrogant and conceited, but were instead really confident. Duan Lingtian, take Brother Quan back and find the manager. We must get an explanation from the Li family for this matter. The fear in the eyes of the 3 Fong family youths didn't dissipate for a long time. They each gritted their teeth and said something ruthless before carrying Fong Quan's corpse and walking towards the Fong family's marketplace. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? Chen Mei Er finally recovered from her shock, and her eyes revealed a mischievous smile. In her opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian was a member of the Li family, she would be able to see Duan Lingtian sooner or later and slowly get even with Duan Lingtian. Come, let's go home. Chen Mei Er said to her servant girl and led her in the direction of the Chen family's marketplace. The crowd of onlookers at the entrance of Agarwood restaurant gradually dispersed, but their mouths couldn't stop discussing. The topic of discussion revolved around the Li family's disciple with a different surname, Duan Lingtian. In the past, they had only heard of Duan Lingtian, but had never seen him with their own eyes. Before this moment, even if they had seen Duan Lingtian with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to recognize him. But now, not only had they seen Duan Lingtian, they had also witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods. Relying on his cultivation at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, he killed Fong Quan, who was at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, with a single sword strike. It was simply shocking. If they had only heard of this, they wouldn't have believed it. But now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. He's the Duan Lingtian from the Li family? On the 3rd floor of Agarwood restaurant, manager Ma's eyes flashed. That sword strike of his was so fast that it was unbelievable. If he can step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months, then killing the Fong family's manager, Fong Chang, wouldn't be impossible. However, advancing from the 4th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2.5 months is practically impossible. Even though I've only seen him once, I can tell that he's not the kind of person who seeks death. Since he dared to say such words, then he must have some confidence. Now, I'm looking forward to it. Li Family Marketplace. Duan Lingtian spent a few dozen silver taels to buy a pile of materials from the weapon store and the medicine store before bringing Kerr back to the Li family estate. With these materials, he felt much more at ease. Fong Chang, you'll definitely die in 3 months. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with dense flames as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Young master, are you all right? The young girl beside Duan Lingtian saw his slightly sinister expression and looked over with a face full of worry. I'm fine. Kerr, I didn't scare you at the entrance of Agarwood restaurant earlier, right? Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and squeezed the young girl's palm as he asked in a gentle voice. Young master didn't let Kerr turn around, so Kerr wasn't scared. The young girl shook her head. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even though he wanted to train Kerr, he didn't plan on letting Kerr directly face those bloody things from the beginning. Everything had to be done step by step. If it was done in one go, it would inevitably leave behind some hidden dangers. It might even cause a wound to Kerr's heart that was difficult to heal. Chapter 22. Back at the Li family's mansion. Young master, what you did to the Fong family, will it be all right? The young girl looked at the young man beside her, worry appearing on her delicate face. Kerr, don't worry, it'll be all right. You saw what happened, it's not my fault. If he hadn't been so aggressive and threatened to kill me, I wouldn't have attacked him. The young man shook his head with a smile. As a powerful soldier specialist, he had his own set of rules for dealing with people. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. From the moment Fong Quan threatened to kill him, he already saw Fong Quan as a dead man. What did you do to the Fong family again? As soon as Duan Lingtian entered with Kerr, he saw his mother, Li Ro, walking towards him. Mother, it's nothing. Duan Lingtian knew that his mother must have heard his conversation with Kerr, so he smiled faintly. Tell me the truth. Li Ro frowned slightly, and her autumn eyes curved into crescents. Obviously, she wasn't so easily fooled. It's really nothing, it's just that someone from the Fong family didn't have eyes and threatened to kill me. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose awkwardly and said slowly. Who's so bold to threaten to kill my, Li Ro's, son? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Ro had already flown into a rage. Anger appeared in her eyes and her voice became colder. It seems to be the young shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy, a guy called Fong Quan. But I've already taken care of it, so you don't have to worry, mother. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Fong Quan? Fong Tao's son? Li Ro frowned slightly. She quickly remembered that this Fong Quan seemed to be the son of the shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy, Fong Tao. Although his martial arts talent was average, he was still a young man in his early 20s. Such a person actually argued with her 15-year-old son and even threatened to kill her son. For a moment, Li Ro's heart couldn't help but burn with endless anger. Did he hurt you? Li Ro sized up Duan Lingtian and asked with concern. It was as if Duan Lingtian was injured, he would look for Fong Quan to settle the score. Mother, I'm not injured at all. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. He didn't even touch me. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart as he shook his head and said. Li Ro looked at Kerr, and Kerr immediately nodded like a chick pecking at grains. At first, she was worried that the young master would be taken advantage of. In the end, although she didn't look back, she vaguely realized the fate of that Fong family member. Now that she thought about it, the young girl's delicate face still turned pale. She was obviously frightened. Kerr, why is your face so pale? Are you sick? Seeing the young girl's pale face, Li Ro's face was full of concern. In her heart, she had long regarded Kerr as her future daughter-in-law, and her concern for Kerr was no less than that for her own son. The young girl shook her head slightly, and her face gradually relaxed. Come, I'll help you back to your room to rest. Seeing his mother help the young girl into her room, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. In his view, Kerr's reaction was normal. After all, she was different from him. Killing people, to him who had experienced a bloody life in his previous life, was just a common occurrence. He had long been numb to it. Putting the materials in his hands back into his room, Duan Lingtian greeted his mother, Li Ro, and left. He went directly to find First Elder Li Hua. Little guy, it doesn't seem like it's the time we agreed on. Are you looking for me for something else? Li Hua squinted his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. First Elder, I'm here to ask you to help me refine some pills. Duan Lingtian explained his purpose. What kind of pills do you want? Li Hua smiled. Thunder Fire Pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and said slowly. Little guy, although the Thunder Fire Pill is also a special pill for the body-tempering realm, it is much rarer than the body-tempering pill. Moreover, I've only heard of the Thunder Fire Pill, but I don't know how to refine it. Li Hua was dazed for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. First Elder, if I give you the pill recipe, can you refine it? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he asked. You want to give me the pill recipe for the Thunder Fire Pill? Li Hua's breathing became hurried. As an alchemist, what they yearned for the most was to be able to refine a variety of medicinal pills. While refining different medicinal pills, they would obtain different comprehensions and thus improve their alchemy level. Although he was a grade 9 alchemist, he only knew how to refine a very few types of medicinal pills. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Your teacher is willing to let you pass down the pill recipe for the Thunder Fire Pill to me? Li Hua took a deep breath and asked. Teacher said that I can deal with the pill recipe he passes down to me. Moreover, there are many alchemists in Cloud Continent that know how to refine the Thunderfire pill, so it isn't rare. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Not rare? The corners of Li Hua's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian. Although there were many alchemists that knew how to refine the Thunderfire pill, which alchemists didn't cherish their own knowledge. Even if they could write down the pill recipe for the Thunderfire pill, they wouldn't be willing to share it with others. Even in large cities outside, the pill recipe for the Thunderfire pill was something that had a price but no supply. The Thunderfire pill was a special medicinal pill for the body-tempering realm. Once consumed, the fleshly body would endure the pain of thunder and fire colliding, thus stimulating the potential of the fleshly body. When consumed together with the body-tempering pill, one's cultivation advancement would even be twice as fast as consuming the body-tempering pill alone. Little fellow, thank you. Li Hua suddenly stood up and deeply bowed to Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of an alchemist, the pill recipe for a precious medicinal pill was more important than his life. Grand Elder, there's no need to be like this. I passed down the pill recipe to you because I have selfish motives. I want you to help me refine the Thunderfire pill. We're only taking what we need. Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows moved as he slowly spoke. You can't say that. I only expend some energy and origin energy to refine the Thunderfire pill. The effort I put in is far less than yours. Li Hua shook his head as he spoke. In his opinion, the value of the Thunderfire pill was too great. If it could be used on the descendants of the Li family, the day when the Li family suppressed the Fong and Qin families would be just around the corner. Grand Elder, if you feel embarrassed, you can give me some more silver. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Little fellow, you really only have money in your eyes. Don't worry, I'll talk to the family head about this matter. When the time comes, I won't forget about the silver. Li Hua laughed as he scolded. In his heart, he was somewhat puzzled. Why did this little fellow like money so much? If Duan Lingtian knew of Li Hua's thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes at him. Through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian also knew that regardless of whether it was refining pills, refining weapons, or inscription patterns, they were all things that burned a lot of money. He was only in the body-tempering realm now, so his expenses weren't high. However, once he broke through to the core formation realm and developed origin energy, he would have to start refining pills and refining weapons. At that time, the amount of materials required for refining pills and weapons would be enormous. It could even be said to be a bottomless pit. Apart from refining pills and weapons, inscription patterns that required the assistance of origin energy also required a lot of precious materials. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was currently thinking of all ways to save money. After writing down the pill formula for the Thunderfire pill and giving it to Grand Elder Li Hua, Duan Lingtian bid farewell and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Li Hua. Grand Elder, I'll leave the Thunderfire pill ingredients to you. I've been very poor recently, so I really can't afford those ingredients. After speaking, Duan Lingtian slipped away like a wisp of smoke, only leaving the stunned Li Hua behind. This kid just took 1,000 taels of silver from me yesterday, yet he's still crying that he's poor. This little fellow is so young, how can he be so shameless? Only after Duan Lingtian disappeared before his eyes did Li Hua grin as he scolded. After Duan Lingtian left Grand Elder Li Hua's residence, he directly returned home and locked himself in his room to organize the ingredients he bought with Kerr today. These ingredients were all prepared by Duan Lingtian to inscribe inscriptions. The paralysis inscription he used to defeat Li Jie was only effective on martial artists below the 7th level of the body-tempering stage. Using it on martial artists above the 7th level of the body-tempering stage was no different than scratching an itch. Duan Lingtian planned to inscribe another type of inscription as a precaution. 2.5 months later, if he couldn't kill Fong Chong with his own strength, then he would use this inscription to take Fong Chong's life. Fong Chong, even if you're a 9th level body-tempering stage martial artist, I'll still kill you. Recalling the scene of Fong Chong injuring him in the Li family's main hall, Duan Lingtian's chest surged with a surge of rage that couldn't be calmed down for a long time. He and Fong Chang were like fire and water. If Fong Chang didn't die, his heart wouldn't be at ease. Just as Duan Lingtian was preparing to inscribe the inscription. Tian. Li Ro's slightly anxious voice came from outside the room. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he faintly guessed something. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The Fong family's actions are quite fast. But they actually have the nerve to come knocking on my door. Their skin is really thick. Mom, you're looking for me? Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out in large strides. Li Ro took a deep breath. Ever since the Fong family's third elder came and said that her son killed Fong Quan, her emotions started to surge. Until now, she still hadn't been able to completely calm down. Fong Quan, a 6th-level body-tempering stage martial artist. Killed by her son? Her son, Duan Lingtian, only broke through to the 4th level of the body-tempering stage today. Soon after a series of inquiries, Li Ro also found out the ins and outs of the matter from Duan Lingtian. She also found out the scene when Duan Lingtian killed Fong Quan. He actually only used a single sword strike. A 4th-level body-tempering stage martial artist killed a 6th-level body-tempering stage martial artist. A single sword strike to the throat. Li Ro deeply realized how terrifying her son's sword-drawing art was. Tian, you actually didn't tell Mom about such a big matter. Li Ro angrily glanced at the youth, slightly unhappy. Mom, you didn't ask, right? The Fong family came, right? Duan Lingtian laughed awkwardly. Yes. The Fong family's third elder, Fong Xing, and the shopkeeper of the Fong family's pharmacy, Fong Tao, came together, saying that they want the patriarch to hand you over. Tian, don't worry, since we're in the right, not to mention just the two of them, even if the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yiqin, came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Li Ro gave Duan Lingtian a dose of reassurance. But she quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be worried in the slightest, and was even calmer than her. She seemed to have thought of something, and her willowy eyebrows slightly wrinkled as her heart trembled. Chapter 23. Taking a deep breath, Li Ro voiced the doubts in her heart. She stared at her son's eyes, as if she wanted to see something. Mother, this isn't the first time I've killed someone. Duan Lingtian was already prepared. He looked straight ahead and smiled. Before today, when did you kill anyone? Why didn't I know? Li Ro raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. Mother, before today I killed people in my dreams, and I killed quite a few of them. It was the old man in my dreams who arranged for me to train. I still remember the first time I killed someone in my dreams. I was so scared that I even vomited. Duan Lingtian explained. Another dream. Although Li Ro didn't really believe her son's words, she didn't know how to explain the changes in her son's body. It looks like the old man in your dreams really took good care of you. Let's go to the main hall. The patriarch is still waiting. Taking a deep breath, Li Ro stopped asking. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked with Li Ro to the Li family's main hall. Brother Nanfeng, how have you been? When they arrived near the Li family's main hall, they heard a hearty laugh coming from the main hall. Qinli? Why is he here? Li Ro heard the voice and felt it was strange. Soon, she saw a bitter smile on her son's face. Tian, you didn't offend the Qin family, did you? Li Ro's heart skipped a beat. The patriarch of the Qin family came to visit at this time. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed. He told her about the conflict with the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Chen Mei Heir, at the Agarwood restaurant. So it's like that. It's just a small matter. Chen Li wouldn't come here to denounce us for this matter. It must be something else. Li Ro sighed in relief. She was really worried that her son had killed the Qin family. Duan Lingtian followed behind Li Ro and slowly walked into the Li family's main hall. He felt the atmosphere was a little strange. Humph! Two middle-aged men stepped out and brushed past Duan Lingtian, leaving the Li family's main hall. His sharp gaze seemed to want to tear Duan Lingtian apart. Patriarch, this is? Li Ro looked at Patriarch Li Nanfeng with a puzzled expression. Before she went to find her son, the two members of the Feng family wanted her son to pay with his life. Now that her son was here, they left without another word. This matter is all thanks to Niece Mei. Niece Mei guessed that the Feng family would come to our Li family to denounce us, so she asked family head Qin to bring her here as a witness. When Duan Lingtian killed Feng Quan, she was also present. The entire matter was caused by Feng Quan's provocation, so Duan Lingtian is not at fault. Li Nanfeng laughed. Thank you, Miss Mei. Li Ro looked at the young girl in the main hall and smiled. This time it's all thanks to Miss Mei. Why aren't you coming over to thank her? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at Chen Mei with interest. He did not know why she would help him. Thank you, Miss Mei. However, since his mother had spoken, even if he was unwilling, he had to put on an act. You're welcome. Chen Mei blinked her clear eyes and smiled like a flower. Compared to the unruly young lady at Agarwood restaurant in the morning, she was like a completely different person. Niece Mei is really well-mannered. Patriarch Qin has a good upbringing. Li Nanfeng looked at the middle-aged man beside Chen Mei and smiled. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Qin family, Chen Li. Chen Li shook his head and smiled. His gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. How can my daughter compare to this one from the Li family? At such a young age, he already has such strength. Tian, if you want to go out during this period of time, tell Mother and Mother will go with you. Li Ro continued. Mother, are you worried that the Feng family will make a move against me? Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. Yes. No matter if it's Feng Tao or that Feng Xing, they aren't good people. I'm worried that they will secretly make a move against you. Li Ro nodded. Mother, Feng Quan is Feng Tao's son. It's normal for him to want to find me to take revenge for his son, but why would that Feng family's third elder, Feng Xing, target me? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Tian, Feng Xing and Feng Tao's relationship isn't ordinary. He's Feng Tao's older brother. Li Ro explained. So it's like that. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He didn't expect that Feng Quan, who he killed, was the nephew of the Feng family's third elder. No wonder the other party directly went to the Li family to denounce him. However, the Feng family should also know that they were in the wrong this time. Otherwise, the one who came this time wouldn't be the Feng family's third elder, but the Feng family's patriarch. 10 days later, Grand Elder Li Huo ordered someone to call Duan Lingtian over. Duan Lingtian massaged Li Huo one last time and helped him remove his hidden injuries before putting away the first batch of Thunderflame pills that Li Huo refined. This batch of Thunderflame pills had a total of 30 pills. Kid, this is the 1,000 silver reward I'm giving you. The other 30,000 silver is given to you by the family. Consider it as buying your Thunderflame pill formula. The old man withdrew a large stack of silver bills and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, thank you. Duan Lingtian took the silver bills in his hand and wasn't courteous in the slightest. I see that your fleshly body seems to have reached a critical point. I think you're about to break through to the 5th level of the body tempering stage, right? With your natural talent and the help of the Thunderflame pills, breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months isn't impossible. At that time, relying on your swift sword, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough to kill that Feng Chang. The old man narrowed his eyes and slowly said, Grand Elder, you already know. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It looked like the Grand Elder already knew that he relied on his 4th level body tempering cultivation to kill the 6th level body tempering stage Feng Quan half a month ago. This matter isn't considered a secret in Fresh Breeze Town. Half a month ago, I heard from the patriarch. Kid, I didn't expect that you'd be so secretive. Looks like Li Jie wasn't crippled by you for nothing. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly as he stuffed the silver bills into his pocket and left. Unfortunately, his ambition isn't in Fresh Breeze Town. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for our Li family to unify Fresh Breeze Town in the future. The old man sighed, his tone filled with regret. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the old man thought so highly of him. After leaving the old man's residence, he directly returned home. He prepared the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and the bathtub water before taking off his clothes. He consumed the thunder fire pill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel waves of soreness coming from every part of his body. The soreness grew stronger and stronger. Hiss hiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body seemed as if it had encountered the impact of thunder fire. The soreness spread throughout his body, causing him to be unable to help but let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, having lived 2 lifetimes, his willpower was incomparably strong, and he easily withstood the medicinal strength of the thunder fire pill. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian noticed that the soreness in his body had started to disappear. At this moment, he clearly felt that the pores all over his body seemed to have completely opened up, greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid in the bathtub. The speed of absorption was an entire fold faster than before. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and started to circulate the cultivation technique. The vital energy and blood in his body continuously strengthened, and his fleshly body transformed at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, he smoothly broke through the critical point. 5th level of the body-tempering stage. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, his face revealing an expression of wild joy. The thunder fire pill really didn't disappoint him. Normally, Duan Lingtian could only completely absorb a portion of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid's medicinal strength every half a day. This was already his limit. But after consuming the thunder fire pill, Chapter 24. The next day, Duan Lingtian once again came to Great Elder Li Huo's residence. Little guy, what are you here for this time? Don't tell me you've used up all the 30,000 taels I gave you yesterday. Li Huo was on guard when he saw him. Great Elder, I'm not here to ask you for money this time. It's like this, I want you to use your alchemy fire to help me smelt this sword. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian pulled out the purple short sword in his hand from its sheath. This is a sword forged from purple ore, right? Little guy, if purple ore is smelted by my alchemy fire, it will melt into gas and evaporate. After all, it's just ordinary iron. Li Huo frowned. Great Elder, are you that confident? Why don't we make a bet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Huo rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. This little guy never did anything without benefits, he would not be fooled. However, he was now interested in the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Could it be that he had misjudged? Very quickly, Li Huo took the purple short sword. His elemental energy condensed into a ball of milky white alchemy fire and covered the short sword. Half an hour passed. It could be seen clearly. More than half of the metal on the short sword had melted into gas and evaporated. The remaining part of the purple metal had only turned into liquid. No matter how much Li Huo strengthened his alchemy fire, it was difficult to evaporate it. At this time, Li Huo's face was already covered in sweat. He waved his hand and extinguished the alchemy fire. He glanced at the solidified purple metal in his hand and looked at the young man in front of him with a face full of shock. Little guy, is this a refining material? One had to know that the alchemy fire was so strong that it could even melt steel into gas and evaporate. Only refining materials could not be melted into gas by the alchemy fire. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. Can you tell me what material this is? Li Huo took a deep breath and asked. Purple meteorite. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything. What? Li Huo was shocked. Although he was only a grade 9 alchemist, he had heard of the purple meteorite that was regarded as a treasure by weapon refiners. Little guy, where did you get this sword? Li Huo took a deep breath and asked. I bought it from our Li family's weapon shop. Speaking of which, it cost me 200 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian looked pained. 200 taels? Li Hua's mouth twitched. 200 taels for such a big piece of purple meteorite? If other armament masters were to find out about this, they would probably have the heart to die. Of course, Li Hua also knew that not everyone could recognize the unrefined purple meteor. In that case, the sword just now was forged from purple meteoric iron? Li Hua asked. I didn't expect Grand Elder to know about the purple meteoric iron. Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. I've read in some ancient books that purple meteorite is usually hidden in the purple meteoric iron and is very difficult to recognize. Little guy, how did you recognize it? Li Hua looked deeply at the youth, as if he wanted to see through the youth. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously and did not answer Li Hua. Grand Elder, I still have something to do. Farewell. Duan Lingtian took the purple meteorite from Li Hua and left immediately. This little guy, compared to the past, is like a completely different person. Yes, it should be his teacher, the grade 7 alchemist credit. Li Hua's cloudy eyes flashed with a bright light as he speculated in his heart. Duan Lingtian took the purple meteorite and left Li Hua's residence. He returned home and did not disturb Kerr, who was cultivating in her room. Instead, he asked his mother, Li Ro, to accompany him as they left the Li family mansion. Tian, you want the blacksmith to forge this piece of iron into 2 swords? Looking at the purple meteoric iron in Duan Lingtian's hand, Li Ro's face was filled with disbelief. In her opinion, with the size of this piece of iron, it could only be forged into a dagger at most, and a very small one at that. What, mother, you don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Ro shook her head. Soon, the mother and son arrived at the Li family's blacksmith shop. 9th Elder. As soon as the two entered, someone came up to them and respectfully bowed to Li Ro. Is your shopkeeper here? Li Ro nodded. Li Ro had just finished speaking. What a rare guest. 9th Elder, do you have any orders for our blacksmith shop? A burly middle-aged man walked out of the blacksmith shop. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Li Ro in a few steps. This must be young Master Lingtian? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. Tian, this is shopkeeper Long of our Li family's blacksmith shop. All the refined steel swords in the Li family's blacksmith shop are made by him. Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper Long. Duan Lingtian smiled at the middle-aged man. 9th Elder, you're treating me like an outsider. If you hadn't pleaded with the old patriarch, how could I have continued to stay in the Li family? As the middle-aged man spoke, he couldn't help but sigh, as if reminiscing about the past. Li Long, it's been so many years. Why bring it up again? I'm here because my son wants to forge 2 swords and needs your help. Li Ro shook her head with a smile. As she spoke, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Tian, shopkeeper Long is the best blacksmith in the Li family's blacksmith shop. The refined steel swords he forges are famous in Fresh Breeze Town. They are far superior to the refined steel swords made by the other 2 blacksmiths. Hearing his mother's words, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Young Master Lingtian, what kind of swords would you like to forge? Li Long asked respectfully. Shopkeeper Long, I want you to help me forge this piece of metal into 2 flexible swords. Try your best to forge them to the thinnest extent possible. Duan Lingtian displayed the fist-sized violet meteorite in his hand. Flexible sword? Young Master Lingtian, the material used to forge flexible swords must be tough enough. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't recognize the metal in your hand. Li Long's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Li Ro's shapely eyebrows slightly twitched, and a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She was very clear about Li Long's ability, but now even Li Long couldn't recognize the material in her son's hand. It was obvious that this wasn't an ordinary metal. Shopkeeper Long, just try to forge it for me. Forge it to the thinnest extent possible. Duan Lingtian smiled. What kind of joke was this? On Cloud Continent, there weren't many metals that could compare to the toughness of violet meteorite. The reason why violet meteorite was a material sought after by weapons craftsmen was because of its toughness. Then I'll try. Li Long nodded and received the violet meteor. He was also interested in this metal that even he couldn't recognize. Young Master Ling Tian, follow me to the inner room. I have a special forging room. Under Li Long's lead, Duan Ling Tian followed him into an inner room of the Li family's weapon shop. The forging room was fully equipped. On the weapon rack at the side, there were many fine steel swords that flickered with a cold light. Soon, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Long stretched out his hand and took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. He then threw the violet meteorite in his hand onto the forging table and allowed the flames to burn. Li Long bent down and started to pull the bellows. He let the flames burn to the limit. After an hour, the violet meteorite finally showed signs of softening. Li Long heaved a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he was indescribably shocked. Even if it was fine steel, under such a fierce fire, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for it to soften. As far as he was concerned, this metal was really too strange. Of course, it also brought him a new challenge, causing his mood to be rather excited. Soon, Li Long stood up. Holding the iron hammer, the muscles on his arms bulged and the veins pulsated. Clang! The hammer fell, ruthlessly smashing into the softening violet meteor. Immediately, the violet meteorite turned into a pile of mud. Such tenacity! Seeing this scene, Li Long couldn't help but exclaim. Young Master Ling Tian, forging 2 soft swords is no problem. Li Long looked at the youth not far away and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Long, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Clang, clang. The iron hammer in Li Long's hand fell again and again, quickly splitting the violet meteorite into 2. The 2 sword embryos gradually took shape. Duan Ling Tian, who was watching from the side, looked at Li Long with even more admiration. When Manager Long forged weapons, whether it was pulling the bellows, controlling the fire, or hammering the metal, it was all done by himself. Just this alone was enough to show that his forging skills were superb. Perhaps, it was because of this that he was able to forge the best fine steel sword in Fresh Breeze Town. 2 hours later, the 2 soft swords in Li Long's hands completed the final step and were completely formed. Through the flames, one could see that the bodies of the 2 soft swords were crystal clear and as thin as a cicada's wings. Li Long raised his hand and took a fine steel sword from the weapon rack at the side. He swung the soft sword and met the fine steel sword head-on. The fine steel sword broke with a sound, but the soft sword didn't leave a single mark. The fine steel sword that could cut through metal like mud was like paper in front of the soft sword. Good sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. Li Long's forging skills were so high that it made him gasp in amazement. Apart from the fact that these 2 soft swords didn't have the effect of increasing attack power, their other characteristics were almost the same as a grade 9 spiritual weapon. Young Master Ling Tian, thank you. Li Long respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Manager Long, why are you doing this? Duan Ling Tian hurriedly returned the bow. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for giving me such a precious metal to forge. Until I have a chance to forge better materials, these 2 soft swords will be the pinnacle of my life's work. Li Long said with slight excitement. Every blacksmith hoped that the weapon they forged would be the best divine weapon. Shio, 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 shio. Duan Lingtian held the soft sword forged from purple meteorite and swung it like the wind. The weight of the soft sword was almost negligible, making it easier for him to use the sword drawing technique. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. With this purple meteorite soft sword, his strength would rise to another level. Manager Long, do you have a leather scabbard? The kind that can be used as a belt. After obtaining the 2 soft swords, Duan Lingtian looked at Li Long and asked, Young Master Ling Tian, if you need this kind of scabbard, I can personally make one for you. Li Long smiled. After forging 2 swords that far surpassed his previous standards, he was in a good mood. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Long. Chapter 25. It had to be said that Li Long was very efficient. The next day, he delivered a pair of leather scabbards to Duan Lingtian. What was even rarer was that Li Long even added the purple meteorite residue left behind when he was forging the soft swords. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the sharp purple meteorite soft swords damaging the scabbards when he unsheathed them. Of the 2 purple meteorite soft swords, Duan Lingtian kept one for himself and gave the other to Kerr. As for his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian had other plans in mind. When he reached the core formation stage, he would personally refine a spirit sword for his mother. A spirit sword was a spirit weapon longsword. As long as he infused his spirit power into it, his attacks would be amplified to a certain extent and its power would far surpass that of a normal weapon. Mother, shopkeeper Long seems to respect you a lot. He even said that if you hadn't pleaded for him back then, he wouldn't have been able to stay. What happened? In the courtyard, Duan Lingtian helped his mother, Li Ro, massage her shoulders as he asked. Speaking of which, that was more than 10 years ago. Back then, Li Long had an affair with an elder's daughter and accidentally made her pregnant. As you can imagine, he was beaten out of the Li family. Later on, the elder's daughter insisted on giving birth to the child and angered the elder to death. She was a pitiful person. Although she successfully gave birth to the child, she died in childbirth. Seeing that the child was all alone, I pleaded with the old family head and allowed Li Long to return to the Li family. Li Ro's clear eyes were a little dazed as she slowly explained. After hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He didn't expect Li Long to have such a past. Now that I think about it, if I hadn't begged the old family head to allow him to return to the Li family, he might have left Fresh Breeze Town long ago. If that happened, our Li family would have lost a rare talent. Li Ro smiled again. Duan Lingtian nodded. In this world, some things were just so miraculous. All right, quickly go back and cultivate. With the help of the Thunder Flame Pill and your previous cultivation progress, you still have a very high chance of breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months. Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian, urging him to go back to his room to cultivate. After witnessing the power of his son's sword drawing technique, in her opinion, as long as her son broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, he might be able to kill the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong. Yes, mother. Duan Lingtian instantly stood up straight like a javelin and saluted Li Ro. Under Li Ro's astonished gaze, she turned around and returned to her room. What did Tiana do just now? Li Ro was puzzled. Perhaps, if she had the opportunity to go to Earth, she would know that Duan Lingtian's action just now was a standard military salute. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Crackle, crackle. Early in the morning, the sound of bones rubbing together could be heard from Duan Lingtian's room. Immediately after, the door opened and Duan Lingtian slowly walked out, bathing in the sunlight. Half a month earlier than expected. Slightly clenching his fists and feeling the boundless strength in his body, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. With the endless assistance of the Thunder Flame Pills and 7 Treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Lingtian spent 1.5 months to finally break through from the 5th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the body tempering stage had a strength of 2,000 jin, but Duan Lingtian, who cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the moment he stepped into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, his body's strongest explosive strength had already exceeded 3,000 jin. Compared to the 150 jin when he was at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, it had increased by an entire 10 times. There's still half a month's time. It's just enough time to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent Form's martial skill, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He directly cultivated the Spirit Serpent Movement Technique in the courtyard. After cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Spirit Serpent form to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, the strength of his body's flexibility was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was incomparably certain. Even the yoga expert with the strongest body's flexibility on Earth in his previous life was far inferior to his current body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian circled around the large tree trunk at the side of the courtyard and started cultivating. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, sticking close to the tree trunk and swiftly flitting about. In a short moment, he had already circled up and down more than a dozen times. The spirit serpent movement technique was a pure movement technique. It emphasized on making the cultivator utilize the body's flexibility to the extreme while at the same time displaying an extremely terrifying speed. Bush, 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 bush. Duan Lingtian, whose body's flexibility satisfied the requirements to cultivate the spirit serpent movement technique, was extremely easy to cultivate. Within an hour, he had already grasped some of the essence of the spirit serpent movement technique. Of course, this was also thanks to the foundation that Duan Lingtian had from cultivating the form and will fist in his previous life. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grasp the essence of the spirit serpent movement technique so quickly. Duan Lingtian became more and more immersed in his cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, the clear sound of the door opening rang in his ears. Only then did he stop. "Mother!" Seeing the beautiful woman walking out, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. In his previous life, he had no parents. In this life, he especially enjoyed the motherly love that Li Ro gave him. He was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. "Tian air." Li Ro replied with a smile. However, the smile on her face quickly froze. "Honor, you broke through?" Li Ro's voice slightly trembled. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Good, good." Li Ro was so excited that it was difficult for her to suppress her feelings. During this period of time, what she was most worried about was that her son wouldn't be able to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage before the agreed date. Now it seemed that she was thinking too much. Her son did not disappoint and completed his breakthrough to the 7th level of the body tempering stage half a month in advance. "Tian air, Mother is happy today. Mother will go buy some ingredients now and make something delicious for you." Li Ro's beautiful face flushed red as she said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and left the house. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He could understand his mother's current feelings. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Boss, boss. Just when Duan Lingtian was preparing to continue cultivating the spirit serpent movement technique, a slightly hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. "This damn fatty is really stubborn. He's here again." Duan Lingtian frowned. He recognized the owner of the voice. In the past 2 months, the other party had come no less than 10 times. Most of the time, he didn't give the other party any face because of the good relationship between his mother and the 5th elder. But now, this damn fatty was taking advantage of him. He opened the unlatched door and walked out of the courtyard. "Li Xian, how many times have I said it? I won't take you in as a lackey. If you come to harass me again, I'll go look for your father." Duan Lingtian looked at the little fatty and frowned. "Boss, don't. I came to look for you this time because there's really something. You're in trouble, big trouble." When the little fatty heard that Duan Lingtian was going to look for his father, he instantly panicked. "What's the matter? Speak quickly." Duan Lingtian's face slightly sank. As far as he was concerned, this damn fatty always had a dog's mouth that couldn't utter decent words. "Boss, after I heard about this matter, I came to look for you at the first possible moment. I didn't even tell my father. I'm loyal enough, right?" The little fatty's fat face bulged as he laughed slyly. "If you don't speak, then don't speak." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He didn't have much patience in front of this damn fatty. "Oh, boss. I'll speak. I also eavesdropped on this matter. Right now, it's also a secret in the Fong family." The little fatty took a deep breath and his fat face trembled as he spoke. "Fong family?" Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. "Boss, I heard that the steward of the Fong family, Fong Chong, broke through to the core formation stage a few days ago. How about we ignore the agreement in half a month? After all, you're only 15 years old. Even if you break the agreement, it's not shameful." After saying this in one breath, The little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian. Ignoring the little fatty, Duan Lingtian's expression remained the same, as if he wasn't surprised at all. However, his eyes had already imperceptibly narrowed, and a bright light flashed through them. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. Feng Chang actually broke through at this critical juncture. At the 9th level of the body tempering stage, when the strength of the fleshly body explodes, one has a strength of 5,000 pounds and can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette, as for the 1st level of the core formation stage. Besides the strength of the fleshly body comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. The origin energy that was born from the fleshly body, once utilized, was comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. A martial artist at the 1st level of the core formation stage fully exerted the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could feel the pressure, and the joy of breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage eased up. Li Xian, you only need to tell me about this matter. Don't tell a third person, understand? Subsequently, he looked at the little fatty and coldly said, "Can I tell my father?" The little fatty asked naively. Your dad isn't human? Duan Lingtian glared at the little fatty, causing the little fatty to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He laughed awkwardly. Boss, that? Suddenly, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Ling. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. This damn fatty was really troublesome. However, in order to seal his mouth, Duan Lingtian chose to endure. Boss, I want you to help me teach Li Ming a lesson. The little fatty rubbed his chubby hands together and laughed slyly. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun. He remembered who Li Ming was. Li Ming, the youngest son of the 2nd elder. The famous genius of the Li family. His natural talent wasn't inferior to Li Jie's. He was 17 this year, and with the assistance of the Thunder Flame Pill and 6 Treasures body tempering liquid, he stepped into the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago. You're the same as Li Ming. You don't lack the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid and Thunder Flame Pill. Why don't you use your own strength to defeat him? Duan Lingtian said unhappily. This damn fatty was not like the 5th elder at all in this aspect. I don't lack it, but the problem is that he's 2 years older than me. The little fatty looked expectantly at Duan Lingtian and laughed slyly. Boss, help me. I was almost kicked by him like a ball last time, and he even called me a damn fat pig. I must teach him a lesson and make him call me fat bro when he sees me in the future. Boss, you must help me. If I'm beaten by him again, I'm afraid I'll forget what you said to me earlier. Chapter 26. Damn fatty, are you threatening me? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly, scaring the fatty into taking a step back. Bao? Boss, I was wrong. Enough. Frowning, Duan Lingtian didn't argue with the fatty anymore. He took off the bronze ring on his finger and looked at the fatty. Take this ring and give me the one on your hand. The fatty was stunned. Glancing at the bronze ring on Duan Lingtian's hand, then glancing at the gold ring on his thumb, his chubby face felt pained. Boss, this is the birthday present my grandfather gave me last year. Are you exchanging or not? Huh? Scram. Duan Lingtian glared at the fatty and shouted in a low voice. He turned around and prepared to walk back. The little fatty was a shrewd person and saw through the clues. He hurriedly spread out his chubby hands to stop Duan Lingtian and laughed slyly. Boss, does the ring in your hand have some sort of secret? Duan Lingtian grunted in a low voice. If you were to take the ring in my hand, defeating Li Ming would only take a few minutes. But since you can't bear to part with the ring your grandfather gave you, then forget it. After saying this, Duan Lingtian prepared to walk back to the courtyard. Boss, I was wrong. The fatty was anxious. He walked up and asked anxiously, Boss, the ring on your hand, is it inscribed with an inscription? You know about inscriptions? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He didn't expect Li Xian to know about inscriptions. The fatty smiled proudly, When I was at my grandfather's house, I read about inscriptions in an ancient book. It is said that inscriptions are usually inscribed on personal items and can allow one to control unimaginable power. It's true that fortune favors fools. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and passed the bronze ring in his hand to the little fatty. Take it. If you can't bear to part with the gold ring in your hand, then return the bronze ring to me after you use up the inscription on the bronze ring. The little fatty stretched out his chubby little hand and took the ring. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Boss, I was just casually saying it. This ring of yours really has an inscription pattern inscribed on it?" "Nonsense." Duan Ling Tian snorted. The inscription on this ring was inscribed with the materials he bought last time. He originally planned to use it to deal with the Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chang. But who would have thought that Fong Chang broke through at this critical moment? This type of inscription was only useful to body-tempering realm martial artists. It was completely useless to core formation realm martial artists who had developed origin energy. Therefore, he went with the flow and gave it to little fatty. In any case, with his current strength, he didn't need to use the power of inscriptions to deal with body-tempering stage martial artists. "Boss, you know an inscription master?" The fatty's small eyes shone brightly. He looked like he wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. "Alright, hurry up and scram. Remember my words. If you dare to spread the news of Fong Chang breaking through to my mother's ears, be careful that I don't roll you into a ball and kick you like a soccer ball." Glaring at the fatty, Duan Ling Tian walked into the courtyard. Who knew that the fatty would chase after him? "Boss, boss." Duan Ling Tian frowned. "What now?" The fatty smiled awkwardly. "Boss, how do I activate the inscription on this ring? Didn't you read about inscriptions in ancient books? Why do you need me to teach you such a simple thing?" Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at the fatty. After teaching him how to activate the inscription, he chased him out of the courtyard. After the fatty left, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Fong Chang breaking through to the core formation realm was undoubtedly bad news for him. Although the inscription technique was mystical, it had its limits. The inscriptions that Duan Lingtian could inscribe now were only useful for people who hadn't developed elemental energy yet. The inscriptions that could be used on core formation realm martial artists required elemental energy and various materials to inscribe. He thought of asking his mother for help, but the inscription technique was broad and profound. People who didn't know anything about inscriptions would need to spend at least several years studying inscriptions before they could successfully inscribe their first inscription. The reason why he could inscribe inscriptions so easily was because he had the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu. Him inscribing inscriptions was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu inscribing inscriptions without any pressure. Looks like I can't rely on external forces to kill Fong Chang. I can only rely on myself. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he returned to the courtyard. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a nimble snake as he seriously cultivated the spirit serpent movement technique. Perhaps, the spirit serpent movement technique would be an opportunity for him. He didn't let Li Xian spread the news of Fong Chang breaking through to the core formation realm because he was worried that it would reach his mother, Li Ro. He knew that once his mother knew of Fong Chang's breakthrough, she wouldn't allow him to visit the Fong family in half a month's time. The reason why the Fong family hid the news was probably because they were worried that he wouldn't dare to visit. The Fong clan obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to use Fong Chang to get rid of him. "The Fong family is looking down on me." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as a cold light flashed through them. In the Li family's martial arts practice field, the little fatty, Li Xian, stood there with his hands on his waist. The Li family's disciples surrounded him as they pointed at Li Xian and discussed animatedly. Did this Li Xian eat the wrong medicine? He actually dares to challenge Li Ming. Does he think that he wasn't beaten badly enough by Li Ming last time? I don't know. Maybe it's because his skin is thick and he doesn't feel any pain from being beaten. Fifth Elder is handsome and has an imposing appearance. Aside from his eyebrows, this Li Xian doesn't look like Fifth Elder at all. Even if they do look alike, it's blocked by his fat. In the midst of the discussion, there were many mocking voices. Everyone felt that Li Xian was overestimating himself. Damn fat pig, I heard that you want to challenge me? Soon, a teenager walked over from afar and arrived in front of Li Xian in a moment. He looked at Li Xian with a mocking expression. He didn't put Li Xian in his eyes at all. He was Li Ming, the youngest son of the Li family's second elder. Li Ming, let's settle old and new grudges today. The little fatty roared. The fat on his body trembled as he flew out like a ball. His chubby fists punched towards Li Ming. You overestimate yourself. Li Ming laughed in disdain. He didn't even move as he punched out with both fists. In his opinion, as long as his fists hit the little fatty would be blasted away like a ball. The surrounding Li family members all thought the same. In their opinion, Li Xian wasn't Li Ming's match. Bang! The two of them punched each other. Just at this instant, the little fatty's eyes narrowed into slits. He instantly activated the inscription on his bronze ring. Chi, Li Ming felt as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly felt that his entire body had no strength. Not only that, he also felt soreness coming from all parts of his body. He couldn't be more familiar with this feeling. It was precisely the symptoms of the Thunder Flame pill taking effect. Before he could react to why the symptoms of the Thunder Flame pill would appear at this moment, the powerless Li Ming was blasted back by Li Xian's punch. Then, Li Xian punched out again, hitting half of Li Ming's face and knocking him to the ground. Immediately after, there was another wave of attacks like a storm. It was a completely one-sided beating. You're joking, right? The surrounding Li family members had their mouths wide open. Some of them even fiercely pinched their thighs and let out a shrill cry before realizing that they weren't dreaming. Instantly, all of them were dumbstruck. When did Li Xian become so strong? Didn't Li Ming just break through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago? Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. When the soreness in Li Ming's entire body disappeared, he wanted to resist, but when he exerted a bit of strength, a wave of pain came from his muscles. Obviously, he was heavily injured by Li Xian. Under the circumstances, he hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Are you still going to call me a damn fat pig in the future? Li Xian put his hands on his waist and mocked as he stepped on Li Ming's thigh, causing Li Ming to cry out loudly. I won't. Li Ming was slightly hysterical. When you see me in the future, call me Brother Fatty, understand? The little fatty fiercely glared at Li Ming with his small eyes as he threatened. Yes, Brother Fatty, Brother Fatty. Li Ming hurriedly cried out, deeply afraid that if he was too late, he would be beaten again. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He was currently covered in injuries and wasn't Li Xian's match at all, so he chose to endure. As far as he was concerned, as long as he recovered from his injuries, he would be able to wash away his shame. Of course, he was very puzzled in his heart. When he was exchanging blows with Li Xian, why did the symptoms of the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal strength appear on his body? Could it be the aftereffects of the Thunder Flame pill? I didn't notice it usually, but you're really a lowly wretch. You won't listen unless I hit you. Li Xian snorted as he left Li Ming and left the martial arts practice grounds under the numerous gazes of disbelief. After teaching Li Ming a lesson, Li Xian was in a good mood. The Thunder Flame inscription that boss gave me is really useful. That Li Ming is probably still wondering why his body would suddenly show the symptoms of the Thunder Flame pill's medicinal strength. He probably thinks that it's the aftereffects of the Thunder Flame pill. In the courtyard, a slender and elegant beautiful young girl was holding the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. She was unceasingly drawing and sheathing the sword as she cultivated the sword drawing technique. Beside her was a handsome youth with a delicate and pretty face. He was patiently explaining the details of the sword drawing technique to her, and he would answer any question she had. He was extremely like a tireless teacher. Boss. Suddenly, a wave of calls sounded out from outside the courtyard, causing the youth to frown. This damned fatty really doesn't know when to stop. Kerr, I'm going out for a moment. You practice by yourself first. Yes, young master. The young girl obediently nodded. The youth walked out of the courtyard with large strides. Looking at the little fatty who was striding over, he frowned and said, "What's the matter now?" The little fatty laughed slyly as he took off the bronze ring on his pinky finger and the gold ring on his thumb. He passed both to the youth. "Boss, your ring." The youth didn't take it. He looked at the gold ring that was mixed in with the bronze ring on the little fatty's hand. "What do you mean?" Chapter 27. Glaring at the little fatty, Duan Lingtian said in annoyance, "Damn fatty, do you think inscriptions are cabbages that you can get whenever you want? I haven't even asked you for money yet. Do you know that just this Thunderflame inscription alone requires over 30 taels of silver? Inscriptions were originally things that burned money. Inscriptions like the Thunderflame inscription were still low-level inscriptions. Higher-level inscriptions would easily require over 1,000 taels, 10,000 taels, or even more. Duan Lingtan originally thought that by saying this, the little fatty would back off. After all, even the little fatty's father, fifth elder Li Ting's monthly salary was only a dozen or so taels of silver. It was impossible for him to squander like this. Who knew that when the little fatty heard Duan Lingtian's words, he would suddenly laugh. He reached into his bosom and directly took out a stack of banknotes. Each banknote was 100 taels of silver and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Boss, isn't it just silver? Anything that can be solved with silver isn't a problem at all. There should be 700 or 800 taels here. Take it all and ask that inscription master to make me a few more inscriptions." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was sure that the money in the little fatty's hands was definitely not given by fifth elder Li Ting, although Li Ting had earned 500 taels of silver from him last time. Even so, Li Ting's net worth was at most 1,500 taels of silver. Otherwise, before the battle between him and Li Jie, Li Ting wouldn't have been unable to take out a second 500 taels of silver to bet with Li Kuan. Duan Lingtian took the banknotes and weighed them in his hands before asking, "Li Xian, where did you get this money from?" The little fatty grinned and his small eyes narrowed. "Grandfather gave it to me before I returned to the Li family last time." "Boss, don't tell my father. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep the rest of the money." "Other than these banknotes, you have more?" Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. He didn't expect the little fatty to be a financial backer. "There are still some." The little fatty said with an indifferent expression, "My grandfather said that when I run out of money, I just need to send him a letter, and he'll get someone to send more to me." Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that the little fatty's grandfather was not simple. He had never heard of him before. In Duan Lingtian's memories, he only knew that the little fatty's mother had passed away 7 or 8 years ago, and then the little fatty had gone out with his grandfather. "As long as you have the money, everything is negotiable." Duan Lingtan squinted his eyes and patted Fatty's shoulder. "How about this? I'll write down the materials you need for the Thunderfire inscription pattern and you can buy them yourself. Treat this money as my reward. In the future, I'll inscribe as many Thunderfire inscriptions as you have. What do you think?" "Boss, you said that you'll help me inscribe. Could it be that you're the one who inscribed the Thunderfire inscription pattern?" The little fatty was dumbfounded as he understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? As long as the inscription pattern is useful, you don't have to care who inscribes it." Duan Lingtian casually stuffed the banknotes into his pocket and returned to his room in the courtyard. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down the materials needed for the Thunderfire inscription pattern. According to the amount written on it, one set can inscribe one Thunderfire inscription pattern. All right, you should prepare more accessories. One accessory can only hold one inscription pattern at a time. Duan Lingtian said as he passed the note in his hand to the little fatty. "Okay." The little fatty took the paper as if it was a treasure. He then looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly as if he wanted to say something. "If you have something to say, then say it. If you're done, then scram," Duan Lingtian said unhappily. During this period of time, he had been annoyed by this little fatty. "But can I learn the art of inscriptions from you?" The little fatty's chubby face trembled as he asked with a face full of expectation. Seeing Duan Lingtian frown, the little fatty hurriedly said, "Boss, I can pay the tuition fee. I won't learn for free." Tuition fee? Duan Lingtian's brows relaxed as his eyes lit up. What he lacked the most right now was money. Although he had over 30,000 silver, he knew that once he stepped into the core formation stage, it wouldn't be long before he used up all the silver in his hands. One could never have too much money, especially when he had so many life professions: alchemy, weapon forging, and inscriptions. Okay, since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly take out half an hour to teach you every day. How much you can learn will depend on you. Only a bastard would refuse to earn money. Duan Lingtian patted the little fatty's shoulder and said, "Because of the fifth elder, I'll charge you 1,000 silver a month. Is that okay?" When the little fatty heard this, he was stunned. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he thought that the little fatty thought it was too expensive. He awkwardly coughed twice and slowly said, "If you think it's too expensive, we can discuss it again." "A little? So cheap. Boss, thank you." The little fatty excitedly interrupted Duan Lingtian's words. While Duan Lingtian remained silent, he also felt a bit of regret. Did he set the price too low? Duan Lingtian called out to him when he saw the little fatty holding the piece of paper in his hand about to leave. He said with a serious expression, "You must not tell anyone that I know the art of inscriptions. Otherwise, don't even think about learning inscriptions from me." "Boss, don't worry. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." After the little fatty solemnly vowed, he eagerly walked out. When he thought about how Li Ming would continue to eat at his hands in the future, his heart bloomed with joy. He decided that he would make at least 10 or 20 lightning fire inscriptions as backup. Li Xian have good eyesight. Even a boss is so awesome. Not only is his strength heaven-defying, but he also knows inscriptions. "I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich." The little fatty whispered to himself as he excitedly walked back home to get the money. Just now, he had given all the silver notes he had on him to Duan Lingtian. After the little fatty left, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard and continued to stand behind Kerr. He stuck close to her body and taught her the sword drawing technique step by step. After 2 months of cultivation, Kerr had almost grasped the essence of the sword drawing technique. She was only lacking in maturity. Smelling the fragrance of the girl's hair and feeling the girl's body temperature, Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little blurry. He took a deep breath in enjoyment. "What are you guys doing?" A voice with a hint of laughter, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, suddenly came from behind. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he awkwardly took a step back and left the girl. The girl's face was embarrassed, and her face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out. "Madam!" It was Li Ro who had returned from grocery shopping. Stop practicing for now. Come and help me out. I bought a lot of ingredients today. I want to give you and Tian, some nourishment." Li Ro shook the grocery basket in her hand and smiled charmingly. "Yes." The girl hurriedly sheathed her sword. "Mom, do you need my help?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Go. You better focus on your cultivation. Even though you've broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, Fang Chang is still a 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. If he's lucky enough to dodge your sword drawing technique, then you're finished." Li Ro rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and completely ignored him. "Young master, you've broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage?" The girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian laughed. "My Kerr is already at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. If I still didn't break through, then it would be a bit embarrassing." The girl's eyes dimmed as she slowly said, "Young master, then I'll try my best to cultivate slower in the future." Li Ro smiled. "Kerr, don't mind him. You cultivate diligently. We women can only suppress men when our strength is stronger than his. If you don't want to be bullied by him in the future, then you have to quickly surpass him." Hearing Li Ro's words, the girl's face instantly flushed red. She took the grocery basket from Li Ro's hands and ran into the kitchen, leaving the mother and son with a shy back view. You little brat, don't be lazy. Li Ro glared at Duan Lingtian before following her into the kitchen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before continuing his movements. His flexible body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he swiftly swept through the courtyard. Swift as the wind, as fast as lightning, his speed became faster and faster. In the past 2 months, the talent that Kerr displayed made Duan Lingtian involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. Although Kerr also had the same cultivation conditions as him that far surpassed the other Li family members, she was still a girl after all. However, she was a girl after all, and it was extremely rare for her to have such talent. According to what his mother Li Ro said, Kerr's talent far surpassed hers in the past. However, since Kerr's talent was good and her cultivation increased quickly, Duan Lingtian was also happy. At the very least, when he left Fresh Breeze Town in the future, he could bring Kerr along. If he didn't have Kerr by his side, he really wouldn't be used to it. Very quickly, the two beauties finished preparing the meal. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the aroma was overwhelming. The family sat together to eat and helped each other pick up food. The atmosphere was filled with happiness and warmth. At the same time, in the courtyard where second elder Li Xing lived, Li Xing stood at the door and looked at his youngest son, Li Ming, who was lying on the bed. His face was full of disappointment. Look at you, if you were beaten up like this by Duan Lingtian, father would accept it. But you were actually beaten up like this by that fatty Li Xian. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. Father, I've said it 800 times. This time, the aftereffects of the Thunder Flame pill suddenly came up. Otherwise, Li Xian would definitely be beaten into a pig's head by me. Li Ming was half lying on the bed with a helpless expression. It was difficult for him to defend himself. Look at you, you're still looking for excuses. Your brother also took the Thunder Flame pill, why didn't he have any aftereffects? Li Xing shook his head, obviously not believing Li Ming's words. If you can't beat him now, you should cultivate properly and fight back in the future. Don't keep looking for excuses, that's what a coward does. After speaking, Li Xing turned and left. Li Ming was lying on the bed. He could feel the pain even when he slightly stretched his body. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and fiercely say, "Damn fatty, wait until my injuries are healed. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I don't believe that your luck will always be so good." In Li Ming's opinion, the reason Li Xian could beat him up like this was all because of Li Xian's good luck. If it wasn't for the aftereffects of the Thunder Flame pill acting up, Li Xian wouldn't have been able to beat him. Chapter 28. Are you sure you want me to inscribe 20 Thunder Flame inscriptions for you? Looking at the pile of materials prepared by the little fatty, Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling that it was a bit exaggerated. Yes, boss. The little fatty nodded like a chick pecking rice and asked, Boss, is there a problem? No problem. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he said, I just want to tell you, other than Li Ming, you can't use the Thunder Flame inscriptions on anyone else. Otherwise, it won't be long before someone guesses that you used the inscriptions on Li Ming. If you only use it on Li Ming, even if it works, he won't be able to defend himself. No one will believe what he says. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? The little fatty patted his head and said regretfully, if I use the Thunder Flame inscriptions on Li Ming a few more times, he won't dare to mess with me anymore. Boss, wouldn't the rest of the materials be wasted? Duan Lingtian said lightly, keep the rest of the materials, you will need them. The first inscription pattern I'm going to teach you is the Thunder Flame inscriptions. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The little fatty's face was full of smiles. Suddenly, he saw Duan Lingtian spread out his hand. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Boss, what do you mean by this? Tuition fee. Duan Lingtian stared at the little fatty and said unhappily. Yes, I almost forgot. The little fatty laughed slyly, then extended his hand to withdraw a stack of silver from his pocket and passed it over to Duan Lingtian. Boss, I've already prepared it. Here's 1,000 silver, it's the tuition fee for the next month. Duan Lingan took it and nodded. From tomorrow onwards, I will go to your house to find you after lunch. Every day for half an hour, I will do my best to teach you. How much you can learn is up to you. Thank you, boss, then I won't disturb you. The little fatty grinned, turned around and ran away. As he weighed the 1,000 silver in his hand, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. Every little bit counts. The more I save up, no matter if it's alchemy, weapons crafting, or inscriptions in the future, they'll all be bottomless pits. From the next day onwards, Duan Lingtian would take half an hour to Li Xian's house after lunch. At first, the fifth elder Li Ting felt that it was strange. However, when he saw his son becoming good friends with Duan Lingtian, he was happy to see it happen. But for the past few days, he heard strange noises coming from his son's room. Pa! But now, the noises came again. Li Ting shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. In the room, the handsome boy with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes slapped Fatty's head. Why are you so stupid? I told you not to mix purple gold gravel and inflammation grass powder together. You just can't remember. Boss, if you to you, then I will be even more stupid. The little fatty rubbed his head with a face full of grievance. Why would I agree to teach you inscriptions? You're just a block of wood. Let me tell you, if you don't make any progress this month, I won't teach you next month no matter how much money you give me. I don't want to waste time. The young man had a face full of disappointment. The little fatty smiled bitterly. Boss, don't worry, I will work hard and won't disappoint you. I hope you can do what you say. Half an hour is up, I should leave. I'll come back tomorrow and hope you can make some progress. Frowning, the young man walked out of the room and left. Half a month later, early in the morning, the Li family's martial arts practice field was bustling with noise and excitement. Most of the Li family's members that gathered were young men and women. Currently, they were discussing animatedly, and the topic revolved around the second elder's son, Li Ming, and the fifth elder's son, Li Xian. This time, Li Ming took the initiative to challenge Li Xian. It seems that his injuries have healed. Last time, Li Ming said that he was sick and that's why he lost to Li Xian. I wonder if it's true. If he loses to Li Xian again this time, then it's fake. Right? I think so too. We can't always bump into him when he's sick, right? Li Ming had arrived long ago and stood in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Listening to the discussions around him, his expression was as unsightly as it could be. His father ordered him not to tell anyone about the Thunderflame pill, so he could only use the excuse of being sick. He didn't expect that so many people would suspect him. Did they really think that he wasn't a match for Lu Xian? Li Xian, this time I'll make you lie in bed for half a month as well. Li Ming gnashed his teeth and said angrily. Li Xian is here. Suddenly, the young men and women around the martial arts practice field all turned around and looked into the distance. In the distance, the young man and woman who were like a golden couple walked in front, and the slightly wretched little fatty followed behind them like a little follower. Wasn't this one of today's main characters, Li Xian? I heard that Li Xian has acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his boss. Acknowledging a disciple with a different surname as his boss is a disgrace to our Li family. So what if he's a disciple with a different surname? If you have the guts, then stand out and loudly repeat what you just said. Do you dare? You don't dare, right? If you don't dare, then don't act pretentious. That's right. Even if Duan Lingtian is a disciple with a different surname, he's still brought honor to our Li family. The Fong family has suffered at his hands many times. The 3-month period will be up tomorrow. I wonder if Duan Lingtian really dares to go to the Fong family. Duan Lingtian held Ker's hand and heard the discussions directed at him from afar. In response to these words, he only laughed it off. Then, he looked at the little fatty behind him and said, "Don't be too heavy-handed today. Just let him know how difficult it is and retreat. Otherwise, even if the second elder is magnanimous, he will still have to find your father to reason with. Don't make it too difficult for your father, understand?" Spus. The little fatty hurriedly nodded. In this world, the person he respected the most was Duan Lingtian. When the Li family youths saw Duan Lingtian and company arrive, they all stepped aside to make a path for them. Duan Lingtian held Ker's hand and stood at the very front. The little fatty stepped forward and walked into the training field. He looked at Li Ming with a grin. Li Ming, you've recovered quite well, haven't you? You've recovered so quickly. Li Xian, today I'm going to wash away the humiliation you brought upon me half a month ago. Li Ming's face was red as he said fiercely. The anger that had been suppressed for half a month completely exploded. Don't worry. My boss gave the order. I won't be too heavy-handed like last time. Li Xian chuckled. His fat face revealed a smile that deserved a spanking. It was as despicable as it could get. You're courting death. Li Ming's eyes turned cold. His legs, which had been accumulating power, trembled. His entire body rushed out like a ferocious tiger and pounced towards Li Xian. The Mastery Stage Yellow Class Mid-Tier Martial Skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, was used and blasted towards Li Xian. Ferocious Tiger Fist? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the 7th Elder's youngest son, Li Exin, also used the Ferocious Tiger Fist. However, Li Xian's Ferocious Tiger Fist was much weaker than Li Ming's. They were not even on the same level. This was the difference between Submastery Stage and Mastery Stage. Only when a martial skill reached the Mastery Stage would it be able to unleash its true power. Li Xian also moved. He directly went up to meet Li Ming. He didn't even use a martial skill. Instead, he casually punched towards Li Ming's fist. In that instant, a smirk appeared on his face. He activated the Thunderfire inscription. Immediately, the scene from half a month ago appeared again. Li Xian's entire body froze as if he was struck by lightning. The strength in his fist dissipated, leaving only inertia. He couldn't stop Li Xian at all. Bang! Li Xian punched Li Ming, who was sweating from the soreness, to the ground. What followed was a series of punches and kicks. The surroundings of the Li family's martial arts field were deathly silent. The scene before them was so familiar to those who had witnessed the battle between the two of them half a month ago. Half a month ago, Li Ming was also injured by Li Xian like this. Impossible. How is this possible? After Li Xian stopped, Li Ming realized that the soreness from the Thunderfire inscription had disappeared. His eyes were unfocused. He couldn't believe that this was real. If Li Xian was lucky half a month ago, could it be that he was also lucky this time? How could there be such a coincidence? Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind making you lie in bed for another half a month. Li Xian's chubby face trembled. He arrogantly left behind these words and returned to Duan Lingtian's side under the respectful gazes of the surrounding people. Li Xian's face was filled with a flattering smile, as if he was a completely different person from before. Boss, I listened to you and held back. This time, he'll at most be bedridden for a few days. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. Sister-in-law, I'm awesome, right? Li Xian looked at Ke, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and chuckled. When Ke heard how Li Xian addressed her, she immediately blushed. Don't be so smug. With the help of the Thunderfire pill and 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, you're only at the 5th level of the body-tempering stage. Don't you feel ashamed? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian. Ever since he passively acknowledged Li Xian as his little brother, he added some ingredients to his 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, turning it into the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. Of course, this was a secret between him and Li Xian. Even the 5th elder, Li Ting, didn't know. At that time, Li Xian finally found out that the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was actually created by his boss, and he instantly prostrated himself in admiration towards Duan Lingtian. Li Xian awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed bitterly. Boss, do you think everyone is as abnormal as you and sister-in-law? 2 days ago, Ke's cultivation followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and stepped into the 7th level of the body-tempering stage, causing Li Xian to be speechless. He really had no choice but to accept it. K off. You're the abnormal one. Duan Lingtian glared at the little fatty, then held Ke's hand and turned around to walk out. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and the surrounding gazes that converged onto him were filled with reverence. If it was said that the Duan Lingtian from 4 months ago didn't have the qualifications to make them take him seriously. Now, unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had already become an existence that they could only look up to. Some of them even regretted not befriending Duan Lingtian when he was at his weakest. Otherwise, how awe-inspiring would it be to follow by his side like Li Xian now? "Boss, wait for me." Li Xian, who was shaking his body full of fat, hurriedly followed up eagerly. When the figures of the 3 people disappeared before everyone's eyes, the people present looked towards Li Ming, who was lying on the martial arts practice grounds and looking up at the sky with a wooden expression, and they all mocked him. This Li Ming wouldn't say that he's sick again, right? In my opinion, him saying that he was sick half a month ago was just an excuse. Today, he slapped his own face. Too embarrassing. The corners of Li Ming's mouth revealed a helpless and bitter smile as he listened to the ridicule of the Li family disciples that gradually dispersed. Chapter 29. Boss, tomorrow is the day you said 3 months ago that you would go to Fong family. Are you really going? On the way back from the martial arts practice field, the little fatty looked at the youth beside him with a serious face and asked. The youth smiled faintly. Of course I'm going. In his previous life, he had always kept his promises. He never had the habit of taking back what he said. This was also his way of doing things. If he changed, then he would no longer be the Ling Tian, whose name shook the world. The little fatty was silent for a moment, then asked again, Boss, are you confident? The youth shrugged with a smile on his face. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. Little fatty said in all seriousness. I'm not completely confident. The youth's eyes flashed and he shook his head lightly. Boss, if you're not confident, then don't go tomorrow. You're only 15 years old, the same age as Fong Chang's son. If you don't dare to go find Fong Chang, no one will really make fun of you. A trace of worry appeared on the little fatty's chubby face as he said sincerely, Li Xian. The youth suddenly spoke. Boss, I'm here. The little fatty hurriedly replied. Remember, as a man, you must be responsible. There's absolutely no reason to go back on a promise. This time, if I don't go, I'll be going against my heart. I might not be able to get over this hurdle in my life because I'm weak and afraid. So, even if I'm not completely confident, I'll still go. The youth's face turned serious as he spoke slowly. The young girl beside the youth looked at the youth with her clear eyes that were like water. She discovered that at this moment, there seemed to be an indescribable charm on the youth's body that tugged at the string in the depths of her heart. It caused her to fall deeply into it, unable to extricate herself. Boss, I can't win against you. You have your reasons for everything. The little fatty smiled bitterly. But this time, you really have to listen to me. You mustn't mess around. It's not like you don't know that Fong Chang is no longer Quen. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You should take care of yourself first. You don't have to worry about my matters. The youth's sword-like eyebrows moved slightly as he glared at the little fatty and interrupted him. This guy really didn't know what to say. Only then did the little fatty realize the young girl's existence and smiled awkwardly. After chasing the little fatty away, the young man brought the young girl into the courtyard of his house. At this moment, a trace of worry appeared on the girl's delicate face. Her gentle gaze fell on the young man. Young master, are you really not confident? The young man smiled and gently stroked the girl's smooth, jade-like face. Silly girl, I'm only saying that I'm not 100% sure. Don't worry, no matter what, nothing will happen to young master. Even if I can't defeat him, I will retreat. I can't bear to leave my cur. The young girl's eyebrows moved slightly, and her eyes were filled with tears. She threw herself into the young man's arms and said with a sobbing tone, Young master, if something really happens to you, cur won't live alone. The young girl's words were like a heavy hammer striking Duan Lingtian's heart, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he could naturally tell that the girl was telling the truth. There was no falsehood in her words. At this moment, this iron-blooded man who would bleed but not cry, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Tightly holding the young girl in his arms, he gently said, "Silly girl, you still don't believe young master's words?" The young girl nodded, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Kerr is afraid that young master will leave Kerr. If young master is no longer around, Kerr has no meaning in living. Early on, when Duan Lingtian brought her back and took care of her as his family, she had already made a vow in her heart. In this life, she would only live for young master. Even if young master had a family in the future, got married and had children, she would silently accompany young master by his side. She would be willing to be his slave and serve him until she grew old. Until she breathed her last. In this life, for this man, she would have no regrets. "Alright, look at you. You're crying like a little kitten." Helping the young girl wipe away the tears on her face, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "In a while, when my mother comes back and sees you like this, she will definitely think that I bullied you. It's not like you don't know that in her heart, you, the future daughter-in-law, have a higher status than me, her biological son." "Young master, you're so bad. You're making fun of Kerr again." The young girl shyly left Duan Lingtian's arms, trotted into the room, and closed the door. "This girl is still shy." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Immediately, his eyes revealed an unprecedented firmness. For Kerr, for his mother, and for himself, he would not allow anything to happen to himself. "Feng Chang, you will die without a doubt." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light, revealing an endless chill. Li family mansion, the courtyard where fifth elder Li Ting lived. Li Ting entered the house with a strange expression. Seeing his son sitting in the courtyard in a daze, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. "How did you do it? Li Ming actually fell into your hands twice." Half a month ago, he knew that Li Ming was injured by his son. At that time, he felt that it was a little strange. When he went to second elder Li Sheng's house to apologize, he heard Li Ming shouting there, saying something about the aftereffects of the thunder fire pill acting up. He, who knew his son's capabilities the best, naturally believed him. But this time, Li Ming took the initiative to challenge his son, and was injured by his son again, leaving him speechless. He just returned from second elder's place, and in the end, Li Ming said it was the aftereffects of the thunder fire pill acting up, and was even scolded by second elder. On the way home, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although his son continuously defeated Li Ming and gave him face, he always felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. "Oh, what's wrong?" Soon, Li Ting found that his son's face was full of worry. It was a completely different person from the proud him after defeating Li Ming half a month ago. One must know that his son is usually very optimistic. Even if he was taught a lesson by the family's disciples outside, he would come back as if nothing had happened. Why is he so strange today? Is he not happy after defeating Li Ming? Li Ting couldn't help but ask, or is there something on your mind? Why are you always frowning?" Li Xian came back to his senses and clenched his teeth as if he had made a great decision. He raised his head to look at Li Ting and said with a serious face, "Father, I have something to tell you. But this definitely cannot be known by ninth elder. Otherwise, boss will definitely not recognize me as a brother." Li Ting frowned. "What is it? Speak." Li Xian hurriedly told him about what he overheard from the Fong family half a month ago. He bitterly smiled and said, "Boss didn't want me to say it, so I've been hiding it. But boss is going to the Fong family tomorrow. Although he has broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, how could he be a match for Feng Chang, who has stepped into the core formation stage?" "Feng Chang, core formation stage?" Hearing his son's words, Li Ting's face changed greatly. He shouted in alarm, "You brat, you dare to hide such a big matter? You're really audacious. I'll report this to Patriarch and come back to teach you a lesson." After he finished speaking, Li Ting walked out in a hurry. Only Li Xian's chubby face was left behind. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "Boss, don't blame me. I'm just afraid that something will happen to you." Even if you resent me and hate me afterwards, I'll accept it. In the evening, Patriarch Li Nanfeng sent someone to find him, causing Duan Lingtian to be rather surprised. In the Li family's main hall, he saw that besides Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Hua and Fifth Elder Li Ting were also present. His heart trembled. How could he not know what happened? It must be that damn fatty who said too much. Greetings to Patriarch, Grand Elder, and Fifth Elder. Duan Lingtian bowed to the three of them one by one. Duan Lingtian, do you know why we're looking for you? Li Nanfeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked. Patriarch, it should be because of the matter of Feng Chang stepping into the body-tempering stage, right? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. You brat, you have good talent and you're also intelligent. But, don't you think you're lacking in consideration of this matter? Li Nanfeng sighed. Duan Lingtian was now the Li family's treasure. As long as he was alive, the Six Treasures body-tempering liquid would not be cut off. The Six Treasures body-tempering liquid was of great significance to the Li family. With the Thunderfire pill, the cultivation of the children of the Li family's elders could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, greatly widening the gap between them and the younger generation of the Fang and Qin families. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Patriarch, a real man has to stand in the world, and there are things that he can't do. Tomorrow's matter is a promise that I, Duan Lincoln, made in front of you. As the saying goes, a gentleman's promise is as valuable as 1,000 pieces of gold. If Patriarch sent me here to persuade me to break my promise, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You? Li Nanfeng was speechless. Duan Lingtian's words were incisive and all-pervasive, causing him to really not know how to persuade him. Little fellow, this matter can't be joked about. With your current cultivation and relying on your swift sword, you might be able to kill a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist, but a 1st-level core formation martial artist with the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is far from what a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist can compare to. Grand Elder Li Hua also spoke, wanting to dispel Duan Lingtian's thoughts of going to the Fang family tomorrow. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. Gratitude appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, and his eyes were firm as before without the slightest change. Forget it, forget it. After staring at Duan Lingtian for a while, Li Hua sighed. Patriarch, since this little fellow has already made up his mind, then let him go. Grand Elder. Li Nanfeng and Li Ting were both stunned. Thank you, Grand Elder. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he glanced gratefully at Li Hua, then looked at Li Nanfeng and Li Ting. Patriarch, Fifth Elder, before I go to the Fang family tomorrow, please don't tell my mother about this matter. Duan Lingtian thanks you. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left in a carefree manner. Grand Elder, how could you agree to let him go? Li Ting had a bitter smile on his face as he didn't know why Grand Elder would make such a decision. Li Nanfeng also looked at Li Hua. He had the same question. Li Ting, you've seen this little fellow's attitude. Do you think we can stop him? Could it be that we have to put him under house arrest? This is the path he chose, and everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. He is no exception. Li Hua stood up and prepared to leave. Chapter 30. On the morning of the second day, the sun rose from the east and all living things came back to life. The youth put on a purple robe and put on a waist-like scabbard around his waist. The violet meteorite soft sword entered his hand and disappeared into the scabbard. Those who didn't know wouldn't be able to tell that there was something else in the youth's waistband. Opening the door, the sunlight shone in. The youth narrowed his eyes and stretched. Young master. A pleasant voice sounded in his ears. The youth's gaze fell on the slender and elegant young girl in front of him. The young girl was wearing a light green robe with a purple leather waistband around her waist. She didn't look too out of place. The young girl's waistband was the same as the youth's, but it was much more exquisite. Noticing Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, a trace of shyness appeared on the young girl's delicate cheeks. Young master, what are you looking at? Duan Lingtian pretended to be lecherous. Of course I'm looking at my little beauty Kerr. Young master, you're making fun of Kerr again. The young girl blushed and said, Young master, madam and I have already prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat. Saying this, the young girl led Duan Lingtian to the dining table. There was a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Where's my mother? Duan Lingtian asked. Madam was called over by the patriarch early in the morning. The young girl said, Kerr, my mother probably won't be back for a while. Let's eat first. Duan Lingtian nodded and greeted Kerr. He wasn't surprised that his mother had left. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he took the young girl and walked out of the house. Kerr, when we reach the Fong family, stand next to my mother. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Kerr nodded obediently. Along the way, wherever the young man and woman passed by, they would attract a long tail. The two of them left the Li family mansion, passed through the Li family market, entered the Fong family market, and headed toward the Fong family mansion. Today's market was exceptionally lively. Early in the morning, the streets were already bustling with people. Even more people were standing at the side of the streets, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, these people seemed to have discovered something and looked into the distance one after another. It's Duan Lingtian from the Li family. I didn't expect that he would dare to go to the Fong family. I've said it before. Since Duan Lingtian dared to kill Fong Quan, he definitely won't be afraid of the Fong family. He'll definitely go. The butler of the Fong family, Fong Chong, is not someone Duan Lingtian can compare to. The difference in strength between the two of them is like 1,000 li. Duan Lingtian is too impulsive. Soon, a pair of young men and women walked out of the three main markets of Fresh Breeze Town, leaving a long line behind them. The long line stretched from one end of the Fong family market to the other. It could be said that it was a grand and imposing sight. Not only that, the long line continued to grow longer. Finally, the young man and girl arrived at the main gate of the Fong family mansion. After the two of them stood still, there was already a surge of people outside the Fong family mansion. Soon, the crowd consciously parted to form a path. The members of the Li family slowly walked over. Except for the seventh elder, Li Kuan, almost all of the elders had come. Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised at the arrival of Li Nanfeng and the others. He bowed slightly with the girl beside him. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper at this moment. It seems that the Li family values Duan Lingtian very much. Even the patriarch has come in person. Yes, the patriarch of the Li family came in person, and almost all of the elders of the Li family have gathered together. Although this Duan Lingtian is a child of another surname, his status in the Li family is obviously not ordinary. It seems that today's matter between Duan Lingtian and Fong Chong is no longer purely a personal grudge. This is a conflict between the Li family and the Fong family. Duan Lingtian asked Kerr to stand beside his mother, Li Ro. He walked alone to the main gate of the Fong family mansion and said with a deep voice like thunder, "The 3-month deadline is up. Do you dare to come out, Fong Chong, the housekeeper of the Fong family?" Duan Lingtian stood at the main gate of the Fong family mansion and shouted with an imposing manner. He was like an invincible god of war. Why wouldn't I dare? A group of people stepped out from the Fong family mansion. The person following behind them was responding to Duan Lingtian. It was Fong Chong. In front of Fong Chong was the patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, and the elders of the Fong family. Beside Fong Yi was an old man walking side by side. Even Fong Yi now revealed a sincere respect for the old man. It's the grand elder of the Fong family. I didn't expect that the Fong family would come in full force. Even the grand elder of the Fong family has come. If the grand elder of the Li family also came, then it would be even more lively. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man beside Fong Yi. This grand elder of the Fong family looked at him with a gaze that seemed calm, but in reality, it was filled with killing intent. As an iron-blooded soldier who had walked through a rain of bullets, he could see through it with a single glance. After the Fong family group came out, They greeted the Li family group and then stood not far from the Li family group. Suddenly, the Fong family grand elder looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Li Hua, since you've come, why are you still hiding at the side?" "Old man Fong, it seems that your cultivation has improved again." Just as everyone was puzzled, an old figure walked out from the crowd. It was the Li family's grand elder, Li Hua. Grand elder. The Li family members hurriedly bowed to Li Hua under the leadership of their patriarch, Li Nanfeng. Grand elder. Seeing Li Hua, Duan Lingtian was also somewhat surprised. The surrounding onlookers' eyes all lit up. It was rare for them to see such a grand scene in their lifetime. They all felt that this trip was worth it, and they would have something to brag about when they returned. I didn't expect the two grand elders to personally come. Even Qin Li brought his daughter to join in the fun. Just at this moment, the crowd once again opened up a path. The patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Li, slowly walked over with Chen Mei Er. After bowing to the two elders of the Li family and Fong family, they stood to the side. Duan Lingtian noticed that Chen Mei Er's gaze contained a faint trace of worry. He couldn't help but be stunned. This girl couldn't have really taken a fancy to him, right? Fong Chang. Standing on the empty space in front of the Fong family estate, Duan Lingtian stared at Fong Chang, who was standing in the middle of the Fong family group, and his voice was cold and indifferent. At this moment, Fong Chang walked out and faced Duan Lingtian. First level of the core formation stage. This Fong Chang actually broke through to the core formation stage. Just at this moment, the gaze of the Li family's second elder, Li Sheng, descended upon Fong Chang. As if he saw something, his expression slightly changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. Instantly, besides the members of the Fong family, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, grand elder, Li Hua, and fifth elder, Li Ting, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The expressions of the members of the Li family changed greatly, and the others revealed astonishment. The matter before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The Fong family's housekeeper, Fong Chang, broke through to the core formation stage? The Fong family hid this really well. They actually covered up this shocking news so tightly. The Fong family intentionally concealed the news of Fong Chang breaking through. I'm afraid they were waiting for this moment to arrive. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. The expression of the Li family's ninth elder, Li Ro, greatly changed. She never would have thought that Fong Chang would already be a core formation stage martial artist. She immediately took a step forward and looked towards Duan Lingtian as she shouted in a low voice, "Come home with mom. Today's matter ends here." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, laughed heartily. Ninth elder, it was your son who made such a grand promise that day. Could it be that you want to go back on your word? A member of the Li family shouldn't flee at the last minute, right? Li Ro ignored Fong Yi and resolutely prepared to leave with Duan Lingtian. As far as she was concerned, her son might have a chance of winning against Fong Chang, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. But against Fong Chang, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, her son had no chance of winning. Ninth elder, please don't make things difficult for me. One of the Fong family's elders stepped forward and blocked Li Ro's path, making it difficult for her to take even a single step. The other Fong family's elders also glared at the Li family's elders, preventing them from interfering in today's matter. The Fong family came prepared. I'd like to see who can stop me. Li Ro tightly grasped the sheathed fine steel sword. As long as she used the sword drawing art, she was confident that she could kill the Fong family's elder in one strike. However, if she used her sword, it would mean that the Li family and the Fong family would completely fall out. They would fight to the death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth and gave Li Ro a reassuring look. Li Ro understood the meaning in her son's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took a deep breath and loosened her grip on the sheath. However, she still made up her mind. If her son wasn't Fong Chang and faced a life and death crisis, she would protect her son even if it meant spilling blood on the Fong family. for her son, she was willing to become the enemy of the entire world. Dad, what should we do? Fang Chang has already entered the core formation stage. How can Duan Lingtian be his opponent? Chen Mei looked at her father with a worried expression. You should help him. Chen Li smiled bitterly. Mei, we're destined to only be spectators today. Father can't do anything. Chen Mei's expression changed slightly. She bit her lower lip and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar with a worried expression. She thought to herself, you bad guy, you can't let anything happen to you. I haven't even gotten my revenge on you yet, young master. Ker's face went pale. She didn't expect that the young master's opponent had already stepped into the core formation stage. Her slender hand was already pressed on the hilt of the violet meteorite flexible sword at her waist, ready to draw the sword at any moment. Boss, you can do it. Little Fatty stood in the crowd and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. His fat face revealed an extremely serious expression. Fang Chang looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you would step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in only 3 months. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. I'll personally take revenge for my son. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Fang Chang sneered. Duan Lingtian, isn't the sword in your hand your most formidable weapon? Why didn't you bring your sword today? Could it be that you think that I, Fang Chang, don't have the qualifications to make you use your sword? I didn't expect that you would be a sensible person. Duan Lingtian grinned, and his smile was as brilliant as the sun. You're courting death. Fang Chang's gaze went cold and the veins on his forehead bulged. Origin energy suffused his palms and fingers together. Chapter 31. Duan Lingtian actually didn't use a sword. Including the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder, Li Hua, and other members of the Li family, they were all stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian confronting Fang Chang empty-handed. Has this kid gone mad? The reason Duan Lingtian was able to kill Fang Quan, who was at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, with a cultivation at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, was because he had a sword in his hand. As far as they were concerned, if Duan Lingtian didn't have a sword, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Fang Quan. Now, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation at the 7th level of the body tempering stage was already shocking in their eyes, he was actually facing a 1st-level core formation martial artist empty-handed. This caused their scalps to go numb. The surrounding spectators were all stunned as well. Duan Lingtian wants to fight Fang Chang empty-handed? Has he gone mad? Maybe he knows that regardless of whether he has a sword or not, he isn't a match for Fang Chang, so he just gave up resisting. It's possible. Duan Lingtian, take this? Just at this moment, Chen Mei raised her hand and threw the fine steel sword in her hand towards Duan Lingtian. Ever since she saw Duan Lingtian's graceful bearing when he drew his sword, she had always yearned for sword skills. During this period of time, her sword had never left her side. She never imagined that she would be able to help Duan Lingtian today. But, just when she thought that Duan Lingtian would be grateful to her after receiving the sword. However, Duan Lingtian did something that was out of her expectations. He raised his hand and blocked her sword. Clang! The sword fell back in front of her body. Chen Mei's beautiful face was livid. She lightly stomped her feet and was so angry that she couldn't speak. This Duan Lingtian is simply insane. Miss Chen was kind enough to hand him a sword, but he didn't want it. Does he really think he can contend with Fang Chang without a sword? At this time, except for the Fang family, who were sneering, and Li Ro and Ker, who were standing together, everyone present, including the Li family, was stunned. It was hard to understand Duan Lingtian's current behavior. What is this little guy trying to do? Li Hua's expression was ugly. The appearance of the Fang family's first elder had ruined his plan. With this old man around, even if Duan Lingtian was really in danger, it would be very difficult for him to save Duan Lingtian. As for the other members of the Li family, they were all being watched by the members of the Fong family. It was difficult for them to get away. The Fong family had obviously come prepared. They wanted Fong Chong to kill Duan Lingtian and give the Li family a warning. Even Li Hua couldn't help but feel anxious. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so arrogant that he didn't even use a sword today, he would definitely have put Duan Lingtian under house arrest yesterday and not let him appear here. But now it was all too late. Boss. Little Fatty stood at the edge of the crowd. His chubby face drooped, and his small eyes were filled with worry. Duan Lingtian, it seems that you also understand that whether you have a sword in your hand or not, you will still be killed by me today. Seeing that you are so self-aware, I will give you a quick death. Fong Chong revealed a mocking smile. He had already prepared his elemental energy, and it filled his palms, ready to attack at any time. Anyone can talk big. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered. Stop trying to be mysterious. That. Fong Chong's gaze turned cold. The elemental energy in his legs dispersed, and his entire body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. The elemental energy wreaking havoc in his palms seemed to push the clouds in the sky forward as he slapped towards Duan Lingtian, high-grade yellow rank martial skill, flowing cloud palm. Instantly, the two clouds of white mist above Fong Chong's head finally transformed into two clear ancient mammoth silhouettes. Fong Chong's full-strength attack had the strength of two ancient mammoths. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise to their throats. Li Ro's hand that was holding the scabbard tightened, and she was ready to kill the Fong family elder who was blocking the way at any time to save her son. Seeing Fong Chong approaching menacingly, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He discovered a problem. So that's how it is. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile, as if he had thought of something. Fong Chong's entire body was like a rock that enveloped him, and he was within reach. Duan Lingtian moved. Leaning his upper body, he dodged Fong Chong's menacing palm with a difficult movement that was difficult for ordinary people to do at a tricky angle. This palm blew Duan Lingtian's purple robe, causing it to flutter in the wind. Die! Suddenly, Fong Chong reacted and abruptly shouted. Turning his palms, he slapped towards Duan Lingtian's back that was completely exposed after bending his upper body. At this moment, under the gazes of disbelief from everyone, Duan Lingtian's legs trembled. His entire body was like an agile snake as he borrowed strength from Fong Chong's body and instantly moved behind Fong Chong. Once again, he dodged Fong Chong's ferocious palm. Movement martial skill. Li Hua and the Fong family's grand elder practically said in unison, their voices mixed with a bit of astonishment. After their voices were heard, even more people's faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone's shocked expressions didn't even have time to calm down. The scene that appeared in front of them caused their gazes to completely freeze. They saw Duan Lingtian move behind Fong Chong, and the moment Fong Chong turned around, he pressed his hand on his waist. Xiu. Those with higher cultivations faintly saw a purple sword flash past. It was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, the sword flash had already disappeared along with Duan Lingtian's hand. Cough! Fong Chong's body trembled as he coughed dryly. The line of blood on his throat began to spread. No matter how hard he clasped his throat, he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out from his throat. His hands were quickly dyed red. When his body was on the verge of collapse, he looked at the youth in front of him with a face full of unwillingness. However, he no longer had the strength to attack the youth. So what if you're in the core formation stage? I only need one sword to kill you. Fong Chong's eyes widened in despair as his body crashed to the ground. The youth's cold voice sounded in a timely manner. It shook the hearts of everyone present to the point that they trembled. I only need one sword to kill you. What a straightforward sentence. Most importantly, these words were spoken by a 7th-level body-tempering martial artist to a 1st-level core formation martial artist. Tian. Young master. Boss. Three figures were the first to react and arrived beside Duan Lingtian. The young girl seemed to have forgotten her shyness as she tightly hugged Duan Lingtian. A smile that could topple nations appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. When Li Ro and Li Xian saw this, they looked at each other and shook their heads as they laughed. It was rare that they didn't make fun of the two of them. "Ha! Old man Fong, I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip today." Li Hua looked at the Fong family's grand elder and laughed loudly. His voice was mixed with delight as he mocked his old rival to his heart's content. "Pumph!" The Fong family's grand elder coldly snorted. His icy gaze swept past Duan Lingtian as he walked into the Fong family estate. After the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, the expressions of the Fong family's elders were extremely unsightly as they followed him back to the Fong family estate. They originally thought that they would be able to break the spirit of the Li family today, but they didn't expect that they would instead make a wedding dress for the Li family. At the same time, traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Unknowingly, such a monster had actually appeared in the Li family. Most importantly, he was only 15 years old. 15 years old. There was still room for growth in the future. The miraculous movement martial skill, as well as the unfathomable sword skill, made them tremble in fear. This child couldn't be allowed to live. This was the same thought that suddenly emerged in their hearts. Cough, cough. Li Hua suddenly coughed twice, causing Kerr, who was happily lying in Duan Lingtian's arms, to be greatly embarrassed. She hurriedly left Duan Lingtian. Only then did she realize that there were many people watching. Her delicate cheeks were completely red as she shyly hid behind Li Ro's back. The people present couldn't help but let out good-natured laughter. The onlookers sighed and said, "Only a girl like this is worthy of young Master Ling Tian." Waves of agreement made the girl so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head. "Father, let's go back." Seeing this scene, Chenmei's face turned pale. She bit her lower lip and called Qin to leave with her. How could Qin not know his daughter's thoughts? He shook his head and sighed. If Duan Lingtian was really interested in his daughter, he wouldn't mind matchmaking them. Unfortunately, all of this seemed to be his daughter's wishful thinking. "Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first," Li Hua said. Seeing the Li family escorting Duan Lingtian away, the onlookers also gradually dispersed. They were now eager to go back and share what they had seen and heard today with their friends and family. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. This is really surprising. In the crowd, a figure quietly left. It was Steward Ma of the Agarwood restaurant. Li family mansion, main hall. Just like before, Duan Lingtian was still the center of attention. First Elder Li Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Little guy, you really kept us in the dark." Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the others nodded in agreement. No matter if it was the movement technique Duan Lingtian executed or the flexible sword hidden at his waist, they all caused them to have a feeling of having too much for their eyes to take in. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. "I also wanted to catch Fong Chang by surprise and catch him off guard. If Fong Chang knew all of my trump cards, he definitely wouldn't be so careless today and look down on me. Otherwise, the one who died today wouldn't be him, but me." Indeed, Duan Lingtian being able to successfully kill Fong Chang today was mostly due to luck. Firstly, Fong Chang saw that Duan Lingtian didn't have a sword in his hand and let down his guard. Secondly, Fong Chang didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would have such an ingenious movement technique. In the current Cloud continent, movement martial skills were already extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian learned from the memories of the Duan Lingtian at the instant Fong Chang attacked. Because in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Fong Chang's speed when he attacked with his full strength was far inferior to the strength of two ancient mammoths. After fusing with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be very knowledgeable. However, in the two eras of reincarnation Emperor Wu's two lifetimes, movement techniques were very common and not as rare as they were now. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, it should be during the 10,000 years of reincarnation Emperor Wu's slumber that movement techniques started to become rare. "Little guy, can you let me see your sword?" Li Hua asked Duan Lingtian. "Of course." He never imagined that after his eldest son found out that Duan Lingtian wasn't killed by the Fong family's manager, Fong Chong, and instead killed Fong Chong, he would choose to commit suicide in despair. He knew. For the past few months, the biggest motivation that kept his son alive was to see Duan Lingtian be killed by Fong Chong. But who would have thought that not only did Duan Lingtian not die, he was still alive and well. He had even become the Li family's hero. Father, let's not fight with Duan Lingtian anymore. Now that the Grand Elder is standing on his side, we can't win against him, we can't win against him. Li Xian's face was covered in tears as he tried to persuade his father. Duan Lingtian's strength made him feel despair. Slap. Li Kuan's expression changed. He raised his hand and slapped Li Xian, coldly saying, "Useless thing, that's the person who killed your brother. We can't live under the same sky. You actually said such words, how can you face your brother?" Li Xian stood at the side, feeling wronged. His eyes were red, and he didn't dare to breathe. "Help your brother change his clothes. When I come back, I'll bury him properly." Li Kuan left these words to Li Xian, then walked out of the house without looking back. "Father, what are you going to do?" Li Xian hurriedly asked, but Li Kuan simply ignored him. Li Kuan walked out of the courtyard, left the Li family's mansion, and went straight to the Fong family's mansion. His face was covered in a ferocious expression. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing to stand on the side of a disciple with a different surname and giving up on my son." He had a plan in mind. He would tell the Fong family that Duan Lingtian had the formula for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. He believed that the Fong family would definitely be interested in the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. At that time, the Fong family and the Li family would fight. Coupled with the gap between the Fong family and Duan Lingtian, the Fong family would never let go of the Duan Lingtian. Seeing the Fong family's mansion in front of him, Li Kuan sneered. In order to avenge his son, he chose to betray his own family. However, just as he was about to reach the entrance of the Fong family's mansion, he only felt darkness in front of his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up groggily again, he found himself in a sealed secret room. There were 2 people in the secret room looking at him calmly, causing his expression to change. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, why are you here?" "Li Kuan, we gave you a chance." Li Nanfeng's gaze was complicated, and he sighed. "Patriarch." As if realizing something, Li Kuan's expression changed greatly, and he knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. I was wrong. Patriarch, forgive me. I still want to keep my life and watch my son grow up." One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Li Kuan, you've been blinded by hatred. Why don't you think about it carefully? Where did the conflict between your family and Ninth Elder's family come from? Could it be that it's only Ninth Elder's family's fault? Li Hua said indifferently. In the palm of his hand, a white flame slowly burned, revealing traces of a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Li Kuan guessed what was going to happen next. His expression changed greatly, and he begged for mercy. "Grand Elder, don't, walala." The white flame in Li Hua's hand jumped out and instantly expanded, enveloping Li Kuan's body. Instantly, Li Kuan didn't even have time to let out a shrill cry before he completely evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. An alchemist's pill fire was one of the hottest flames in Cloud Continent. Only a weapons craftsman's weapon fire could compare to it. Li Jie committed suicide? When Duan Lingtian heard this news, he was slightly surprised, but he didn't feel any pity. At that time, if it wasn't for Li Jie repeatedly saying that he wanted to cripple him, he wouldn't have been so ruthless to Li Jie because they were both members of the Li family. It could be said that everything that happened to Li Jie was his own fault. Now, what Duan Lingtian was worried about was 7th Elder Li Kuan's reaction. No matter what, 7th Elder Li Kuan was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. If he really wanted to make a move against him, they were both members of the Li family, so Duan Lingtian could find an opportunity at any time. However, Duan Lingtian quickly heard that 7th Elder Li Kuan had disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Outside Fresh Breeze Town. Two travel-worn figures rode their horses into Fresh Breeze Town. They were a middle-aged man and a young man a little over 20 years old. Chapter 33. Crackle crackle, the youth stood up from the bathtub and slightly stretched his body, causing his bones to emit a clear sound of friction. Clenching his fists, the corners of the youth's mouth curled into a smile. After using the 7 Treasures body tempering liquid 3 more times, I should be able to break through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Once I break through, my strength will more than double. The youth was in a good mood as his cultivation improved again. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the young girl who was sweating profusely and waving the violet meteorite flexible sword in the courtyard. His face revealed a tender expression. The young girl's hard work these past few months had been seen by him, and his heart ached for her. Young master. Soon, the young girl noticed Duan Lingtian. She sheathed the violet meteorite flexible sword into the scabbard at her waist and walked up to him with a sweet smile. Are you tired? Duan Lingtian lightly asked as he reached out to take the young girl's handkerchief in a slightly overbearing manner and gently wiped off the sweat on the young girl's face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. The young girl lightly shook her head as her delicate face revealed a happy smile. As far as she was concerned, for the young master, it was worth it no matter how tired she was. Boss. Just as the young boy and girl were like a young couple, silently looking at each other, 2 shouts suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard, breaking the beautiful atmosphere. Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but become gloomy. This damned fatty really knows how to pick the time. Young master, since he's looking for you in such a hurry, maybe it's something important. The young girl lightly smiled as she spoke in a considerate manner. Duan Lingtian nodded and replied, "Get in here." The little fatty walked in from outside and said to Duan Lingtian, "Boss, your house has guests." "A house?" Duan Lingtian was stunned, not knowing what the little fatty meant. "Yeah, it seems like they're from the Duan clan. 2 of them came, and I overheard 9th Elder calling the middle-aged man 4th brother from outside the audience hall, and he called 9th Elder 3rd sister-in-law." The little fatty spoke with an expression as if he was asking for credit. 3rd sister-in-law? Could it be? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Even in Duan Lingtian's memories, there was no memory of his father. It was obvious that he had never seen his father, not even once, ever since he was old enough to understand the world. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about that mysterious father of his, he was still a little curious. He wanted to know what kind of man could be so heartless as to abandon his wife and children. "Kerr, let's go and take a look." Holding the girl's hand, Duan Lingtian stepped out of the house. "Boss, wait for me. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it." Seeing that the Duan Lingtian duo had gone out the door in the blink of an eye, the little fatty cried out loudly and hurriedly followed after them. The Li family's main hall wasn't far away. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he saw a person walking over from the direction of the Li family's main hall. It was a young man in his early 20s. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if the whole world owed him money. "Boss, he's one of the people from the Duan family. He's very arrogant and doesn't even respect the family head and 9th elder." Seeing the young man walking over, the little fatty spoke softly to Duan Lingtian. "The Duan family." Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the other party. At this moment, the young man also saw Duan Lingtian and the other 2. His gaze fell on the girl beside Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't shift his gaze away. His burning gaze was mixed with a bit of lust and greed. If it wasn't for him using the spirit serpent movement technique to lean backwards, Duan Lingxing's palm strike would have taken his life. At that instant, the approach of death caused him to have a lingering fear in his heart. After the fear passed, he was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingxing, and his voice was incomparably low. I feel that I have no enmity with you, so why did you suddenly make a move to kill me? From the name that Duan Lingtian reported, Duan Lingtian also realized that his relationship with Duan Lingtian wasn't shallow. Even their names differed by only one word. However, he couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless and directly want to take his life. I really didn't expect that you would be able to dodge 80% of my palm strike in time. I take back my words, you can be compared to an ant. Duan Lingxing took a step forward and looked down at Duan Lingtian from above. A cold smile appeared on his face. As for you saying that we have no enmity with each other, then you are gravely mistaken. That short-lived father of yours didn't care about the brotherhood back then and crippled my father's Danton, causing my father to live in pain for the rest of his life. Now, you still dare to say that we have no enmity with each other? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. So that's how it was. Then, he coldly swept a glance at Duan Lingxing and mocked. If you have the ability, then go ahead and find the person who crippled your father for revenge. Taking it out on me only shows that you are incompetent. A son must repay a father's debt. Duan Lingxing sneered as he waved his hand. His figure flashed as he slapped out with his palm once again with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Let me see how you're going to dodge my palm strike again. Swish! Right at this moment, the young girl beside Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing art. An incomparably swift violet sword light flashed out and met Duan Lingxing's palm strike head-on. Duan Lingxing coldly laughed even more. His large hand closed and grabbed the soft sword that the young girl swung out. Origin energy bloomed as his palm struck the body of the sword. Instantly, the young girl's delicate body shook and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body flew out along with her sword. The young girl supported herself with her sword and barely managed to stand firm. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The young girl being injured caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change greatly. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. The spirit serpent movement technique appeared and instantly arrived in front of Duan Lingxing, his right hand pressed on his waist. Sword drawing art. You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingxing coldly snorted and grabbed with his large hand once again. Instantly, Duan Lingtian followed in the footsteps of the young girl. Duan Lingyan, who was already heavily injured, once again fiercely fell to the ground and was unable to stand up. Young master! Kerr cried out in grief. Her delicate body shook and the sword in her hand was unable to support her body anymore. She instantly fell to the ground. Although she fell to the ground, Kerr, whose beautiful eyes were filled with tears, still used both her hands and feet to crawl towards Duan Lingtian with difficulty. Seeing this scene, endless jealousy arose in Duan Lingxing's eyes. His legs shook and his entire body flew towards Duan Lingtian. His eyes revealed dense killing intent as a vast palm strike descended. Above Duan Lingxing's head, another 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Boss! Right at this moment, along with a startled shout, a round body blocked Duan Lingxing's path and forcefully received Duan Lingxing's palm strike. He flew over 10 meters and collapsed to the ground, no longer making a sound. Li Xian. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. His voice revealed a desolate coldness and his slightly immature face started trembling. He never imagined that Li Xian would block Duan Lingxing's palm strike for him. At this moment, endless regret arose in his heart. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not treating Li Xian well in the past. Is it very painful? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingxing laughed and looked at Duan Lingtian playfully. Duan Lingtian didn't speak, but the gaze he looked at Duan Lingxing with was filled with a bloodthirsty coldness, and a bloodthirsty killing intent arose from his body. This killing intent pervaded the air, causing Duan Lingxing's expression to change and he unconsciously took a step back. Duan Lingxing was only a young man in his early 20s after all. In such a hurry, how could he withstand the bloodthirsty killing intent that Duan Lingtian cultivated through endless slaughter in his previous life? Trash! A trace of coldness appeared at the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, as if he was making fun of the cowardly Duan Lingxing who retreated. You Duan Lingxing's face was gloomy. He never imagined that he would be forced to retreat by the aura of a 15-year-old youth. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Above his head, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. A ferocious palm flashed towards Duan Lingtian. "Young master." Chapter 34. Stay your hand. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to lose his life at the hands of Duan Lingxing, an explosive shout sounded out. An enormous palm condensed from origin energy appeared out of thin air and flashed out, grabbing Duan Lingxing. Instantly, Duan Lingxing's palm that flashed towards Duan Lingtian missed. The person who attacked was precisely the leader of the 3 people that flashed out of the Li family's audience hall. He was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. At this moment, the middle-aged man frowned. Nascent soul stage. The pupils of the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, who was following behind, constricted. Only experts at the nascent soul stage and above were able to release origin energy. Tian. A graceful figure flashed out and arrived before Duan Lingtian. After inspecting her son's injuries, Li Ro's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingxing. "Duan Lingxing, no matter what, my son is still your cousin. How could you be so ruthless?" Duan Lingxing sneered and said sarcastically, "My good third aunt, don't forget that third uncle crippled my father's dantian and made my father suffer a fate worse than death. I only asked my good cousin to help third uncle pay back some interest." "Enough." The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble frowned and coldly shouted, "Lingxing, if you continue to be willful, then get the hell back to the family right now." Duan Lingxing laughed dryly. "Fourth uncle, I won't say anything." "Patriarch, quickly take Li Xian to see Grand Elder." Duan Lingtian looked towards Li Nanfeng and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Only now did Li Nanfeng notice Li Xian lying in the distance. His face went pale as he carried Li Xian and flashed towards Grand Elder's residence. Kerr. Then, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and crawled towards Kerr with difficulty. He grabbed Kerr's hand and asked, "Kerr, are you okay?" "Young master, I'm fine." The girl shook her head firmly. Li Ro helped Duan Lingtian and the young lady up, one in each hand. Taking a deep breath, she looked towards the bearded middle-aged man and said, "This is your fourth uncle." "Mother, I don't know him and I don't want to know him." Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, his face full of disdain. "Don't be rude." Li Ro frowned. "Mother, politeness is reserved for elders who are worthy of respect. Why should I be polite to someone who can't treat his juniors equally?" Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at the middle-aged man and sneered. Since the middle-aged man had appeared, he had not reprimanded Duan Lingxing. Such a biased person was not fit to be his elder. "Fourth brother, I'm sorry, Tin has been spoiled by me." Li Ro looked at the middle-aged man and said apologetically, "Third sister-in-law, I can understand. I don't blame Ling Tian." The middle-aged man sighed and said, "What happened today is all my fault. If I hadn't passed by Fresh Breeze Town on a whim and wanted to see third sister-in-law, it wouldn't have. Forget it, I'll leave now." After speaking, the middle-aged man looked apologetically at Duan Lingtian and left with Duan Lingxing. Before Duan Lingxing left, he coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, a mocking smile on his face. Clap, 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 clap. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles rubbing against each other. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty killing intent. In both his lives, this was the first time he had been humiliated like this. This enmity and hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, he would make Duan Lingxing pay him back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No matter who this Duan Lingxing was, what identity he had, what relationship he had with him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Duan Lingtian looked up at Li Ro and said anxiously, "Mother, I want to go to First Elder's place. I want to see Li Xian." I'll help you and Kerr back to rest first." Li Ro said with concern. "Mother, I know about my injuries. I'll be fine after going to First Elder's place to ask for a grade 9 gold injury pill. Help Kerr back first. I'll go see Li Xian and get the gold injury pill for Kerr. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian let go of Li Ro's hand and walked slowly with gritted teeth. Young master, I'll go with you. The young girl said stubbornly. Kerr, be good and go back first. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a serious expression. Only then did the young girl nod and go back with Li Ro's help. After Duan Lingtian arrived at First Elder's residence, he asked for a grade 9 gold injury pill from First Elder Li Hua. After consuming it, his injuries finally recovered slightly. Soon, he noticed that Li Hua's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. His heart instantly skipped a beat. First Elder, how are Li Xian's injuries? Just when Li Hua was about to answer Duan Lingtian, a figure flashed into the room like the wind. When he saw the unconscious Li Xian, his expression was unsightly. Then he looked at Li Hua and said, First Elder, my son Fortunately, Li Xian's skin is thick and his flesh is thick, so his internal organs weren't injured. However, his sternum is almost completely shattered. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long, Li Hua sighed. What? The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Fifth Elder Li Ting changed greatly. First Elder, is there any other way? Li Ting looked at Li Hua, his heart burning with anxiety. Unless we have the bone-solidifying pill. However, this pill has been extinct for many years. I've only seen records of it in an ancient book. Li Hua shook his head, his expression showing that he was unable to help. Bone-solidifying pill? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately searched through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, he found the pill formula for the bone-solidifying pill. First Elder, I have the pill formula for the bone-solidifying pill. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua and said, That's great. Li Ting said excitedly, Don't be happy too early. The bone-solidifying pill is a grade 8 pill. Only an alchemist of grade 8 and above can refine it. Even if I have the pill formula, I won't be able to refine it. Li Hua sighed. A grade 8 alchemist and a grade 9 alchemist were only 1 grade apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Then, Li Hua looked at Duan Lingtian. Little guy, can you contact your teacher within 3 days? Teacher? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That grade 7 alchemist teacher was just a figment of his imagination. There was no such person in this world. He could only smile bitterly. First Elder, teacher has always been elusive. After leaving me some pill formulas, he left Fresh Breeze Town. I can't find him. Then there's no other way. Li Hua shook his head and sighed. First Elder, how long can my son last? Li Ting asked. 3 days at most. The difference between his cultivation and Duan Lingxing's was like a chasm. Duan Lingxing. Now, as long as he thought of this name, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but ignite a ball of fire, and his eyes even emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. This was the first time in his life that he desired to kill someone so much. This sort of desire was something he didn't even have in his previous life. Soon he thought of Li Xian. To tell the truth, all along, although he seemed to have accepted Li Xian as his little brother on the surface, he was still on guard in his heart. After all, he was tricked by his best brother in his previous life, causing him to not easily trust his so-called brothers. But this time, Li Xian disregarded his own life and used his body to block a fatal blow for him, truly touching the string in his heart. Chapter 35. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian's cultivation finally broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. On the 3rd day after his breakthrough, Kerr broke through as well. This caused Duan Lingtian to once again be shocked by Kerr's natural talent. As far as he was concerned, with Kerr's current cultivation speed, one day in the future, she really might surpass him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the 5th elder, Li Ting, came back covered in dust. Following behind him was an old man in fine clothes. The old man in fine clothes had a face full of vicissitudes of life, but between his brows was a trace of worry. Under Li Ting's introduction, Duan Lingtian found out that this old man was Li Xian's grandfather, who was also a grade 8 alchemist. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Li Xian was so rich. A grade 8 alchemist represented an enormous amount of wealth. However, the old man wasn't very friendly towards Duan Lingtian. His face sank as he said, "You're Duan Lingtian? I've heard that the reason why little Xian was injured this time was all because of you. If anything happens to little Xian, I'll absolutely not let you off." Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, but had no way to refute. Li Xian was indeed injured because of him, and because of this, he felt deeply guilty. After that, he took out the pill formula that he had prepared long ago and passed it to the old man. "Senior, this is the pill formula for the bone condensation pill. We've already prepared the medicinal materials for you, so you can start refining at any time." The old man took the pill formula and after roughly looking at it for a while, a bright light flashed within his cloudy eyes. Under the lead of the Li family's grand elder, Li Hua, he entered a quiet room. "Start refining." Ling Tian, little Xian's grandfather, has always been straightforward. Don't take what he said to heart. Fifth elder Li Ting smiled guiltily at Duan Lingtian. He had never blamed Duan Lingtian for Li Xian's injury. He knew that it was his son's choice, and he respected his son's choice. He was even proud of his son. From this incident, he could see that his son had really grown up and was capable of taking on responsibilities. Fifth elder, I feel even more apologetic now that you've put it this way. After all, I was the cause of this matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Soon after, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. However, one day, I will personally avenge Li Xian, I believe that. Li Ting nodded in agreement. 3 hours later, the old man finally walked out of the quiet room. He fed the successfully refined bone-solidifying pill to Li Xian, who was lying in the medicinal bath. Immediately after, he placed his hand on Li Xian's dantian and released a vast amount of elemental energy to help Li Xian neutralize the medicinal effects of the bone-solidifying pill. Everyone present could clearly see that Li Xian's slightly sunken chest was slowly bulging up before finally returning to its normal state. After that, the old man lightly patted Li Xian's chubby face to wake him up. During this period of time, in order to not let Li Xian suffer, Grand Elder Li Hua fed him a type of medicinal pill that made him fall into a deep sleep for an entire half a month. During this half a month, Li Xian's vitality was completely maintained by the medicinal liquid. Suddenly, the little fatty woke up. He opened his small eyes and sat up with a confused expression. At first glance, he saw the familiar old man in front of him. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. "Grandfather, why are you also dead? You little brat, you haven't seen your grandfather for so long, and the moment you see him, you curse your grandfather to die?" The little fatty's first words after waking up caused the old man to not know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not dead." The little fatty had a face of disbelief. He pinched his arms, then his legs. Only then did he realize that he was really not dead. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "I'm really not dead. Grandfather, what's going on? Could it be that everything that happened before was just a dream?" "Stinking brat, you're not dreaming," Li Ting jokingly scolded. Seeing his son wake up, the stone in his heart could finally be put down. When Duan Lingtian, who stood at the door, saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He didn't disturb Li Xian's family reunion and returned home alone and entered his room. Lying on the bed, his eyes flashed, and Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly blurry. When he recalled everything that his mother told him half a month ago, he still felt that it was slightly inconceivable. It turned out that his father was a member of the Duan clan, a large clan in the imperial city. He was ranked third amongst the direct descendants of the same generation and was once a rare genius in the martial Dao of the Duan clan. At the age of 16, he broke through to the core formation stage. At the age of 20, he broke through to the origin core stage. At the age of 27, he successfully stepped into the nascent soul stage. When his father broke through to the nascent soul stage, his mother just happened to be pregnant with him. But right at this moment, a piece of bad news came back to the Duan clan and overturned all the beautiful things. After his father brought a few Duan clan disciples and entered a mysterious place, they never came out again. The only reason his father went to that place was to find a medicinal catalyst called the serene Sirius flower for his mother. He was prepared to ask an alchemist to refine the breath-forging pill for his mother to consume. After fusing with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the breath-forging pill was. It was an extremely precious medicinal pill. If it was consumed by a pregnant woman, not only would it make the fetus immune to all diseases, it could also borrow the innate qi of the fetus to help the pregnant woman change her constitution and even increase her natural talent in the martial Tao. From this, it could be seen that everything his father did was for the sake of him and his mother. But unfortunately, his father paid the price with his life because of this. At the very least, all the members of the Duan clan thought so. His father was the family's backer. His father's disappearance also meant that the family's backer had collapsed. Some people who were incomparably jealous of his father in the past started to use all sorts of methods to make things difficult for his mother. His mother was worried about the safety of the child in her womb and finally chose to return to her family, which was the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. As for Duan Lingxing's father was his father's second elder brother. Little Fatty passed the silver notes to Duan Lingtian, but he noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of taking them. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Fatty, take this 100,000 taels back and return it to your grandpa." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although he was short on money, he knew what he should take and what he shouldn't take. Li Xian saved his life, and that was enough for him to repay him with everything he had. It was impossible for him to take Li Xian's money. "Boss, you should just keep it," Little Fatty said again. He also guessed the reason why Duan Lingtian, who treasured talents as much as his own life, refused. "What, now that you've improved, you won't even listen to your boss's words?" Duan Lingtian glared at Little Fatty and pretended to be angry. Seeing this, Little Fatty immediately withered and could only keep the silver notes. "Alright, hurry up and go home to rest. In a few days, I'll go to your house to teach you inscriptions." After Duan Lingtian chased Little Fatty out of the courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 36. The coming-of-age ceremony was a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it was very important. The Li family's coming-of-age ceremony was held together with the Fang and Qin families, and this year was no exception. This year, it was held at the Qin family's residence. "After today, you will be adults," Li Rou said to the young boy and girl beside her, her beautiful face full of love. Did you hear that? We will be adults in the future, and we can give birth to a grandson for mother to play with," the young boy said to the girl beside him. The latter blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment, speechless. "Smelly brat, you wish." Li Rou glared at the young boy and said, "A granddaughter is not bad, she will be as beautiful as Kerr in the future." Originally, Duan Lingtian saw his mother's serious face and stopped teasing her, but when he heard his mother's last sentence, he was completely speechless. Could this be hereditary? "Did you hear that? Ninth elder is about to have a grandson. After the coming-of-age ceremony, if you don't lose weight, I will break your legs. With your current body, which girl would dare to marry you?" Not far away, fifth elder Li Ting was scolding the little fatty beside him. The latter had an innocent face and looked at the instigator with hidden bitterness. Duan Lingtian turned his head and ignored him. The coming-of-age ceremony was held once a year by the three big families of Fresh Breeze Town, and the participants were all youths who had just turned 16. Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Xian would all turn 16 after today. In the Chen family's residence, the spacious martial arts field was surrounded by the Chen family's disciples. The heads of the Qin family, Li family, and Fang family were all standing on the stage in front of the martial arts field, in charge of hosting today's coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony was nothing more than a simple ceremony, but the most important one was the friendly martial arts competition held after the ceremony. The so-called friendly martial arts competition was for all the youths from the three big families of Fresh Breeze Town to participate in the martial arts competition. The top 10, top 3, and first place would be decided, and the three families would prepare a reward together. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Just as over 100 young men and women were gathered on the martial arts practice field, some of the sharp-eyed Qin family disciples recognized a young man standing among them. By the way, Duan Lingtian is also going to attend his coming-of-age ceremony this year. Looks like there's no suspense in this year's friendly martial arts competition. Duan Lingtian will definitely be the champion. That's for sure. I'm afraid no one would dare to fight him. The disciples of the Chun clan discussed among themselves. Is Duan Lingtian? A Chun clan disciple looked at the youth in the distance and was stunned. Wasn't this young man the one who had come to the Chun family's weapon shop to buy materials, and was suspected to have an armament master behind him? Soon, the coming-of-age ceremony officially began. After the simple ceremony, it was time for the Fresh Breeze Town's three patriarchs to speak. They were all words of encouragement. How boring! Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows as he listened to the story. The young girl beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Boss, can I use inscriptions in the friendly battle after the coming-of-age ceremony? The little fatty stood on the other side and asked in a soft voice. You can't use inscriptions except for our Li family members. You can deal with the others. Duan Lingtian lazily said. Boss, if it wasn't for our Li family members, I wouldn't need to use inscriptions. The little fatty was so anxious that he was about to cry. He didn't need inscriptions to deal with the youths from the Fang and Qin clans. The problem was that there were a few children of the Li family elders who were participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. He had no confidence in dealing with them. Who told you to be lazy? Glaring at the little fatty, Duan Lingtian felt rather helpless. Although he concocted the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid for Li Xian had a wild temperament and was completely unable to calm down to cultivate. Until now, he was still at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. The children of the other elders who were participating in the coming-of-age ceremony didn't have the same cultivation conditions as him. They only had the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, and they had all stepped into the 5th level of the body-tempering stage. Forget it. I don't have a chance to enter the top 3, but I can at least enter the top 10. The little fatty quickly got over it. As far as he was concerned, being in the top 3 would only give him a bit of face. He didn't care about the extra rewards at all. Finally, after the 3 patriarchs finished speaking, the friendly martial arts competition officially began. There were a total of 121 youths participating in the coming-of-age ceremony from the 3 clans. They would be divided into 2 groups of 60 and undergo the first round of elimination. However, with Duan Lingtian present in the friendly martial arts competition this time, it was bound to be different from the past. After the discussion between the 3 patriarchs, even if the Fang clan's patriarch, Fang Yi, wasn't too willing, he had no choice but to admit Duan Lingtian's strength. He directly decided that Duan Lingtian would be the number 1 in this year's friendly martial arts competition. None of the youths present had any objections to this decision. What a joke! Duan Lingtian killed a martial artist at the 1st level of the core formation stage not long ago. Even if Duan Lingtian really participated in the friendly martial arts competition, when they met Duan Lingtian, they would unconditionally choose to admit defeat. Fighting with a freak like Duan Lingtian was absolutely looking for a beating. Duan Lingtian's current strength had long since surpassed his peers in Fresh Breeze Town. Boss, you're so cool. You don't need to go down and directly become number 1. The little fatty held the number 32 tag in his hand as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of envy and jealousy. Ignoring the little fatty, Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside him and asked, Kerr, what's your number? Number 7. The young girl lightly smiled. Before long, the friendly martial arts competition began. As he watched the youths exchange punches and kicks in the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtian started to doze off again. Only when Ke left the stage did he feel slightly more awake. Once Ku Er got off the stage, she stood there gracefully. Her elegant and refined figure and angelic face quickly attracted everyone's attention. So beautiful! If I could marry a wife like this, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Stop daydreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? This is Duan Lingtian's woman. The surrounding Qin clan youths greedily stared at the young girl in the arena with shining eyes. 8th level of the body tempering stage. On the high platform, the 3 patriarchs, including the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, were all dumbstruck as they saw through the young girl's cultivation with a single glance. Ke's opponent was a slightly introverted youth with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. His attacks were mediocre and he was casually knocked back by Ke's palm strike, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. From the beginning to the end, Ke didn't use any martial skills, of course. The main reason was that Ke didn't know any martial skills. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was stingy. He even passed down a top cultivation method like Frost God Sword technique to Ke, so he naturally wouldn't care about ordinary martial skills. He just didn't want to distract Ke. 8th level of the body tempering stage. At this moment, a Chen clan grand elder stared closely at the young girl walking down from the arena and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his words, the surrounding Qin clan disciples were instantly petrified. This young girl who had just turned 16 was an 8th level body tempering stage martial artist? Soon, everyone in the martial arts practice hall knew of the young girl's cultivation. Everyone who knew at the first moment was petrified and only recovered after a long time. They looked at the beautiful young girl who was shyly chatting with Duan Lingtian. She's an 8th level body tempering stage martial artist? You must be joking. It was 3rd elder who said it. Do you think he's joking? F***K. This Duan Lingtian, not only is he a freak, even the people around him are freaks. The friendly martial arts competition was in full swing. A day passed and evening arrived. The final results were out. 1st, Duan Lingtian. 2nd, Ke. 3rd, Li Xing. 4th, Li Ke. 5th, Li Qiu. 6th, Li Xian. The top 10 and top 6 were all members of the Li family. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, had a face full of smiles. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. The Chen family's patriarch, Qin Li, had a stupefied expression. He didn't expect this result. The patriarch of the Fang clan, Fang Yi, had a gloomy expression. The Fang clan only occupied one of the top 10 places. Next was the distribution of the rewards. The first place Duan Lingtian received 300 silver and 2 body tempering pills. The second place Ke and 3rd place Li Xing also received 200 silver and 1 body tempering pill. The other 7 people only received 100 silver. Stingy, too stingy. Duan Lingtian had a dissatisfied expression as he received the first place reward that many people envied. He casually stuffed it into his pocket. Young master. At this time, Ke obediently handed over her reward to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the burning gazes of the surrounding people almost burned Duan Lingtian. In a corner of the martial arts practice field, Chen Mei Er, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars, lightly bit her lips as she looked at the pair of young men and young women in the distance. When she looked at the young woman, her autumn eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. As night fell, the coming-of-age ceremony also came to an end. No matter if it was the Fang clan or the Qin clan, the 2 patriarchs called for an emergency meeting that night. The core of the meeting was naturally to discuss the performance of the young men and young women of the Li family. Six of the top 10 places in the friendly competition were occupied by one family. In the history of Fresh Breeze Town, this was something that had never happened before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. In the following period of time, the 2 families began to secretly investigate the Li family's background. However, in the end, their efforts were all for naught. they didn't find anything. In the main hall of the Li family's mansion. Ling, Ke, I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at the young man and young woman before him as he spoke. Patriarch, please speak. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. With your current accomplishments, there are some things that I can tell you. Actually, our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is only a branch family of Aurora City's Li family. Li Nanfeng slowly said. Aurora City's Li family? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He had heard of Aurora City and knew that there was a Li family in Aurora City. That was a large family in Aurora City, and to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, it was undoubtedly a colossus. However, he didn't expect that the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town would be related to the Li family of Aurora City and even be a branch family. Chapter 37. Outside of Fresh Breeze Town, a carriage galloped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. Within the carriage, the youth looked out of the window with a slightly disappointed gaze. He didn't know when he would be able to return. When he thought of how little Fatty was crying before they parted, his heart didn't feel good. Young Master, are you thinking of young Master Xian? The beautiful young girl beside him had a face full of understanding. All good things must come to an end. There will be a chance to meet again in the future. Duan Lingtian sighed. Tian, Aurora City isn't far from Fresh Breeze Town. If you have time in the future, just come back and visit often. Li Rose smiled lightly as she comforted him. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. A few days ago, Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked for him and Ke, wanting to recommend them to the main clan. Only by going to the main clan would they have a better future. Fresh Breeze Town was too small. The journey was quite peaceful at the beginning. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town for an entire morning, Li Rose's beautiful eyebrows slightly moved as she said in a low voice, "Looks like someone doesn't want us to go to Aurora City." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. "Mother, is it someone from the Fong family?" The carriage shook and suddenly stopped. Madam," the coachman's slightly trembling voice sounded. The carriage curtain was pulled open, and Duan Lingtian saw the person blocking the road with a glance. His expression abruptly changed. An aged old man stood there. Although he guessed that it was someone from the Fong family blocking the road, Duan Lingtian didn't expect it to be him. Fong family's grand elder, Fong Jun 7th level of the body tempering stage, one of the 3 strongest people in Fresh Breeze Town. Fong Jun. Li Ro got off the carriage, her autumn eyes covered in frost, and her tone was low and oppressive. "My son has already decided to leave Fresh Breeze Town and won't threaten your Fong family. Why are you so aggressive? The Fong family needs his blood to wash away the humiliation." Fong Jun's words were simple, revealing his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. "Ke, stay in the car," Duan Lingtian said to the young girl and also got off the carriage. He clenched his fists and stared coldly at Fong Jun. "Duan Ling, you can rest assured. Today, I will send your mother and you on your way, so that you will have a companion on your way to the Yellow Springs." Fong Jun looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. "Take her and leave this place immediately." Li Ro took a deep breath and urged. Against Fong Jun, even if she gave it her all, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Mother, if we're leaving, we'll leave together." Duan Lingtian's tone was incomparably firm. "There's no need to argue. Today, none of you can leave." Fong Jun sneered as he stomped on the ground and flew over like a bolt of lightning. His hands slapped out like a rock, spreading its wings as it enveloped Duan Lingtian and his mother. Above his head, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Whoosh! Li Ro's graceful steps shook as she flew out to meet Fong Jun. Above his head, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand instantly left its sheath. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! The sword light flashed past, and at the instant Fong Jun raised his hand to defend, it directly tore apart Fong Jun's sleeve. Good sword skill. Fong Jun's eyes flashed as he slapped out with his palm, which was like a mountain. Bang! Li Ro's jade-like hand shook, her delicate body trembled, and she felt a sweetness in her throat. The fine steel sword was broken by Fang Jun's palm. Mother! Duan Lingtian's face went pale. The spirit serpent movement technique appeared. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he flashed towards Fang Jun. Sword drawing arts. A purple waterfall whistled as it locked onto Fang Jun's throat. You're overestimating yourself. Fang Jun was disdainful as he flicked his sleeve, sweeping Duan Lingtian to the side along with his sword. Die! Fang Jun's palms tore through the air and pressed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. If he was hit, he would die without a doubt. Tian! Li Ro's face went pale. She wanted to save him, but it was already too late. Young master! The young girl jumped down from the carriage and charged towards Duan Lingtian without a care for anything. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, and her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. Bang! At the critical moment, a figure flashed out from a luxuriant tree by the roadside and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, forcefully exchanging a palm strike with Fang Jun. They were evenly matched. Above the person who arrived, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Grand Elder. After standing firm, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he recognized the person who arrived. It was precisely the Li family's Grand Elder, Li Hua. He understood that since the Grand Elder had arrived, his crisis could be considered to have been resolved. Li Hua, I didn't expect that you, the Grand Li family's Grand Elder, would actually escort a disciple of another surname. Looks like this disciple of another surname has an extraordinary status in your Li family. Seeing Li Hua appear, Fang Jun knew that it was impossible to kill Duan Lingtian today. Fang Jun, you disrespected your elders and attempted to kill a disciple of my Li family. Today, you will die without a doubt. Li Hua's eyes burned with rage. He was furious to the extreme. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. In his memory, this was the first time the Grand Elder had been so angry. Li Hua, you and I are equal in strength. Even if you add in Li Ro, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Fang Jun was disdainful. If the two of them aren't enough, then what if we add in? Right at this moment, 2 figures appeared and surrounded Fang Jun, Patriarch Qin. Of the 2 people who appeared, Duan Lingtian only recognized one of them, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Li. The other person was an old man who was brimming with energy and vigor. Qin Kuan, this is a matter between my Fang family and the Li family. Please don't interfere. Seeing the old man, Fang Jun's expression finally changed as he shouted angrily. Qin Kuan? The Grand Elder of the Qin family? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The 3 strongest people of Fresh Breeze Town gathered together. Fang Jun, you're wrong. This is a matter between our Qin and Fang family. Qin Kuan smiled faintly. You? Fang Jun's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe that this was real. Qin Kuan, what did the Li family give you to make you and the Li family work together to attack me? The future of the Qin family. Qin Kuan spat out 5 words. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and he suddenly attacked. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth stirred and formed 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Whoosh! Li Hua, Li Ro, and Qin Li followed closely behind and attacked as well. The 4 of them worked together. Numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes moved in the air and whizzed out, suppressing Fang Jun. After a moment, Fang Jun was at a disadvantage. He was hit by Li Hua's palm. His body trembled and flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Ha! Suddenly, Fang Jun laughed loudly. His gaze was cold as he looked at Qin Kuan and Qin Li. His voice was as cold as ice. You 2 are really muddle-headed. With the performance of the Li family's younger generation at the coming-of-age ceremony, it won't be long before the Li family rises again. You 2 are raising a tiger and digging your own graves. Fang Jun, you don't need to sow discord. The Li family has already decided to share the secret with our Qin family. The condition is to kill you. Chen Kun laughed coldly. He saw through Fang Jun's intentions. His figure moved again as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger. He pounced down and killed the heavily injured Fang Jun. Before he died, Fang Jun's eyes were filled with astonishment. Hearing Chen Kun's words, Duan Lingtan fell into deep thought. "Thank you, Patriarch Chen, Elder Kun." Li Ro hurriedly thanked the two Chen family members and signaled to Duan Lingtian with her eyes. Duan Lingtian followed suit and thanked them. "Young master, are you okay?" The girl's tears had not dried yet. Her face was filled with concern. "I'm fine." Casually holding the girl's hand, Duan Lingtian gently squeezed her palm and comforted her. "Duan Lingnan, if Elder Hua hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you have a grade 7 alchemist as your teacher." Chen Li looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "If I'm not wrong, your teacher should be a weapon refiner, right?" "Weapon refiner?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know what Chen Li meant by that. Li Ro and Li Hua also looked at Duan Lingtian. Even they didn't know about this. "A few months ago, you came to our Chen family's weapon shop to buy some materials. They should be for weapon refinement, right?" Chen Li smiled, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian with a glance. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So it was because of this, however, he didn't buy the materials for weapon refinement. It was for inscriptions. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. "Patriarch Chen, I'm afraid you guessed wrong. The materials I bought were for my teacher to refine grade 7 medicinal pills. They weren't for weapon refinement." Duan Lingtian shook his head. In his opinion, besides him, no one here understood a grade 7 alchemist. No matter what he said, no one would know whether it was true or false. As expected, Chen Li nodded in understanding. "I see. As expected of a talented man. With you, the Li family has a chance to prosper. My Chen family can be considered to have benefited a little." Chen Kun glanced at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "Elder Kun is too kind." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. "Since the matter has been resolved, we'll take our leave first," Chen Kun said and left with Chun Li. The two figures quickly disappeared at the end of the road. "Little guy, I acted on my own initiative and promised the Chen family that I would sell some 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to them every once in a while. You won't blame me, right?" Li Hua smiled at Duan Lingtian. It was because of this promise that the Chen family was willing to cooperate with him to kill the Fang family's grand elder. Before Duan Lingtian left, he had already passed the prescription of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to Li Hua. Grand Elder is joking. If you hadn't acted today, I would have died without a doubt. A mere 6 treasures body-tempering liquid can be dealt with by Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian shook his head. To him, there was nothing more important than his family and his life. Moreover, in his opinion, the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid in exchange for the life of the Fang family's Grand Elder, Fang Jun, was worth it. "It's good that you don't blame me. Now that Fang Jun is dead, you can have a safe journey. Remember, when you arrive at the clan, fight if you can. Only by showing your worth will the clan vigorously nurture you." Before leaving, Li Hua warned Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and remembered Li Hua's words. The rest of the journey was smooth. Although they occasionally encountered some thieves blocking the road, they were all deterred by Li Ro and retreated. They arrived at their destination in the evening. Aurora City. A city that occupied an area nearly 10 times the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The city walls were ancient and emitted an aura of vicissitudes. Entering the city, one could see that carriages and horses were like dragons, flowing endlessly and bustling with noise and excitement. So bustling, the young girl looked out of the window, her eyes shining with a trace of luster, her mood high. In contrast, Duan Lingtian beside her had a calm expression. Although Aurora City was bustling, as a mercenary from his previous life's Earth, he had been to almost every major city on Earth. On the martial arts practice field, many outer court disciples were diligently practicing martial arts. Some were using fists, some were using palms, and some were using swords. The appearance of the golden boy and girl attracted many people's attention. Even more gazes fell on the girl's body. The girl's long hair that was as black as ink like a waterfall was tied up. Her delicate and beautiful face was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, emitting a charming bright red, lively and delicate. Willow eyebrows, almond eyes, fine nose, and red lips, all of them were perfect and flawless. Her slightly swollen chest was like a bud that was about to bloom, as if it could bloom at any time. Her slender waist, perky and round buttocks, and slender pair of *** made her seem even more slender and elegant, causing her to be likable. When did such a beautiful girl appear in our outer court? On the other side of the martial arts practice field, among the group of youths that were gathered together bragging, the eyes of a green-clothed youth whose saliva was flying everywhere lit up. His gaze fell on the girl's body, unable to move away. She should have just come from the branch family. A youth guessed. Too beautiful, she is not inferior to Xianxia in the slightest. Another youth's eyes lit up and saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia, a branch family disciple of the Li family that came to Aurora City half a year ago, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in the outer court. Let's go make friends with her. The green-clothed youth stepped forward. Li Xiao, she seems to have a master. A youth who followed behind said. Li Xiao disdainfully said, that is also a new face, he is probably a branch family disciple that came with her. Don't tell me you guys are scared of a branch family disciple? Of course not. Immediately, a group of people followed behind Li Xiao and walked over. Duan Lingtian and Ke walked side by side through the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, a group of youths walked over from afar, causing Duan Lingtian to frown slightly, but he did not pay them any attention and continued to walk forward. A green-clothed youth at the front took large strides and blocked Duan Lingtian and Ke. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at the green-clothed youth, his voice cold. The other party completely ignored Duan Lingtian. Li Xiao looked at the young girl, his face full of smiles. You must be a branch family disciple that just came to our main Li family, right? My name is Li Xiao, I am a main family disciple. After saying this, Li Xiao's face was full of pride. Under the stunned gazes of Li Xiao and the group of youths behind him, the young girl did not pay attention to them and instead looked at the youth beside her. Young master, let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded, preparing to lead the young girl around these people. Stop. Li Xiao could not keep his face and looked at the young girl. I am a main family disciple, how can you not give me face? Face is not given by others, it is earned by oneself. If there is nothing else, then scram. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he indifferently said, Scram? Li Xiao was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. He looked back at the youth. Did I hear wrong? He told me to scram? The youth nodded. You didn't hear wrong, he told you to scram. Kid, I want to challenge you. Li Xiao flew into a rage and shouted. Immediately, it attracted the attention of many people in the martial arts practice field. More people surrounded them and watched the scene with interest. Sorry, not interested. After lightly replying, Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand and prepared to leave. Seeing Duan Lingtian's action, Li Xiao's eyes burned with anger and said sarcastically, You don't even dare to accept my challenge, looks like you are a coward, not a man. The surrounding crowd could not help but laugh. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their faces were full of disdain. The weak were always looked down upon. Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows slightly moved and finally turned around. Although I know you are trying to provoke me, but, since you want to challenge me so much, I will fulfill your wish. Ke, I'll be right back. After saying a few words to the young girl, Duan Lingtian walked towards Li Xiao and stood facing him. Kid, for a branch family disciple like you, I can defeat you in at most 3 moves. Li Xiao seemed to be slightly older than Duan Lingtian. His slightly robust body was slightly leaning backwards, his arms were bent backwards, and his fists were clenched tightly, emitting a series of crisp and ear-piercing sounds of his knuckles rubbing together. Seeing Li Xiao's action, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. It was actually similar to the crushing fist's starting position. Soon, Li Xiao's legs were separated in a strange position. His entire body stood there like a fierce tiger ready to pounce at any time. It gave Duan Lingtian a familiar feeling. This martial skill is far from the middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist. Duan Lingtian's expression became slightly serious. Looking at Li Xiao's starting position, it seems to be the middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Howling Tiger Fist. A cry of surprise came from the crowd of onlookers. That's right, it is the Howling Tiger Fist. More and more people recognized the martial skill Li Xiao was about to use. How is this possible? Outer court disciples can only choose a low-grade profound rank martial skill from the first floor of the Martial Scripture Pavilion. How could Li Xiao know a middle-grade profound rank martial skill? Your information is too outdated. Who doesn't know that Li Xiao's brother, Li Zhong, is an inner court disciple? According to the family rules, sharing martial skills between brothers is not a violation. So that's how it is. Looks like Li Zhong passed it down to him. A wave of discussion came into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden realization. So it was a profound rank martial skill. Li Xiao moved. His body bent like a bow, shooting out. His movements were quick, like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Both fists whistled, creating a strong wind, and flew straight towards Duan Lingtian's chest. So fast. Duan Lingtian saw that Li Xiao had used a movement martial skill. In addition, Li Xiao's fist strength was astonishing, so he didn't dare to be careless. Using the Spirit Serpent movement technique, he took 2 steps back. In an instant, Duan Lingtian pulled back both his arms and his back bent into a bow. One kick, like a mountain collapsing. Collapsing fist. Facing Li Xiao's menacing Howling Tiger Fist, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He threw out his right fist and met it head-on. Bang! The 2 menacing right fists collided. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's mouth curved into a cold smile, and his fist strength was released. Cut! The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Li Xiao's expression changed, and he was forced back by Duan Lingtian. The sharp pain from his finger bones made Li Xiao break out in cold sweat. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, "Your Howling Tiger Fist has actually reached the mastery stage." Howling Tiger Fist. The crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person? How can he also know the Howling Tiger Fist? Furthermore, Li Xiao said that his Howling Tiger Fist had reached the mastery stage. How is this possible? Profound rank martial skills. It was easy to reach the mastery stage, but it was extremely difficult to reach the mastery stage. After the young man withdrew his hand, he didn't look at Li Xiao anymore. He held the young girl's hand and walked out of the crowd. "What's your name?" Li Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he endured the pain and shouted, "What? You still want to take revenge?" The young man turned his head and glanced at Li Xiao, and calmly replied, "Fresh Breeze Town Branch Family's Li family's disciple, Duan Lingyan." Branch family's disciple, or a disciple with a different surname? Many people were surprised. Duan Lingyan, I'll remember this. When my Howling Tiger Fist reaches the mastery stage, I'll definitely find you to wash away my shame. Chapter 39. On the way back, Duan Lingtian pondered. He was very sure that the Howling Tiger Fist that Li Xiao used just now was at least 70% similar to the Crushing Fist. Their strength exertion was even more so. Moreover, he could feel that to a certain extent, Howling Tiger Fist was even more nimble than Collapsing Fist. Although Li Xiao's cultivation was the same as his, both at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, Li Xiao obviously hadn't grasped the essence of Howling Tiger Fist. Otherwise, even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Middle grade profound rank martial skill? Duan Lingtian faintly realized that he might have misunderstood some things in the past. In his mind, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu swiftly flashed past. Soon, Duan Lingtian had a new understanding of profound rank martial skills. So that's how it is. Compared to yellow rank martial skills, profound rank martial skills are a new type of transformation. High-grade yellow rank martial skills have might comparable to the military fist of my previous life. Low-grade profound rank martial skills are comparable to form and will fist. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. In the past, when he saw the low-grade and middle-grade yellow rank martial skills in the Li family's branch family, he held an attitude of kill with a stick and rejected all martial skills in this world. Now it seemed that even the form and will fist of his previous life was only comparable to this world's low-grade profound rank martial skills. Looks like I should take this world's martial skills seriously. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Martial skills, besides offensive martial skills and movement martial skills, there are also defensive martial skills. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian's vision became wider and he knew many things that he didn't know in the past. So it turns out that the 9 transformations of the War Sovereign of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique has fused with 3 high-grade heaven rank martial skills. The offensive martial skill 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, the movement martial skill Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens, and the defensive martial skill 9 Dragons Barrier. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his emotions surging. The Spirit Serpent movement technique of the Spirit Serpent form was actually the foundation of the Dragon Swimming 9 Heavens. It was a high-grade profound level movement technique. If I step into the core formation stage, I'll be able to cultivate the foundation chapter of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, the high-grade profound rank martial skill finishing touch. Once you step into the origin core stage, you will be able to cultivate the foundation chapter of the 9 Dragons Barrier, the high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill Earth Dragon Shield. Noticing the smile on Duan Lingtian's face, the girl beside him couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's nothing. We've been out for a while. Let's go back first. Don't let mother worry." That night, Duan Lingtian went to bed early in the morning. He stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind was filled with thoughts and thoughts about martial arts. A mysterious door was slowly opening in front of him. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion with the young girl. He planned to buy the herbs needed to concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and some other herbs. As for the Thunderfire pill, before leaving Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian asked Grand Elder Li Hua to refine a few hundred pills. It was enough for him and Kerr to use until the core formation stage. Soon enough, the two of them arrived at the largest trade market in Aurora City. Once mastered, one could stand there motionless like a mountain, like a golden bell, and normal people would have a hard time breaking through the defense. Yes, this time I bought 50 taels of blood Lingji. It should be enough to enter the initial stage before the start of the family martial gathering. Another voice came, mixed with cold arrogance. "Brother Li Yuan, I really envy you. That's 5,000 taels. If my father was willing to be so generous with me, my metal wall technique wouldn't still be stuck at the initial stage." The former sighed and said with envy, "You can't compare like this. I'm the only son in the family, but you have a brother. I heard that your brother Li Zhong's metal wall technique was cultivated to the initial stage half a year ago." The latter said again, "Yes." The former's voice was mixed with a bit of jealousy. "It's him." Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice. It was the disciple of the main family, Li Xiao, who was defeated by him yesterday in the outer yard martial arts practice field. He didn't expect that Li Xiao, who had 2 or 3 finger bones broken by him yesterday, would come out to the market full of energy today. Thinking about it again, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. With Li Xiao's injuries yesterday, if he used a 9th grade gold injury pill, he would be able to recover in one night. using a gold injury pill for such a light injury. The main family disciples were really extravagant. Li Xiao, I heard that you were defeated by a branch family disciple who had just arrived in the main family, and he even used the Howling Tiger Fist? Brother Li Yuan, don't mention it, I was unlucky yesterday. Who knew that a branch family disciple who had just arrived would also be at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, and his Howling Tiger Fist had even stepped into the mastery stage. However, his Howling Tiger Fist seems to be incomplete. If I'm able to cultivate it to the mastery stage in a short period of time, I'll surely be able to defeat him. A branch family disciple, where did he get a middle-grade profound rank martial skill? This is slightly strange. Let's not mention him. Right, Brother Li Yuan, that little girl by his side is really pretty. She's not inferior to Li Shirshir in the slightest. Not inferior to Li Shirshir? Are you sure? Two youths around the age of 17 talked as they walked into the medicine store. It's you, Li Xiao exclaimed in a low voice as he looked at the young man and young woman who had their backs facing him and recognized their figures. Li Xiao, you know them? Li Yuan also looked over and asked curiously. Brother Li Yuan, he's the branch family disciple I mentioned earlier, Duan Ling Tian. Li Xiao said in a low voice. Looks like we're really fated to meet each other here even though Aurora City is so big. Duan Ling Tian brought the young girl along as he turned around and grinned. Pumph. Li Xiao's face slightly sank. Li Yuan, who was beside him, stared straight at the young woman beside Duan Ling Tian, unable to move his gaze away. The slender and elegant young woman with a face that could topple cities caused one's heart to tremble. Li Yuan muttered to himself, she's really not inferior to Li Shirshir, and in some aspects, she's even better than Li Shirshir. Noticing Li Yuan's unbridled gaze, the young woman lightly frowned. Hello, I heard you're a branch family disciple that just arrived at the main clan. How about we be friends? Withdrawing his burning gaze, Li Yuan took a step forward in a refined and courteous manner, as if he was a completely different person from before. I don't know you. The young woman's voice was cold and indifferent, unapproachable. Then from this moment onwards, we'll get to know each other. My name is Li Yuan, a disciple of the main clan. In the outer court, as long as you mention my name, anyone would have to give you face and be courteous. Li Yuan's words were filled with arrogance. Maybe he could even obtain a good result in the next clan martial meet and win the prize that he yearned for even in his dreams. Li family mansion. After returning, Duan Ling Tian began to get busy. Other than concocting the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he also had to concoct another type of medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was called blood spirit body tempering liquid. The blood spirit body tempering liquid was a type of body tempering medicinal liquid that the Samsara Emperor Wu himself had researched. It assisted in the cultivation of defensive martial skills and could achieve twice the effect with half the effort. Although the blood spirit body tempering liquid required the blood lingji as a catalyst, it could also be directly consumed to increase the cultivation speed of defensive martial skills. However, its effect was far inferior to the blood spirit body tempering liquid. 50 grams of blood lingji, combined with 2 other cheap medicinal herbs, concocted the blood spirit body tempering liquid. The medicinal effect was comparable to directly consuming 50 grams of blood lingji. Moreover, it was easier to absorb. Give me 4 grams of spirit tempering grass, 3 grams of 8 amber leaves, 1 gram of blood lingji, and 2 grams of clear water. Duan Ling Tian instructed the young girl. With the young girl's help, he did not need to do everything by himself. Very quickly, the first portion of the blood spirit body tempering liquid was concocted. The frost god sword technique, is a sword cultivation technique. It only has offensive sword skills. From today onwards, I will teach you 2 sets of martial skills. One is a movement technique, and the other is a defensive martial skill. The martial skills that Duan Lingtian taught the young girl were 2 sets of high-grade profound class martial skills. It was also a martial skill that the young girl could directly cultivate and would not easily attract the attention of others. Rippling subtle steps was a high-grade profound class martial skill. When cultivated to the extreme, one's legs would turn into shadows and be unparalleled in elegance. It was a movement technique that was extremely suitable for women. Grafting flowers was a high-grade profound class defensive martial skill. Unlike ordinary defensive martial skills that relied on brute force, this defensive martial skill focused on using softness to overcome hardness. It allowed the body to be as soft as possible and redirected the opponent's attack that landed on the body to another place. Generally, defensive martial skills that relied on brute force would cultivate muscles that were as hard as steel. It was not suitable for women. Duan Lingtian also did not wish for Kerr to become a muscular woman in the future. This defensive martial skill was very suitable for her. Kerr, in the future, besides increasing your cultivation, you need to spend more time on your movement technique. Only then could they ingeniously reverse the opponent's attack and then use the power of teleportation to return the favor. Duan Lingtian, who cultivated the spirit serpent transformation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, just happened to meet the requirements. After choosing the martial skill, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate. First, he placed the blood-lingering body refinement fluid into the bathtub and soaked his entire body in it. Feeling the bone-piercing coldness from the blood-lingering body refinement fluid, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he began to cultivate greater teleportation. Greater teleportation was a defensive martial skill. Its main purpose was to cultivate the physical body, allowing the surface of the physical body to produce a defensive chi barrier. Cultivating different defensive martial skills would produce different characteristics of the defensive chi barrier on the surface of the physical body. The defensive chi barrier that was cultivated would not appear on the surface of the physical body under normal circumstances. It would only appear when cultivating a defensive martial skill, displaying its powerful defensive power. With the assistance of the blood-lingering body refinement fluid, Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill greater teleportation was close to the entry level in one night. The mastery of martial skills was generally divided into 4 stages: entry, initial, mastery, and perfection. The power of each stage was vastly different. For example, Duan Lingtian's crushing fist of the form and will fist was already considered perfection, because it was only equivalent to a low-grade profound level martial skill and was inferior to the middle-grade profound level martial skill Howling Tiger Fist. Li Xiao mistook it as the Howling Tiger Fist of the mastery stage. Within a month, I will definitely be able to successfully enter the entry level of greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 41. At a corner of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian's body was like a spirit serpent, his figure constantly changing. Although it seemed slow, it was actually swift. At least 10 days, at most half a month, it should be enough to break through to the initial stage. With a shake of his body, Duan Lingtian once again stood still, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that his spirit serpent movement technique was now at the rudimentary stage and would soon enter the initial stage. Once the spirit serpent movement technique enters the initial stage, his speed would undergo a qualitative increase. The spirit serpent movement technique was a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Even if it was only at the initial stage, it was still comparable to a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. The important thing was perseverance and not overnight success. Duan Lingtian timely stopped cultivating. He prepared to return to absorb the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and enter the 9th level of the body tempering stage as soon as possible. As far as he knew, the annual clan martial meet would be held in 2 months. If he wanted to become an inner court disciple, he must display a strength that far surpassed most of his peers in the clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian chose to cultivate at a corner of the martial arts practice grounds. There weren't many people there. When he walked out and arrived at the center of the martial arts practice grounds, he noticed a group of people standing in various places, seemingly watching something. Out of curiosity, he walked over as well. Within the crowd, a graceful and beautiful figure stood there. The 3-foot-long blade in her hand transformed into a sword light, casually wielding it, displaying an extraordinary sword skill. This was a beautiful young girl around the age of 17, with a face as beautiful as a flower and the moon. After arriving in this world, besides Kerr and his mother, Li Ro, she was the girl with the most outstanding appearance he had seen. The young girl's soft and smooth long hair slightly undulated along with her body's movements. Under the scorching sun, the 3-foot-long blade in her hand flickered with a dazzling luster. Suddenly, an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above her head. Shio! The sword flashed out, leaving behind a string of afterimages. 3 leaves that had fallen from a nearby tree were all split into 2 and floated down to the ground. The young girl withdrew her hand, already dripping with sweat. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, there was a burst of applause and cheers. As expected of Big Sister Xianxia, one of the top 3 in the outer court. Shadow sword at perfected realm is too strong. That's right. She tore apart 3 leaves that were not in a straight line with a single sword strike. In the entire outer court, I'm afraid only Big Sister Xianxia is capable of such a feat. 17 years old, 9th level of the body tempering realm, mastery of the low-grade mystic rank sword skill, Shadow Sword. Among the young females of the Li family, Sister Xianxia is second to none. Duan Lingtian heard the cheers and discussions around him. Top 3 in the outer yard? Sister Xianxia? Could she be Li Xianxia? Duan Lingtian recalled that a few days ago, when they were buying medicinal herbs at the medicine shop in the market, Li Xiao and Li Wen had mentioned a woman named Li Xianxia while they were chatting. Now that I've met you today, you truly live up to your reputation. In terms of looks, she was only slightly inferior to his Kerr. Sister Xianxia, wipe your sweat. A young girl lightly smiled as she passed a handkerchief to Li Xianxia. After Li Xianxia wiped off the fragrant sweat on her forehead, her clear eyes focused. She noticed that within the crowd, there was a person whose gaze was completely different from the others. Practically everyone present was gasping in amazement at her sword skill. But this person seemed to be disdainful. This caused a trace of disappointment and competitiveness to arise in her heart. You think my sword skill is very ordinary? Under the gazes of the surrounding crowd, Li Xianxia arrived before the youth, and her tone contained a trace of questioning. At this moment, everyone present noticed the youth. Isn't he Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? The branch family disciple that defeated Li Xiao a few days ago with his howling tiger fist at the mastery stage? That's him. I was there at that time as well. He seems to be only 16. That young girl that never leaves his side is actually not there. I heard that young girl's beauty is even better than Big Sister Xianxia's. Hearing the discussions around her, Li Xianxia's clear eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. She had heard about what happened a few days ago. Your sword skill is not bad. If it was less flashy, perhaps it would be stronger. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, lightly nodded his head. Flashy? The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. This Duan Lingtian, don't tell me he thinks that just because his howling tiger fist is powerful, he can give Big Sister Xianxia pointers on sword skills? A layman dares to speak nonsense. Big Sister Xianxia's shadow sword may be at the same level as his howling tiger fist, but Big Sister Xianxia's cultivation is 1 level higher than his. Adding on Big Sister Xianxia's 3-foot-long sword, she can easily defeat him. A group of people felt injustice for Li Xianxia. I only heard that your howling tiger fist is powerful. Could it be that you also know sword skills? Li Xianxia glanced at Duan Lingtian with a profound gaze. Duan Lingtian also did not expect that his truth would cause public anger. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, it was not easy to be an honest person. Sword. Taking a step forward, Duan Lingtian opened his hand in front of Li Shishir. Li Shishir reacted and handed the sword to Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with surprise as she guessed Duan Lingtian's plan. This Duan Lingtian still wants to show off his slight skill in front of an expert? He's simply courting death. Many people saw this scene and their faces were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian did not care. The facts were enough to explain everything. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian replaced Li Shishir and stood in the crowd with the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The wind blew, and the leaves on the tree withered and fell. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian drew his sword. However, everyone present, including Li Shishir, only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. From the beginning to the end, they did not see how Duan Lingtian drew his sword. He drew his sword? Everyone was puzzled. Look! Someone seemed to have noticed something. More and more people looked over. They saw that the string of fallen leaves that had just drifted down were now torn in half and slowly fell to the ground. The people present could not help but gasp. It was not until Duan Lingtian returned the sword and left that Li Shishir came back to her senses. Looking at the proud and aloof figure from afar, Li Shishir felt frustrated for the first time. The honor of being in the top 3 of the outer yard seemed so ironic. She had been using the sword since the day she started cultivating. Her perception of sword skills was far beyond that of ordinary people. She knew in her heart that if she really faced Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation was a level lower than hers, Duan Lingtian could easily defeat her or even kill her with the sword just now. Duan Ling and I will remember you, Li Shishir said in her heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, what happened earlier was merely a casual action, and it was not worth mentioning. However, with Li Shishir's low-grade profound level sword skill, Shadow Sword, as a reference, combined with the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. The sword-drawing technique that he mastered, when used with all his strength, was equivalent to a mid-grade profound level sword skill in the perfection stage or a high-grade profound level sword skill in the great accomplishment stage. If he was caught off guard, it could even reach the effect of a high-grade profound level sword skill in the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped. He saw 2 figures standing there on the way home. It seemed that they had been waiting for him for a long time. Li Wen, Li Xiao. Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the 2, intending to bypass them. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them overbearingly blocked Duan Lingtian's path once again. What's the matter? A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Duan Ling, give us all the banknotes on you. Li Xiao snorted. With Li Wen, one of the top 3 in the outer court, supporting him, he was very confident. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had just executed a marvelous sword skill in the martial arts practice field and caused Li Shishir, who was one of the top 3 students in the outer court, to be in awe and feel ashamed of her inferiority, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts. The world was so strange. You want the banknotes on me? Duan Lingtian laughed and patted his thick chest. I did bring a lot of banknotes, but why should I give them to you? Li Xiao sneered. If you don't want to suffer, then hand over all the banknotes. Also, in the future, let that cur by your side accompany brother Li Yuan. Shut up. Duan Lingtian raised his sword-like eyebrows. His expression was dignified without being angry, and a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Li Xiao's body. Cur was his reverse scale. Li Xiao's expression changed greatly, and his legs started to tremble. The Azura-like killing intent caused his psychological defense to completely collapse. With a low snort, Duan Lingtian took large strides and left. If it was any other occasion, he would have already crippled or even killed Li Xiao. But this was the Li family in Aurora City. If he crippled or killed Li Xiao, even if the Li family didn't care, Li Xiao's elders wouldn't let it go. After all, Li Xiao was a disciple of the clan and had a deep foundation. He couldn't help but have some misgivings. "Brother Li Yuan, why didn't you stop him?" Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief and looked at Li Wan, who was watching Duan Lingtian leave, with a puzzled expression. "Looks like I still underestimated this Duan Lingtian. He's not simple." Li Wan's expression was solemn. Chapter 42. In the following days, Duan Lingtian often brought Kerr to the martial arts practice field to practice her movement technique. They gradually integrated into the Aurora City's Li family and won the respect of many of the clan's disciples. In this world, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian and Kerr's cultivation did not break through, their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. First, defensive martial skills. With the help of the blood-spirit-body refinement liquid, Duan Lingtian's greater teleportation and Kerr's grafting were both successfully cultivated to the entry stage. In terms of movement technique, Duan Lingtian's spirit snake movement technique finally broke through to the initial stage, and Kerr's rippling subtle steps was also cultivated to the entry stage. As for offensive martial skills, Duan Lingtian did not dabble in other martial skills, while Kerr had been diligently cultivating the sword drawing technique without stopping. If Duan Lingtian's sword drawing technique could be said to have stepped into the perfection stage, Kerr's sword drawing technique could be said to have been cultivated to the mastery stage. Of course, the reason why Kerr improved so quickly was all because of her hard work. From the day the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town started cultivating the sword drawing technique, until now, she had spent at least 5 hours a day on the sword drawing technique. Those who worked hard would eventually be rewarded. Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all about this. What was worth mentioning was that in the past half a month, because Duan Lingtian and Kerr often went to the martial arts practice field to cultivate their movement technique, they had become more familiar with Li Xiaxia, who was ranked in the top 3 of the outer court disciples in strength. This was especially true for Kaer, who was now calling Li Xiaxia sister. Martial arts practice field. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if he had no bones. Sometimes he stopped, sometimes he was swift, like a spirit snake flying out. He was practicing the spirit snake movement skill. The beautiful girl stood at the side, watching quietly with a happy smile on her face. "Little sister Kerr." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Another beautiful girl walked over, holding a sheathed fine steel sword in her hand, looking valiant and formidable. "Sister Xiaxia." Kerr greeted the person with a smile. "Little sister Kerr, I'm going to the market to buy something. Come with me." The person who came was Li Xiaxia. Hearing this, Kerr subconsciously looked at the young man who was moving quickly, but she did not disturb him and waited silently. "Duan Lingnan, do you mind if I borrow Kerr from you?" Li Xiaxia looked at the young man. Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself. His forehead was covered in sweat. A fragrance assailed his nostrils as Kaer took a few steps forward and helped Duan Lingtian wipe off his sweat. She was like an obedient little wife. "I really can't stand you guys." Li Xiaxia had a mushy look on her face. At this moment, no one noticed that in the depths of her eyes, a sense of loss flashed and disappeared. "Kerr, go, take care of yourself." Duan Lingtian smiled at the girl beside him. Besides himself, Kerr finally had a friend of the same age. Duan Lingtian naturally would not stop them from interacting. "Don't worry, I won't leave out a single hair on your Kerr." Li Xiaxia rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, then held Kerr's hand and walked away. Along the way, they attracted the gazes of many lascivious men. After the two girls left, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate spirit snake movement skill. If there was someone with sharp eyes present, they would be able to see that on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, a faint defensive aura was faintly discernible. It was precisely because of this that even though he was only an outer court disciple, the offensive martial skill Heart Destruction Palm, defensive martial skill Golden Bell Cover, and movement martial skill Unfettered Steps were all middle-grade profound rank martial skills. Others couldn't even be envious. Both of you come at me together. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Wan, then looked at Li Xiao. Don't think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. Being looked down upon by Duan Lingtian caused Li Wan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. His figure abruptly moved, unfettered steps. Li Wan's legs moved at a peculiar pace as he swiftly strode forward, arriving before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. Heart Destruction Palm. He slapped out with his palm, shaking the sky as it carried the force of destruction as it swept straight towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a strand of white mist condensed into form above Li Wan's head, transforming into the silhouette of an ancient mammoth. Unfettered Steps at small mastery and Heart Destruction Palm at mastery. Cries of surprise rose and fell in the crowd. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as his upper body bent backwards, and at the instant his arms pulled back into the shape of a bow, he abruptly trembled. Crushing Fist. The crushing fist that he swung out met Li Wan's Heart Destruction Palm head-on. Bang! Fist and palm collided. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt that the strength of Li Wan's palm was superior to his crushing fist. Not only that, a strand of strange force actually followed his fist and wanted to enter his arm, greater teleportation. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian executed his defensive martial skill, drawing this strand of strange force to reverse the direction of his teleportation and flash out in the opposite direction, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Bang! Duan Lingtian remained motionless like a mountain, but Li Wan repeatedly retreated 2 steps with a face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Li Wan was incomparably certain. His strength clearly surpassed Duan Lingtian's earlier, and his Heart Destruction Palm was even about to enter Duan Lingtian's body, but right at this moment, the defensive Qi barrier that appeared on Duan Lingtian's body actually blocked his Heart Destruction Palm. It was as if it was a mirror. What defensive martial skill is this? Li Wan was indescribably shocked in his heart, as it was the first time he'd heard of such a strange defensive martial skill. Looks like your Golden Bell Cover has already stepped into the initial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The might of Li Wan's Heart Destruction Palm was actually not inferior to his collapsing fist. Adding on the fact that Li Wan's cultivation was higher than his and possessed the strength of an ancient mammoth, he was inferior to Li Wan in a head-on clash. However, with greater teleportation reversing Li Wan's Heart Destruction Palm, he still obtained the upper hand in the head-on clash. Of course, although the reversed Heart Destruction Palm forced Li Wan to retreat, it was blocked by his Golden Bell Cover in time. Looking at the situation just now, it could be said that he and Li Wan were evenly matched. However, he still had an even stronger trump card. Li Wan's defensive martial skill has also stepped into the initial stage? Truly monstrous. The crowd once again exclaimed in surprise. If Li Wan is a monstrous genius, then what is Duan Lingtian? He has the upper hand. Following the sound of a voice, the crowd became deathly silent. That's right, just now Li Wan took the initiative to attack, while Duan Lingtian passively met him head-on, yet still obtained the upper hand. In their eyes, the difference between them was obvious. In terms of attack, Li Wan was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Brother Li Yuan, let me help you. Li Xiao also had the same thought as the others, wanting to join the battle. No need. Li Wan took a deep breath and stopped Li Xiao. Only he, the person involved, knew the reason why he was at a disadvantage earlier. If he had used his defensive martial skill in time, he wouldn't have been forced back by his own strength. I have to say, your defensive martial skill is very strange, however, everything is over, Li Wan sneered. Unfettered steps. The movement of his feet quickened, and with a strange pace, he started to circle around Duan Lingtian's body, as if he was disrupting Duan Lingtian's vision. Li Wan's unfettered steps is a profound class mid-tier martial skill. Although it is only at the initial stage, It is comparable to a profound class low-tier martial skill at the mastery stage. If Duan Lingtian's speed is inferior to his, then he will lose for sure. In the crowd, a voice abruptly sounded. It received the approval of the majority. In the world of martial skills, only speed is unbeatable. Li Wan was able to cultivate 3 types of martial skills to such a high stage. He could be considered an outstanding talent among his peers. Among his peers, those who could reach this stage could be counted with one's fingers. In the outer court, there were only 2 other people who could compete with Li Wan. Duan Lingtian's offensive martial skill was strong, and his defensive martial skill was also not bad. Because of this, in the eyes of the majority, Duan Lingtian's martial skill should be his weakness. You want to compete with me in speed? Duan Lingtian laughed. His eyes suddenly focused, and his legs shook. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. A profound class high-tier martial skill at the initial stage was comparable to a profound class high-tier martial skill at the mastery stage. It was an entire stage higher than Li Wan's movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and like a nimble spirit serpent, he started to circle around Li Wan. No matter how Li Wan's palm force whistled, it couldn't touch him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. This speed was simply monstrous. Li Xiao. Chapter 43. In the midst of the hissing of the crowd, Li Xiao responded, and with a flash of his body he entered the battle. Coordinating with Li Wan, they attacked from both sides, leaving Duan Lingtian with nowhere to hide. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Xiao seemed to have transformed into a ferocious tiger, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, opening his bloody mouth to bite. Who knew? Duan Lingtian didn't even have the intention to dodge. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian circulated his defensive martial skill, and a defensive chi appeared on his body. Bang! Li Xiao's ferocious fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi. The crowd was silent. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be sent flying, an unimaginable scene appeared. They saw that Li Xiao, who was originally ferocious and had a cold smile on his face, had the smile on his face freeze, and the right arm that was about to punch out suddenly shook. Accompanied by a miserable cry, Li Xiao's body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow, fiercely crashing onto the ground. Sitting on the ground, Li Xiao's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect that the power of his fist that landed on Duan Lingtian would actually be completely reversed. It was as if he was hitting a mirror. Extremely sullen. If he didn't circulate his defensive martial skill in time, his entire arm might have been crippled. This scene shocked everyone present. Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist was a middle-grade profound rank martial skill, and he had already cultivated it to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian was able to use his defensive martial skill to completely block Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist, which meant that his defensive martial skill was not inferior to Li Xiao's Howling Tiger Fist, and was at least on par with Li Wan's Golden Bell Canopy at the initial stage. Only a mid-grade profound S defensive martial skill at the initial stage could block a mid-grade profound S offensive martial skill at the initial stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill was either a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. However, no one believed that Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill was a high-grade profound class martial skill. After all, even in the Aurora City's Li family, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was extremely rare. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sorry, Li Xiao looked at Li Wan with a bitter smile. At first, he thought that Duan Lingtian's offensive martial skills were stronger than his. Only now did he realize it. His attacks could not break through Duan Lingtian's defense at all. Humph! Li Wan's face sank, and his cold eyes swept past Duan Lingtian. He was like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. Only when Li Wan and Li Xiao left in a sorry state did the gazes of the crowd descend onto Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Only 16 years old. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, Howling Tiger Fist. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill suspected to be at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill suspected to be at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. In the outer court, only the number 1 disciple in the outer court could compare to such an accomplishment. Even the other top 3 disciple of the outer court, Li Shishir, was far inferior to him. With the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now, he has already completely surpassed Big Sister Shishir and Li Wan. As of now, in the outer court, his strength is probably only below Li Kuang. I feel that he can compete with Li Kuang. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian's strongest offensive martial skill is not the Howling Tiger Fist, but his superb sword skill. Yeah, with his sword skill and the support of his long sword, his strength is probably not inferior to Li Kuang's. The crowd discussed, not stingy with their praises. Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly when he heard these praises. In his previous life, he had experienced too many similar scenes and had long since become numb to them. As for the Li Kuang they spoke of, Duan Lingtian had heard of him. The number 1 disciple in the outer court. Every time Li Shishir mentioned him, she couldn't help but reveal a face of reverence. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian had never seen him before. He heard that Li Kuang went to the Misty Forest to gain experience and would only return before the start of the clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was preparing to return home, a hurried voice came closer and closer. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the youth who was panting. Duan Lingtian, Big Sister Shishir taught 2 ignorant Lin clan outer court disciples a lesson. In the end, those 2 went to call for help, and a group of people blocked them. Big Sister Shishir asked me to come back and report. The youth anxiously said. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He was most worried about Ker's safety. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes focused on the youth. The youth only felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to look at Duan Lingtian again and hurriedly led the way. The surrounding outer domain disciples exchanged glances with one another before following after him. The Lin family dares to bully Sister Shishir. They are simply courting death. Come, let's go teach them a lesson. Do they really think that the outer court disciples of the Li family are pushovers? The outer court disciples following Duan Lingtian were all filled with righteous indignation. Hurry up! Duan Lingtian frowned. He grabbed the youth's arm and flew out with him, putting some distance between them and the group behind them. Lead the way. The group of outer court disciples only heard Duan Lingtian's shout from afar. Let's go! Let's hurry up and not lose them. The group of Li family disciples also executed their movement techniques one after another, flying out and following him. Even then, they could only eat Duan Lingtian's dust from afar. It was also because Duan Lingtian had brought someone with him. Otherwise, with their speed, they definitely wouldn't have been able to keep up with Duan Lingtian. They left the Li family mansion. On a street in the marketplace, Duan Lingtian saw the 2 girls surrounded from afar. When he saw Ker standing there unharmed, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shishir, as long as you and the little beauty beside you accompany us for a drink, today's matter will be written off. How about it? A frivolous voice reached Duan Lingtian's ears from afar. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Lin Wei, you're dreaming. Li Shishir's delicate voice rang out. So arrogant? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. Duan Lingtian, he is Lin Qi, the number 1 disciple of the Lin family's outer court, the son of the Lin family's patriarch. Li Shishir reminded. Lin family's number 1 disciple? Lin family's patriarch's son? No matter which halo it was enough to make the green-clothed youth dazzling. The Lin family was the same as the Li family, they were both colossi in Aurora City. So what do you think? You and I will fight, and no matter if you win or lose, I will let your Li family leave. Lin Qi lightly smiled, as if he wasn't angry at Duan Lingtian's actions just now. Just to fight with Duan Lingtong. The injured Lin Wei's face sank, and he said unwillingly, Brother Qi, Li Shishir and him both injured our people, you, shut up. Chapter 44. Lin Qi's voice was filled with an unquestionable authority. Even though he was young, he had already developed the bearing of a superior. Lin Wei took a deep breath and didn't dare say anything else, but his icy cold eyes were still focused on Duan Lingtian, waiting to devour him. Duan Lingtian noticed Lin Wei's gaze, but he didn't mind it. This Lin Wei's strength was only on par with Li Xiao, so he wasn't a threat to him. His gaze descended onto Lin Qi. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian smiled at Kerr and asked her to return to Li Shishir's side before walking out to confront Lin Qi. The Lin clan outer court disciples all retreated a few steps, leaving a large empty space. This was Aurora City's largest trade market after all, so it quickly gathered many onlookers. I heard that this green-clothed youth is the Lin clan patriarch's son, Lin Qi. Lin Qi? I've heard of him, the #1 disciple of the Lin clan's younger generation. He's only 17 years old, has a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and has cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills? The Lin clan really invested a lot on him. Who's confronting him? It seems to be a disciple of the Li family with another surname. The crowd of onlookers whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian stared at Lin Qi with a serious expression. When facing Lin Qi, he felt a trace of pressure. Even when facing the Fresh Breeze Town's Fong family's manager, Fong Chang, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, he didn't feel any pressure. In other words, this Lin Qi was even more dangerous than Fong Chang. Thinking about it, it made sense. For example, the best martial skills that the 3 great clans of Fresh Breeze Town possessed were only high-grade yellow rank martial skills. As for movement techniques, before Duan Lingtian gifted them to the Li family, none of the 3 great clans of Fresh Breeze Town possessed them. Defensive martial skills were even more unattainable to the 3 great clans. Duan Lingtian learned this through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Although martial skills were divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow levels, yellow-level martial skills only had offensive martial skills. There were no defensive martial skills or movement martial skills. On Cloud Continent, the worst movement technique and defensive martial skill were low-grade profound rank martial skills. As if by agreement, Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi moved at the same time. Spirit Serpent Movement. Duan Lingtian's figure was graceful, and each of his movements was filled with flexibility and beauty. The speed was so fast that most of the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Lin Qi's legs seemed to have turned into afterimages. Even if they swept across the snowy ground, they would not leave behind the slightest trace. Traceless snow steps. Profound class high-tier martial skill. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? When did the Li family have such a person? His movement technique speed is actually not slower than Brother Qi's traceless snow steps. Brother Qi's traceless snow steps is a high-grade profound class martial skill that has been cultivated to the initial stage. It's comparable to a middle-grade profound class martial skill at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Unbelievable, besides the Li family's Li Kuang and the Xiao family's Xiao Yun, there's actually someone of the same age who can compare with Brother Qi in terms of movement techniques. Humph! This Duan Lingtian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Didn't you notice that Brother Qi is not using his full strength and is suppressing his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage to play with him? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. I really didn't misjudge you. Amongst my peers in Aurora City, besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, you're the first one to be able to see through the true location of my palm strike. However, since your strength is stronger than an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist, then I'll raise my strength to the same level as yours. Lin Qi laughed heartily, incomparably delighted. Again, Lin Qi's body shook as he flew out. Traceless snow steps. This time, he and Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally exchange blows. Their bodies flew as they swiftly searched for each other's flaws in order to defeat each other. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Collapsing Fist. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit snake as he flew past and found an opportunity to land a punch on Lin Qi's body. Although the power of Collapsing Fist was difficult to suppress Lin Qi's afterimages in a head-on clash. But in terms of battle experience, Lin Qi couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian. As the strongest weapon specialist on Earth in his previous life, Lin Qi was simply not on the same level as him in terms of battle experience. Bang! The punch landed and smashed onto the defensive qi barrier that rose from the surface of Lin Qi's body. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his right fist shake as if he had smashed onto a tortoise's shell and received a rebounding force. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his defensive martial skill, giving Lin Qi a taste of his own medicine. He returned the rebounding force back to Lin Qi. After all, the rebounding force came from Lin Qi's defensive qi barrier, so Lin Qi's defensive qi barrier didn't repel it. Lin Qi's body trembled as he was struck by the rebounding force. As if he had been struck by lightning, he retreated to the side in a slightly sorry state. What kind of defensive martial skill is that? Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's battle experience, he was even more shocked by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. It was actually able to return the rebounding force to Duan Lingtian from his defensive martial skill Black Tortoise transformation. That rebounding force originated from his defensive qi barrier and was returned by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. His defensive qi barrier didn't repel the rebounding force at all, causing him to suffer quite a bit. Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill completely countered his defensive martial skill. Do your best, there's no need to suppress your strength anymore. If you continue like this, you will definitely lose. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "All right, as you wish. I really didn't expect that within the same generation of Aurora City's 3 great clans, besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, there would be someone else who could make me use my full strength. You be careful, when I use my full strength, I will carry the strength of an ancient mammoth. Even if it's compared to your current strength, it will still be nearly 1,500 pounds stronger." Lin Qi laughed heartily. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. Just based on Duan Lingtian's abundant battle experience and the defensive martial skill that countered him, it was sufficient to defeat him when he suppressed his strength to the same level as Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the muscles on Lin Qi's body slightly bulged. Above him, the energy of heaven and earth roiled and an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. This Duan Lingtian is really a monster. He's only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and is able to force Brother Qi to use his full strength. In today's battle, although this Duan Lingtian is defeated, it's still an honorable defeat. Yeah, Brother Qi suppressed his strength to the same level as Duan Lingtian and was still at a disadvantage. Chapter 45. Duan Lingtian may have lost, but it's still an honorable defeat. The Li family outer court disciples weren't discouraged. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was a level lower than Lin Qi's. If Duan Lingtian was also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, then in their opinion, Lin Qi wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian was also a year younger than Lin Qi. Unlimited potential. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was about to be defeated by Lin Qi, except for the young girl beside Li Shirshir. Lin Qi, be careful. Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a violet sword light flashed out. It forced Lin Qi to swiftly stop and look at Duan Lingtian with a face full of fear. Duan Lingtian used a sword just now? Seems like it. But he doesn't have a sword in his hand right now. Where did he hide it? None of the Li family and Lin family outer court disciples present were able to see how Duan Lingtian drew his sword and where he hid it. If it wasn't for the others seeing the sword light, they might have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lin Qi, I'm going to counterattack. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused slightly as he took a step forward. Spirit serpent movement technique. His figure flashed towards where Lin Qi was. The violet sword light flashed once again as Lin Qi rapidly retreated. I admit defeat. Lin Qi's slightly flustered voice sounded. Besides Kerr and Li Shirshir, everyone present was stunned. Lin Qi admitted defeat? What's going on? Brother Qi, why did you admit defeat? You clearly have the upper hand. Lin Wei looked at Lin Qi with a puzzled expression. If Duan Lingtian doesn't use a sword, I can defeat him. But once he uses a sword, I'm not his match. Lin Qi's answer was very direct. Duan Lingtian, the speed of your sword skill has already reached a level where it is difficult for me to reach. Unless I have a breakthrough in all aspects, otherwise, it would be difficult for me to block even one of your sword strikes. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression and sighed. Duan Lingtian's godly sword had convinced him wholeheartedly. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a slightly higher opinion of Lin Qi. He was a person who could afford to lose. Such a person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. However, there will be a day when I will break your sword skill. Lin Qi's eyes flashed as he said confidently. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'll keep my promise. You can leave with your Li family now. Lin Qi raised his eyebrows. Farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded to Lin Qi and left the market with Kerr and the Li family's outer court disciples. They headed in the direction of the Li family's mansion. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. They all remembered a name in their hearts. Duan Lingtian. The Li family had another outer court disciple whose strength was not inferior to Li Kuang's, or even stronger. Brother Qi, you still haven't answered me. Why did you admit defeat for no reason? Lin Wei frowned. He looked like he wanted to get to the bottom of this. The other outer court disciples of the Lin family also looked at Lin Qi with the same confusion. Look for yourselves. Lin Qi shook his head and raised his head, revealing his throat to everyone. The outer court disciples were all stunned. They could clearly see. On Lin Qi's throat, there was a faint white mark left by the sword. Today, if he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died. Lin Qi sighed. Brother Qi, that Duan Lingtian is really audacious. A mere Li family disciple with another surname actually dares to kill you like this. If it were up to me, we should get the inner court disciples to teach him a lesson. Lin Wei's eyes flashed as he spoke viciously. Lin Wei, I'm warning you. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian is my opponent. I'll take care of this myself. Don't try to be smart. Lin Qi's face darkened, and his voice became colder. This was the first time Lin Wei had seen Lin Qi so angry. He hurriedly nodded. However, as he lowered his head, his eyes still flashed with unwillingness and viciousness, on the way back to Duan Lingtian's mansion. Duan Lingtian, why did Lin Qi suddenly admit defeat? Yeah, I didn't see him lose. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Duan Lingtian, is there something we don't know? The outer court disciples of the Li family looked at Duan Lingtian with puzzlement. What could there be? You guys didn't see it clearly, so don't talk nonsense. Li Shirshir frowned. Sister Shirshir, do you know the reason? Immediately, the outer court disciples of the Li family changed their target and looked at Li Shirshir. Didn't you guys notice that there's a faint sword mark on Lin Qi's throat? That strike was Duan Lingtian being merciful and only sliced open the skin on his throat. If it was any deeper, he would have died for sure. After glancing at Duan Lingtian and seeing that he wasn't dissatisfied, Li Shirshir explained. For a moment, the outer court disciples of the Li family were all stunned. They never would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant. One sword to the throat. Although some of them had seen Duan Lingtian execute a sword skill, the marvelous sword skill that cut through dozens of fallen leaves, they had never seen it before. They never would have thought that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be so terrifying in a real battle. Only Duan Lingtian knew that he had been able to succeed so smoothly because he had caught his opponent off guard. If he could catch his opponent off guard, the power of his sword-drawing technique would not be inferior to a high-grade profound-class martial technique at perfection. After returning to the Li family mansion, the group dispersed. Duan Lingtian and Ke bid farewell to Li Shirshir and left. I wonder if he's willing to teach me the sword-drawing technique. Li Shirshir had always focused on sword skills and had even cultivated the low-grade profound-class sword skill, Shadow Sword, to perfection. As a branch family disciple, if she wanted to improve her sword skills, she could only wait until she became an inner court disciple and go to the second floor of the Martial Scripture Pavilion to choose a mid-grade profound-class sword skill. During this time, she had also learned from Ke that the power of the sword-drawing technique was comparable to a mid-grade profound-class sword skill. If caught off guard, it would not be inferior to a high-grade profound-class sword skill. After returning home, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. After practicing his movement technique and sparring with Lin Qi today, Duan Lingtian felt a trace of exhaustion. The young girl sat in front of the bed and gently massaged his legs. Awesome! Duan Lingtian could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Ke, what's the matter? What, you don't still think of yourself as an outsider, do you? Duan Lingtian noticed the young girl's hesitation and asked with a smile. Young master, Big Sister Shirshir asked me to ask you if you can teach her the sword-drawing technique? The young girl asked with slight hesitation. She has a good plan. Don't tell me that the reason she calls you sisters is because she wants me to teach her the sword-drawing technique? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Young master, Big Sister Shirshir is not that kind of person. The young girl lightly shook her head. Then Ke, do you want me to teach her the sword-drawing technique? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Ke will listen to you, young master. The young girl smiled, her delicate cheeks showing a bit of redness. Her low-grade profound-class sword skill has already been cultivated to perfection, so it's understandable that she wants to cultivate a better sword skill. Seeing that she's good to me and takes care of Ke, I'll teach her another sword skill. As for the sword-drawing technique, I won't teach it to anyone else. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and said slowly, Young master, what sword skill are you going to teach Big Sister Shirshir? The young girl blinked her autumn eyes and asked curiously. Accompanying sword shadow. This sword skill was a high-grade profound-class sword skill. It was a complete set of sword skills that Duan Lingtian found in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It was similar to the overlapping shadows that Lin Qi used today, and its power was not inferior to the overlapping shadows. Originally, Duan Lingtian was going to teach Li Shirshir a middle-grade profound-class sword skill. Thinking about it again. In 1.5 months, it would be the annual clan martial meet. With Li Shirshir's strength, it would be easy for her to become an inner courtyard disciple. Becoming an inner courtyard disciple, she could go to the second floor of the Martial Scripture Pavilion to choose a middle-grade profound-class sword skill. If he were to give her a middle-grade profound-class sword skill, it would be a bit unnecessary. A few days later, Duan Lingtian finished writing Shadow Sword and asked Ke to find Li Shirshir. Shadow Sword, high-grade profound-class sword skill? After seeing Duan Lingtian's handwritten copy, Li Shirshir's autumn eyes focused and her face was filled with excitement. Because of some reasons, it's not convenient for me to teach you sword-drawing technique, so I'll give this sword skill to you. However, I have a condition. Speaking up to here, Duan Lingtian stared at Li Shirshir. What condition? At this moment, Li Shirshir felt that Duan Lingtian's burning gaze could tear her clothes apart, and her voice trembled slightly. You can't tell anyone that this sword skill was taught to you by me. Remember, it's anyone. Duan Lingtian stated his condition. Definitely. Li Shirshir hurriedly nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. So it was this condition. She had thought, you can go. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Shirshir and said indifferently. Li Shirshir gritted her teeth and thanked him again before leaving. After leaving, Li Shirshir felt somewhat disappointed. She even suspected that in front of Duan Lingtian, her charm was automatically reduced to 0. Ever since she met Duan Lingtian seemed to have never looked at her. His gentleness was always only for the girl beside him. Sometimes she didn't even know if she was envious or jealous. She didn't know when, maybe it was when she saw him use the sword drawing technique for the first time, but in her heart, the figure of this big boy had already appeared. Lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, Duan Lingtian laughed heartlessly. In his previous life, as a romantic soldier who only entered a field of flowers, of course he could see Li Shirshir's feelings for him. However, Li Shirshir, after all, was different from Kerr. In Kerr's world, there was only him. Li Shirshir, on the other hand, had her own life goals. Even if she had feelings for him now, it was just a pure girl yearning for love. Just like the laws of nature. An outstanding male would always be able to attract females more easily. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Lingtian would be stubbornly faithful to her. Chapter 46. According to Duan Lingtian's previous estimation, concocting the blood spirit body tempering liquid with 5 pounds of 50-year-old blood Lingji could last him and Kerr for 2 months. But now that his mother Li Ro was also using it, the three of them didn't deliberately save it and consumed the blood spirit body tempering liquid at a much faster rate. In a month's time, the 5 pounds of blood Lingji were completely used up. Of course, giving without holding back also had great returns. In addition to his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, which had been cultivated to the initial stage, Kerr and Li Ro's defensive martial skill, grafting, had also broken through to the initial stage. Once the three of them circulated their defensive martial skills. Even if a person of the same cultivation executed a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage, a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, or even a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage, it would be difficult to cause any harm to them. Of course, the premise of all this was that the opponent executed the martial skill with their bare hands. If the opponent had a sharp weapon in their hands, then it would be a different story. After making another trip to the trade market and buying another 4 pounds of blood Lingji, Duan Lingtian had spent most of the silver in his possession and only had a few thousand silver left. He originally had a little over 130,000 silver in his possession. It was all given to him by the Fresh Breeze Town branch family's Li family. It could be considered as buying his Thunderfire pill formula and his middle-grade profound rank movement technique, Gale Steps. After buying blood Lingji twice, he had nearly spent all the silver. I haven't broken through to the core formation stage yet and I don't have much silver left. It's time to think of a way to earn money. After returning home, with Ke'er's help, Duan Lingtian concocted the 4 pounds of blood Lingji into blood Lingji body refinement liquid. Then he started to ponder. In the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, any random pill formula had an extraordinary value. It could easily be sold for a large sum of money. However, he wasn't willing to do so. The more common pill formulas couldn't be sold for much. And the almost extinct pill formulas on Cloud Continent, even if they could be sold for a large sum of money, the enormous wealth would definitely attract covetous eyes. His current strength wasn't enough to deal with them. He knew his limits. That's it. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian made a decision. In the Aurora City's market, there were quite a few medicine shops. Almost all of them sold some medicinal liquids, but only a few sold medicinal pills. After all, only ranked alchemists could refine medicinal pills. As for the medicinal liquid, as long as there was a prescription, Anyone could concoct it. Duan Lingtian went out with Kerr and went to the pharmacy where he had bought the blood lingji mushroom twice. "Honorable guest, is there anything else you need?" The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, his face glowing. In his opinion, the young man in front of him was a big customer. In just a short month, he had swept away 13 caddies of 50-year-old blood lingji mushrooms from him. After deducting the cost of the goods, he had earned at least 20,000 taels of silver from the youth. "Shopkeeper, I'm not here to buy medicinal herbs this time. I want to consign some medicinal liquid here." Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit. He planned to sell the finished product of the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid. The 6 Treasures body tempering liquid was far inferior to the 7 Treasures body tempering liquid that Duan Lingtian used. The medicinal effect of one portion of the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid was only 1/10 of the body tempering pill. But most importantly, the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid was easier to absorb than the body tempering pill. An ordinary body tempering stage martial artist, even with the help of the Thunderfire pill, would still need 10 days to absorb the medicinal effect of a single body tempering pill. But a portion of the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid, with the help of the Thunderfire pill, would only need half a day to completely absorb the medicinal effect. In other words, compared to consuming the body tempering pill, using the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid to assist in cultivation would double the cultivation speed of a body tempering stage martial artist. "Guest, you aren't joking, right?" After hearing about the medicinal effect of the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid, the shopkeeper was stunned. To him, this was simply too unimaginable. If it was really as the guest in front of him said, then wouldn't the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid completely replace the body tempering pill in the market? "Shopkeeper, if you aren't interested, I can find another store." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, with an expression that said, "I won't force you." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. Looking at the Li family emblem on Duan Lingtian's clothes, he clenched his teeth and said, "Guest, I'll first take 10 portions from you and sell them to see the effect. How about it?" "Of course." Duan Lingtian nodded and took out 10 portions of the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid and handed them to the shopkeeper. "Guest, how much is a suitable price for one portion?" The shopkeeper asked. "How much is the current market price of a body tempering pill?" Duan Lingtian asked. "The current market price of a body tempering pill is 100 taels of silver. For a body tempering pill, the main reason is that the medicinal herbs required are relatively precious. The cost is estimated to be 80 taels of silver." The shopkeeper said. 100 taels of silver for a body tempering pill? "Shopkeeper, I'll sell these 10 portions of 6 Treasures body tempering liquid for 110 taels of silver each. How about it?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he set the price. 110 taels. The shopkeeper's pupils constricted. After all, the medicinal effect of one portion of 6 Treasures body tempering liquid was only 1/10 of a body tempering pill. Kerr was also shocked. She knew the value of the medicinal herbs required to concoct the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid. The medicinal herbs required to concoct one portion of 6 Treasures body tempering liquid were not even worth 1 tael of silver. It was simply a small capital and a huge profit. "Shopkeeper, help me sell the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid. I only have one request, and that is to not let anyone know that I entrusted you to sell it." After giving the shopkeeper a deep glance, Duan Lingtian left with Kerr. The medicinal effect of 10 portions of 6 Treasures body tempering liquid is only equivalent to the medicinal effect of one body tempering pill. It costs 1,100 taels of silver. The medicinal effect is the same as a body tempering pill, but the price is 11 times that of a body tempering pill. The shopkeeper's gaze was complicated as he watched the young man and young woman leave from afar. After Duan Lingtian and Kerr left the medicine store, they did not return to the Li family mansion. Instead, they went to buy 2 horses and headed out of Aurora City. Their destination: Misty Forest. After exiting the North City Gate, the young man and young woman galloped on their horses. Young master, you set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid so high, would anyone buy it? On the way, the young woman curiously asked. Kerr, let me ask you, if you had 100,000 taels of silver, would you buy a body-tempering pill or 6 treasures body-tempering liquid for yourself? Duan Lingtian did not directly answer the young woman's question, but instead asked this question. 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. The young woman almost did not think as she directly answered. Although the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was 10 times that of a body-tempering pill, the speed at which the medicinal effect was absorbed was far more than twice that of a body-tempering pill. Using the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to assist one's cultivation speed was an entire 2 times faster than using a body-tempering pill. The young woman understood. However, she still had a question in her heart. Young master, you set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid so high, I'm afraid not many people would be able to afford it, right? The young woman asked again. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. The young woman was even more puzzled. Kerr, think about it, if I set the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid lower than the body-tempering pill, would anyone still buy the body-tempering pill? At that time, not to mention that the body-tempering pill market would be affected, it would cause a series of adverse effects. Even I don't have that much time to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, so we'll only focus on the high-end market. As for those people who are unwilling to buy the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, let them continue to buy the body-tempering pill. Duan Lingtian explained. Young master, you're really smart. The young woman suddenly understood. Kerr, once we enter the misty forest, no matter what happens, you must not leave my line of sight. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. The young woman hurriedly nodded. After galloping for 3 hours, Duan Lingtian finally saw the misty forest. The misty forest was a primeval forest north of Aurora City. It was located in the middle of the 3 cities, including Aurora City. Usually, there would be many martial artists from the 3 cities who would enter this primeval forest to hunt wild beasts and fierce beasts. The outer perimeter of the misty forest was filled with fierce beasts. Once one entered the inner perimeter, one would be able to encounter powerful fierce beasts. Fierce beasts couldn't be compared to wild beasts. Due to certain reasons, they had already started to demonize and mutate, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Among these fierce beasts, the weaker ones were comparable to core formation martial artists, and the stronger ones were even comparable to origin core martial artists. Body-tempering martial artists could only wander around the outer perimeter and hunt wild beasts. Duan Lingtian came to the misty forest for 2 purposes. Firstly, to earn money. Secondly, to train Kerr. Within the misty forest, there were some powerful wild beasts whose fur and body parts were worth a lot of money. For example, hunting an adult rhinoceros. The rhinoceros's hide was thick, and its leather could be sold to weapon shops to forge armor and similar defensive equipment. The rhinoceros's penis was also a great tonic for men, and could be sold to medicine shops. The 2 added together would be worth more than 300 taels of silver. Moreover, an adult rhinoceros couldn't be considered to be the fiercest and most valuable wild beast in the outer perimeter of the misty forest. Duan Lingtian's goal was to hunt tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves, powerful wild beasts that stood at the top of the food chain. Only by hunting these wild beasts would he be able to earn large amounts of silver and allow Kerr to train. Although Kerr's cultivation was at the 8th level of the body-tempering stage and she had sparred with him many times, she had never experienced a life-and-death battle. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, if a martial artist wanted to become strong, they had to go through the test of blood and fire. Just like the weapon kings in his previous life. In his previous life, he knew many weapon kings, and every single one of them was an existence that walked out from a rain of bullets, a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood. Maybe their strength was inferior to the current Kerr. But once a life-and-death battle occurred, the one to die would definitely not be them. To Duan Lingtian, in this world, besides his mother, Li Ro, Kerr was the closest person to him. He hoped that Kerr would have the strength to protect herself. It was impossible for him to always be by her side. After settling down the two horses outside the misty forest, Duan Lingtian brought the young girl into the misty forest. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian took the lead. Rippling subtle steps. The young girl followed closely behind. After a month of cultivation, the young girl's movement technique had also been cultivated to the rudimentary stage, and was not far from the initial stage. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian and the young girl encountered their prey. Adult wolves. A total of 10. An adult wolf's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. Of course, the most terrifying part was its sharp teeth. Chapter 47. Kerr, I'll go to the front and attract their attention. I'll take care of the 7 in front. You attack from the back and take care of the 3 in the back. Duan Lingtian flashed out as he smiled at the young girl. Spirit Snake Body Technique. He directly crossed to the vicinity of the wild wolves, attracting the attention of 10 wild wolves. The girl's delicate body slightly trembled. She bit her teeth and took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in her heart. She flew out and touched the back of the 10 wolves. Sword Drawing Technique. Duan Lingtian moved. Shio. A purple sword light flashed. Puchi. A wild wolf howled and fell to the ground with a loud thud, its blood gushing out like a pillar. The smell of blood made the eyes of the remaining 9 wolves as red as blood. They roared and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The 6 wolves at the front bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They took the lead and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit Snake Body Technique. Duan Lingtian's body was as tough as a spirit snake. His feet moved quickly and skillfully dodged the attacks of the wolves. It was as if he was playing with them. Every time the purple meteorite soft sword swept out, it would take the life of a wolf. In a short while, all the wolves that pounced towards him were dead. On the other side, the girl finally gathered her courage and blocked the 3 wolves behind her. Sword Drawing Technique. Shio. A purple sword light flashed. Immediately, the throat of a wolf that pounced towards her was torn apart. Hot wolf blood splattered all over her face. The pungent smell of blood made the girl's stomach churn. Be careful! Seeing the other 2 wolves pouncing towards the girl was scared stiff. Duan Lingtian moved. Shio. With just 1 sword, the 2 wolves were killed. The girl could no longer hold it in. She vomited everything she ate in the morning. Her face was pale. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Go. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace the young girl before flashing towards a nearby large tree. Spirit Snake Body Technique. Like a spirit snake, he coiled around the tree and stood on top of it. A woo! Whir! At this moment, a few more waves of wolves came near the corpses of the 10 wolves. The number of wolves was still slowly increasing. The howls of the wolves were filled with anger. Looking at the dense pack of wolves near the tree, Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb. Holding the girl, he jumped onto another tree. Using the branches of the trees as he moved forward, suddenly, the sound of an eagle's cry. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head, and he could vaguely see a black figure swooping down from the horizon. Their target was him and Ku'er. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Kerr, are you feeling better? Then he looked at the girl in his arms. The girl nodded. Then stand here and don't move. After putting down the young girl, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Spirit Snake. Using the branches of the big tree as the ground, he used the force to fly up and meet the black shadow that was swooping down. The eagle's cry was getting closer and closer. The black goshawk spread its wings like the clouds. Its eyes revealed a fierce look as it swooped towards Duan Lingtian. Its pair of sharp claws flickered under the scorching sun. Duan Lingtian's heart was as heavy as water. His gaze was cold. He stared at the goshawk's sharp claws. Sword Drawing Technique. Shio. The purple meteorite's soft sword flew out without holding back. The ear-piercing cry of the goshawk was mixed with a bit of mournfulness. Damn it, its speed is so fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed surprise. He flew towards the goshawk's purple meteorite's soft sword, but in the end he only managed to cut off one of the goshawk's claws. The goshawk was injured and went crazy. It flapped its wings and flew over. Even though Duan Lingtian had stabbed the purple meteorite's soft sword into its chest, before it died, it used its right wing to flap towards Duan Lingtian, creating an ear-piercing sound of wind. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his defensive skill. Bang! The enormous wing slapped onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Duan Lingtian's body trembled. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although greater teleportation blocked most of the force and teleported the goshawk far away, Duan Lingtian's internal organs were still slightly injured from the shock. This goshawk's strength isn't inferior to mine. It's only a little bit away from being comparable to a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. Duan Lingtian had a lingering fear in his heart. Young master, are you all right? The young girl had recovered quite a bit. She stepped on the branches and flashed over to Duan Lingtian's side. Young master, you're injured. When she saw the trace of blood at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth, the young girl's face went pale. I'm fine, it's only a small injury. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His heart slightly shook. Human martial artists needed to increase the level of their martial skills in order to be able to exert more of their strength. Whereas a bird of prey like the goshawk that stood at the top of the food chain survived in nature and had long since honed its ability to exert its full strength. Tearing tigers and leopards apart and capturing enormous pythons was nothing difficult. In terms of strength, the goshawk's attack on Duan Lingtian earlier was not inferior to an 8th-level body-tempering martial artist executing a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. Luckily, Duan Lingtian killed it in time, causing it to be unable to continue. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would surely be heavily injured. Young master, it's all because Kerr is useless. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. What are you talking about? My Kerr is very brave. She killed a wild wolf on her first attack. Take your time, there's no rush. Duan Lingtian consoled her. The young girl lightly nodded, a resolute expression appearing in her beautiful eyes. After consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr and continued to fumble forward on the ground. When they left the Fresh Breeze Town Branchley family, Grand Elder Li Hua gave Duan Lingtian many grade 9 gold injury pills. Along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that the young girl seemed to have completed a transformation overnight. Even when she killed tigers and leopards, her expression only changed slightly and she didn't vomit like before. The young girl's strength caused Duan Lingtian to feel gratified and distressed at the same time. Young master, there's a huge fog over there. The young girl looked ahead. The forest a few hundred meters away was enveloped by white fog, as if it was covered by a mysterious veil. The Misty Forest was named after this. That should be the inner area of the Misty Forest, the place where fierce beasts roam. Kerr, it's about time for today. Let's go back first and come back tomorrow. Duan Lingtian and the young girl took their spoils of war and returned the way they came. When they passed by the place where the wolves were killed, they discovered that the corpses were nowhere to be seen, leaving only dried wolf blood. They should have been disposed of by the wolves. Riding their horses back, the golden couple returned to Aurora City. By the time they returned, the sun was already setting in the west. After selling their spoils of war in Aurora City and exchanging them for more than 1,300 taels of silver, the young boy and girl returned to the Li family's mansion. The house was right in front of them. Duan Lingtian. A stern shout came from behind him. Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. He recognized the owner of the voice. He didn't expect that Li Xiao would still dare to come and find him. Slowly turning around, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Lingtian. Li Xiao was standing in the distance. Beside him stood another young boy of about 18 years old. The young boy's appearance was somewhat similar to Li Xiao's. "Brother, he is Duan Lingtian. You must help me teach him a lesson," Li Xiao said to the young boy beside him. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he guessed who this person was. He heard from Li Shishir that Li Xiao had an older brother who became an inner court disciple a year ago during the clan's martial gathering. Li Zhong, 18 years old this year, stepped into the core condensation stage 3 months ago. Calling you a piece of trash is not wrong at all. Now look at you, you can't even beat a little kid. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Zhong didn't give any face to his younger brother. Li Xiao could only awkwardly smile. "You're the one who hit my brother?" Li Zhong coldly stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke condescendingly. "If he says so, then so be it." Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders. "Although Li Xiao is a trash, he is still my, Li Zhong's, younger brother. If you hit him, I will also lose face. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Li Zhong sneered. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He heard from his younger brother Li Xiao that even the outer court's top 3, Li Wan, wasn't a match for this youth. This youth seemed to be only 16 years old. The Li family had a 16-year-old 8th-level body-tempering disciple. But there was no one who could defeat Li Wan. If I'm not wrong, as an 18-year-old inner court disciple, you will also participate in the clan martial gathering in half a month. If you want to help your brother teach me a lesson, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. The Li family's clan martial gathering was the stage for the younger generation. All the Li family disciples between the ages of 16 and 18, no matter if they were inner court disciples or outer court disciples, would participate. "Brother, don't listen to him. He's deliberately stalling for time," Li Xiao hurriedly said. "That's right, I'm stalling for time. I admit that I'm not as good as you now, but in half a month, it's still unknown who will win." Duan Lingtian was very straightforward as he stared at Li Zhong as he spoke slowly. "Interesting, really interesting. 8th-level body tempering stage. In half a month, you'll at most break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I want to see how you'll be able to compete with me in half a month." Li Zhong's eyes narrowed into a line as he laughed disdainfully before turning around and leaving. "Brother!" Li Xiao was anxious. Seeing Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze sweep over, Li Xiao's expression changed as he hurriedly left with Li Zhong. This Li Zhong is just as Li Shishir said, a martial arts fanatic. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Young master, how did you know?" the young girl beside him asked. "Our Kerr is as beautiful as a flower, but he actually didn't give her a second glance. If he's not a martial arts fanatic, then what is he?" Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. "Young master, you're making fun of me again." The young girl's face instantly flushed red. "All right, let's go back. Don't let mom wait too long." When Duan Lingtian and the young girl returned home to rest. Aurora City's trade market. The martial meet of the 3 great clans is approaching, and all the body-tempering pills have been swept clean. What bad luck. While muttering to himself, a youth around the age of 16 in embroidered clothes walked into the medicine store under the escort of 2 middle-aged guards. "Young Master Xiao." The shopkeeper's face was filled with smiles when he saw the person who had arrived. There were 3 colossi in Aurora City, the Li clan, the Lin clan, and the Xiao clan. He recognized the person who had arrived as the youngest son of the Xiao clan's patriarch. "Shopkeeper, give me 3 sets of the materials needed to refine the body-tempering pill," the youth in embroidered clothes said to the shopkeeper. "Young Master Xiao, I have a new batch of medicinal liquid here. It has the same effect as the body-tempering pill, but the speed of increasing cultivation is twice as fast. Are you interested?" Chapter 48. That night, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He poured the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid into the bathtub, took off his clothes, and sat inside before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, spirit serpent form. Greedily absorbing the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the vital energy and blood in his body slowly strengthening, and his body was undergoing a transformation. When the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid was completely absorbed, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. What's going on? I haven't been able to break through until now. Frowning, Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. In the past half-month, every time he absorbed the medicinal strength of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid, he could feel his body transforming. However, every time he felt like he was about to break through, he was unable to break through. Could it be related to the spirit serpent form's mental cultivation method? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Soon he obtained the answer. F***K. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. So it turned out that the madman, Emperor Wu, added something to the first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, according to his theory. When the spirit serpent form is cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, the body alone possesses the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths is equivalent to a strength of 30,000 pounds. Duan Lingtian was currently at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and possessed a strength of 7,000 pounds. Compared to an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist, it was only 2,000 pounds more. At the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he possessed a strength of 30,000 pounds. An ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist only possessed a strength of 10,000 pounds. In other words, when he breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, his strength will be 3 times that of an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist can only possess such a formidable strength when they are at the 2nd level of the core formation stage by relying on their body and origin energy. No wonder I haven't been able to break through. So it's all because of the uniqueness of the spirit serpent form in the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It's precisely because of the spirit serpent form that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid has always been stimulating the potential of my fleshly body, and it laid the foundation for me to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. When will I be able to endure these days? Once he made it to the top, he would be really awesome. The next morning, as soon as he walked out of the room, Duan Lingtian found that his mother, Li Ro, had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Mother, is there any good news? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Tian, looks like you really need Kerr to protect you. Kerr broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage last night. Li Ro blinked her beautiful eyes and teased. Really? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Young master. At this moment, Kerr slowly walked out of her room. After a night, the slim and graceful young girl seemed to have added a bit of charm to her. Kerr, looks like I really need you to protect me in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled tenderly. Kerr's breakthrough was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. With the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and the thunder flame pill, with Kerr's natural talent, breaking through now wasn't surprising. After all, Frost's God Sword technique wasn't as abnormal as the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian informed his mother, Li Ro, and left the Li family estate with Kerr. This time, he planned to spend the night in the misty forest with Kerr and stay for a few days. Properly temper. If only I'd discovered the uniqueness of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's spirit serpent form earlier. To think that I even made a solemn vow yesterday to challenge Li Zhong to a battle during the clan martial meet half a month from now. On the way to the misty forest, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. He originally thought that he would definitely be able to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet. At that time, in his opinion, Breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage would allow him to possess a strength of close to 15,000 pounds, which was equivalent to the strength of 1.5 ancient mammoths. Compared to Li Zhong, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, it would only be a few thousand pounds less. If he could catch Li Zhong off guard, relying on the sword drawing arts, he might be able to defeat him. But now, the 9th level of the body tempering stage was far away. Even with the assistance of the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, it would at least take close to half a year to accumulate enough strength for his body to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Don't be pretentious, or you'll be struck by lightning, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. Young master, what lightning strike? The young girl looked over curiously. No. Nothing. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Entering the misty forest this time was different from the last time. Everything seemed to be a walk in the park. They hunted wild beasts along the way. As the sun set in the west, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived near the inner area of the misty forest. The wild beasts in this area were already extremely fierce. If it wasn't for Kerr breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to bring Kerr so deep into this area. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Sword Drawing Arts. Duan Lingtian moved like a spirit serpent. The violet meteorite flexible sword was like a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. Every time it flashed out, a wild beast would die. Rippling subtle steps. Compared to Duan Lingtian's strange movements, Kerr's movements were much more graceful. That night, Duan Lingtian and Kerr spent the night in the open in the misty forest. As a former outstanding weapon specialist, sleeping in the open was a common occurrence for Duan Lingtian. However, Kerr was a little different. She was restless until it was late at night. She listened to Duan Lingtian's story and fell asleep. Sitting on the trunk of a large tree and looking at the young girl sleeping soundly, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Maybe this kind of life wasn't bad. Early in the morning the next day, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of noise. 7 people, 5 boys and 2 girls, came from afar. These people weren't very old, only 17 or 18 years old. They also noticed Duan Lingtian and Kerr and were slightly surprised. They didn't expect that there would be people younger than them who dared to spend the night in the misty forest. Moreover, there were only 2 people. The gazes of the 5 youths fell on Kerr, revealing a burning gaze. When the 2 girls looked at Kerr, their eyes revealed a trace of jealousy. Should we ask them for help? When the 7 of them arrived near Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, a tall youth asked his companion, "Are you crazy? If there are 2 more people, wouldn't that mean we have to split 2 more portions? It's just a black python. If the 7 of us work together, it's more than enough to kill it." Another short and fat youth frowned. "That's right. If you're scared, you don't have to go. The 6 of us can split it." The girl with heavy makeup and revealing clothes also said. The tall youth was silent. The 7 people walked past Duan Lingtian and Kerr and headed in the other direction. Black python. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He searched through the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsar. Black pythons were ferocious beasts that evolved from wild beasts. Their strength was comparable to a core formation martial artist. It was said that where black pythons lived, there would usually be treasures born from the spirit energy of heaven and earth, rare herbs, rare minerals, or spirit fruits. Kerr, let's follow them and take a look. With a burning desire in his heart, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr and followed the 7 people from afar. Before long, the 7 people entered the inner area of Misty Forest. The inner area of Misty Forest was shrouded in white mist all year round, causing the entire forest to seem like an enormous maze. After entering the inner area of Misty Forest, the silhouettes of the 7 people gradually became thinner. Shit, I lost them. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who continued walking forward, frowned. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud sound came from not far to the left. Duan Lingtian and Kerr quietly went over. They saw an enormous multicolored tiger fighting with the 7 people from before in an open space. The multicolored tiger's body was enormous, far surpassing an ordinary wild tiger. Its strength was comparable to a first-level core formation martial artist, and it was extremely ferocious. 4 ninth-level body-tempering martial artists. No wonder they dared to kill the black python. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the heads of the 3 youths and 1 young girl from afar, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In the end, with one of the 9th-level body-tempering martial artists being injured as the price, the 7 of them finally killed the multicolored tiger. After collecting the valuable fur and parts from the multicolored tiger, the 7 of them continued forward. Duan Lingtian and Kerr followed from afar. Finally, in front of a secluded cave, the 7 of them stopped. The black python is inside? Duan Lingtian brought Kerr to hide in a nearby large tree and looked from afar. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw, amongst the 7 people, one of them threw a stone into the cave. Instantly, an enormous figure flashed out of the cave. It was precisely an enormous python that was completely black like ink. The black python was over 10 meters long. Its eyes were icy cold and sharp, and its tongue flicked out like lightning. Go! Instantly, the 7 people's figures moved, flashing towards the black python and attacking with all their strength. The black python moved as well. It seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning as its tail whipped out, sending one of the youths flying. The youth fell to the ground and fainted. Not good, this black python isn't as simple as being at the first level of the core formation stage. Suddenly, the tall youth roared. Wang Dong, stab its weak point. The young girl with heavy makeup looked towards the sword-wielding youth and shouted in a delicate voice. You guys keep it busy. The sword-wielding youth shouted in a low voice and started to look for an opportunity. However, the black python's speed wasn't something they could keep up with. Before long, another youth had his head bitten off by the black python's bloody mouth. The scene was extremely bloody. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. However, Kerr, who was beside him, had a deathly pale expression and her delicate body trembled. Young master, should we help them? Kerr's eyes revealed a trace of pity. If we go up, they might not be willing. They might even think that we want a share of the loot. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before long, under the desperate assistance of the remaining 5 people, the sword-wielding youth finally stabbed his sword into the black python's weak point. However, he seemed to have missed. Bang! The black python went completely berserk. The remaining 5 people were either bitten to death or sent flying by the python's tail. Only when the last person was no longer breathing did the black python's huge body crash to the ground. Its eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Duan Lingtian landed with Kerr, waiting to reap the benefits. At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the black python. The black python raised its head and looked at him. Its sharp eyes revealed a hint of pleading. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Suddenly, the black python raised its head and shook it towards the cave behind it, as if it was pleading for something. Only when they entered the cave did Duan Lingtian understand what the black python was pleading for. In the cave, besides 3 spirit fruits hanging on 2 peculiar plants, there were also 2 slightly cracked snake eggs that could hatch at any time. Of the 3 spirit fruits, 2 small ones were the same, while the other large one was slightly different. This is the dark spiritual fruit. A memory of Emperor Wu of Samsara flashed across his mind. Chapter 49. The dark spirit fruit was something that even reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of but never seen. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious the dark spirit fruit was. When consumed by an ordinary person, the dark spirit fruit could instantly complete tempering and step into the 9th level of the body tempering stage within 3 months. It was simply heaven-defying. Because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent form, I've been unable to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage for a long time. Maybe this dark spirit fruit will be my turning point. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He never imagined that his luck would be so good. This pleasant surprise was too great. As for the other two dark violet spirit fruits, they were also extremely rare spirit fruits. Violet horn fruit. It was a type of extremely poisonous spirit fruit. When consumed by humans, they would instantly die. But if consumed by poisonous fierce beasts, it would be a great supplement. Young master, let's adopt them. Unknowingly, Kerr picked up the two fist-sized python eggs and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. Their mother is dead as well, so let's bring them back together. Duan Lingtian nodded. The violet horn fruit was obviously ripe, but the black python had not consumed it yet. It must have been planning to leave it for its two children. After picking the violet horn fruit and dark spirit fruit, Duan Lingtian and Kerr left the cave. Kerr's gaze never left the two python eggs in her hand, her clear eyes filled with the radiance of motherhood. Kerr, wait for me in front. After speaking to Kerr, Duan Lingtian arrived before an unconscious youth. His keen intuition felt the killing intent suppressed on the youth's body. Killing intent aimed at him. Stop pretending, your breathing betrayed you. Duan Lingtian spoke in a low voice, and at the instant the youth opened his eyes in terror, the violet meteorite flexible sword silently pierced into his heart. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian didn't know that they would encounter such an incident. So, he and Kerr didn't change out of their clothes that were marked with the Li family emblem. Now, only the death of this person could prevent future troubles. As a former iron-blooded soldier, Duan Lingtian knew how sinister people could be. On top of that, the other party was already filled with killing intent. After circling around, Duan Lingtian discovered that 4 out of the 7 people had been killed by the black python. Including the one he had killed, there were still 2 others who were still alive. 2 faint killing intents were faintly discernible. It was obvious that they had all woken up, but they all pretended not to. In the quiet environment, Duan Lingtian's ears moved slightly, and he could clearly hear their nervous and rapid breathing. Another 2 swords pierced his heart. After dealing with the 2 of them, Duan Lingtian collected the more valuable spoils of war from their bodies. After taking another look at the black python's body, Duan Lingtian gave up on the idea of dissecting it. He slowly walked away and followed Kerr. Half an hour later, the short and fat boy, who was supposed to have his heart pierced by the Duan Lingtian, shuddered and struggled to open his eyes. He took out a pill and swallowed it with difficulty. Time passed. The blood from the short and fat boy's chest finally stopped. Family. Aurora City's Li family, you probably never would have thought that my heart was naturally biased. The short and fat boy struggled to sit up, his face extremely gloomy. Because his heart was biased, he was spared. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, the short and fat boy's face changed greatly and he hurriedly fled. After he fled, a huge figure, which was 1,000 meters away, suddenly descended and let out a strange and angry roar. Aurora City, Xiao family estate. In a spacious and luxurious courtyard, a young man in embroidered clothes stepped out with an anxious expression. That 6 treasures body tempering liquid is simply a divine item. With my current cultivation, I would need at least 5 days to break through after taking a body tempering pill. If I use this 6 treasures body tempering liquid to bathe, I will break through in only 2 days. The young man in embroidered clothes left the Xiao family estate with 2 middle-aged guards and arrived at the trade market. Shopkeeper, give me another 100 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The young man in embroidered clothes walked into the medicine store and went straight to the point. When the shopkeeper of the medicine store saw that the young man in embroidered clothes had come in a hurry, he thought that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was useless and that the young man had come to ruin his reputation. However, he didn't expect that the first thing the young man said was this. 100 portions? The shopkeeper's heart trembled. Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid I can't do it today. I haven't restocked yet. How about 2 days later? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. I really don't know what you're thinking. Such a good medicinal liquid and you don't want to restock it. This is a deposit of 5,000 taels. I'll come get the goods in 2 days. The young man in embroidered clothes frowned, put down the 5,000 taels of silver, and left in large strides. 2 days, the shopkeeper had a distressed expression. He had just casually said it, as he didn't know when that Li clan youth would come again. Now, he was somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the young man for more 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Shopkeeper, what's the matter? Why are you so distressed? Just at this moment, a voice sounded out. The shopkeeper's eyes were bright, as if he had seen his savior, and he walked over in large strides. The person who had arrived was precisely Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Black Python's nest, he and Kerr returned to Aurora City. First, they went to deal with the spoils of war from this trip, exchanging them for over 3,000 taels of silver. Then, on a whim, he wanted to know how the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was selling, so he came to the medicine store. Shopkeeper, what are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the shopkeeper, who had slightly lost his composure, with a puzzled expression. Customer, the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid you consigned in my store has been sold. The shopkeeper was slightly excited as he took out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper, do you still want more? Duan Lingtian asked with a slight smile. Yes, I want as much as you have. The shopkeeper hurriedly said, deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would stop the supply. Do you have an empty room here? Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper. Yes, do you need it? The shopkeeper was stunned. Yes, I plan to concoct the medicinal liquid here in the future. Duan Lingtian nodded. Customer, did you concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid? The shopkeeper's pupils shrank, extremely surprised. It's just a medicinal liquid, is there a need to make such a fuss? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched, wondering if the youngster in front of him was doing it on purpose. A medicinal liquid that could completely overpower the body-tempering pill, was that an ordinary medicinal liquid? Since we're here today, prepare some more medicinal herbs for me, I'll concoct some for you first. According to Duan Lingtian's request, the shopkeeper quickly prepared everything. Looking at the large pile of cheap medicinal herbs in front of him, then glancing at the large vat in the room, the shopkeeper's mouth trembled. According to this ratio, the cost of concocting the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid was almost negligible. If this large vat was filled, there would be at least 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, right? When Duan Lingtian and Kerr were preparing to disassemble the medicinal herbs, the shopkeeper suppressed the excitement in his heart and consciously withdrew from the small enclosed room, closing the door behind him. With Kerr's help, after spending an hour, Duan Lingtian finally concocted a large vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. He walked out of the small room and returned to the medicine store. Shopkeeper, I'll have to trouble you to divide the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid into portions. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper went into the small room for a while, then came out again, his face flushed red. Honorable customer, that vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid has at least 2,000 portions. How about this? I'll pay you 2,000 portions of silver first, and you'll refund the excess and make up for the deficiency. How about it? The shopkeeper asked. Sure. As for the cost of the medicinal herbs, you can deduct it from the extra portion in the future. Duan Lingtian nodded and received the silver notes handed over by the shopkeeper. The 200,000 silver notes felt heavy in his hand. No need, those medicinal herbs don't even add up to 1,000 silver. Just treat it as my gift to you. The shopkeeper was very tactful. If it was before, someone would have told the shopkeeper. Medicinal herbs that cost less than 1,000 silver could be concocted into a liquid that was worth 220,000 silver. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. But now, the facts were in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Shopkeeper, since you're so straightforward, I won't be polite. How about this? You can appropriately raise the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. My bottom line is, I'll take 80 and you take 20. Duan Lingtian gave the shopkeeper a deep look. Thank you, customer. The shopkeeper took a deep breath. He knew that since this customer had relented, he could naturally raise the price of the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. That's right, before the end of our Li family's clan martial meet, I won't come again. Shopkeeper, you can't sell out the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid in a few days? The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Shopkeeper, you're a smart person. After saying this to the shopkeeper, under the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, Duan Lingtian brought Kerr back to the Li family estate. Young master, I didn't expect that money would be so easy to earn. Kerr's beautiful face was slightly red, and she was slightly excited. Kerr, not everyone has the ability to earn money like your young master. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. In the entire Cloud continent, probably only he and the Li family's grand elder, Li Hua, knew how to concoct the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Only he could concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid. After returning home and greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian impatiently entered his room. He consumed the dark spirit fruit. Instantly, Duan Lingtian could feel a gentle and boundless medicinal strength fill his entire body. His vital energy and blood were rapidly strengthening, and his fleshly body was rapidly transforming in the courtyard. Kerr, what eggs are these? Looking at the 2 python eggs that Kerr placed on the table, Li Ro asked curiously. Madam, these are black python eggs. Kerr smiled. Black python? Li Ro's gaze focused. Of course she knew about black pythons. They were bloodthirsty, fierce beasts. Kerr, what's going on? Li Ro asked. Kerr obediently told her everything that happened with Duan Lingtian. So you've gotten a great deal. Li Ro smiled. Madam, young master didn't make a move to save them. Isn't that bad? Pursing her pink and pouty lips, Kerr blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Li Ro. Although Kerr didn't say anything in front of Duan Lingtian, she still couldn't let it go. In her innocent world, she felt that she should have helped those boys and girls to kill the black python. Kerr, I don't think Tian did anything wrong. Not to mention that the black python might hurt you, even if you really helped them kill the black python. In order to get the treasure that the black python was guarding, they might even join forces to deal with you and Tian. Li Ro persuaded patiently. She had more experience than Kerr and knew how sinister people could be. For treasures, family members could be found everywhere, let alone strangers. Yes, Kerr didn't think too much at that time. In the future, Kerr will listen to young master. Kerr nodded gently and gradually felt relieved. From this moment on, Kerr no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's decisions in the future. Chapter 50. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed and continued cultivating and digesting the medicinal strength of the dark spirit fruit. After consuming the dark spirit fruit 2 days ago, up until now, Duan Lingtian had only digested 20% of the dark spirit fruit's medicinal strength. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still able to feel his vital energy, blood, and fleshly body undergo a great transformation. This feeling was extremely clear. I hope I can smoothly break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet begins. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room. Tian, I heard that the clan martial meet's registration has already started today and will last for 3 days. After breakfast, bring Kerr to register first. During breakfast, Li Ro said to Duan Lingtian. Okay. After breakfast, Duan Lingtian brought the young girl and walked out of the house. Young master, I heard from big sister Xianxia that during the annual clan martial meet, the people ranked at the top are able to obtain many rewards. The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes as she slowly spoke. Oh, did she say what the rewards were? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. Big sister Xianxia said that last year's number 1 was an inner court disciple who obtained a 300-year-old blood lingji. Young master, a 300-year-old bloodlingji ought to be much more valuable than a 50-year-old bloodlingji, right? As the young girl finished speaking, she asked, "A 300-year-old bloodlingji?" Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. "Clear, let me put it this way. 50 grams of 50-year-old bloodlingji mushrooms are worth 1,000 taels of silver. A 200-year-old, 300-year-old bloodlingji mushroom is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver." Duan Lingtian knew the value of a 300-year-old bloodlingji through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The bloodlingji sold in medicine stores were generally 50-year-old, and 100-year-old bloodlingji were rare. A 300-year-old bloodlingji. Just one tael was worth 100,000 taels of silver. Its value was comparable to 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingji. A stalk of 300-year-old bloodlingji weighed at least 2 taels and was worth at least 200,000 taels of silver. If a 300-year-old bloodlingji mushroom was directly crushed and used, its medicinal effect would be equivalent to 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingji mushroom. However, a normal person would need at least a year to fully digest the medicinal power of 5 kilograms of 50-year-old bloodlingji. The 300-year-old bloodlingji was different. It would take at most a month for the medicinal effects to be fully digested. If the former was a tractor, the latter would be a rocket. So expensive? The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, obviously frightened. If the reward this time is also a 300-year-old bloodlingji, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and his eyes blazed. If that was the case, he was determined to win. If he had a 300-year-old bloodlingji, he would be able to concoct an even better medicinal liquid and rapidly increase the level of his defensive martial skills. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Kerr arrived at the registration area. The crowd surged. After lining up for a while, Duan Lingtian heard some insider news. "Let me tell you, in this year's clan martial meet, the top 10, besides being able to ascend to the 3rd floor of the martial scripture pavilion and choose a high-grade profound level martial skill, will also receive 3 stalks of 100-year-old bloodlingji and 10,000 taels of silver." An outer courtyard disciple said mysteriously, "There hasn't been any news yet, how do you know?" Immediately, many people doubted his words. "Hey, you guys don't know about this, right? My cousin's neighbor's daughter-in-law's nephew is an inner courtyard disciple, and he accidentally heard a few elders discussing this." The former smiled proudly. "What are the rewards for the top 3? Another person asked. "The top 3 are about the same as last year. Other than being able to ascend to the 3rd floor of the martial scripture pavilion and choose 2 high-grade profound level martial skills, they will also receive a 200-year-old bloodlingji and 30,000 taels of silver." First place? First place, other than being able to choose 3 high-grade profound level martial skills, they will also receive a 350-year-old bloodlingji and 100,000 taels of silver. Oh my god, a 350-year-old bloodlingji? Last year's reward for first place was a 300-year-old bloodlingji, which was already shocking enough. I didn't expect that the reward for first place this year would be even better. I heard that last year's clan martial meets champion, Li Feng, relied on a 300-year-old bloodlingji to cultivate a high-grade profound level martial skill to the mastery stage in one go. Currently, within the clan, no disciple under the age of 20 can break through his defense without using a sharp weapon. Yeah, Li Feng is our Li family's rare genius, and he's only 19 this year. Hearing the discussions around him, Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. A 350-year-old bloodlingji? If he was able to obtain it, if he concocted it into a medicinal liquid, it would be enough to help him, Kerr, and his mother's defensive martial skills all break through to the mastery stage. If I'm able to break through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage before the clan martial meet, obtaining first place in the clan martial meet isn't impossible. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian made a decision in his heart. Fight it out. Break through with all his might. The clan martial meet was only limited to disciples between the ages of 16 and 18 from the Li family. Once they reached the age of 19, They would be considered to have left the category of youth and would be collectively referred to as youth. They would no longer be able to participate in the clan martial meet. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, within the inner court disciples, most of the 18-year-olds were at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and there were also a few that had stepped into the core formation stage. Unless he broke through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, it would be very difficult for him to compete with these people. Finally, it was Duan Lingtian and Ker's turn. At the registration area, the two of them reported their names and each took a number plate. Duan Lingtian was number 77. Ker was number 78. Aurora City's Li family had a population of close to 10,000, and there were close to 300 disciples between the ages of 16 and 18. Duan Lingtian. Last time, my movement technique was inferior to yours, allowing you to surpass me. This time, my unfettered steps has been cultivated to the mastery stage. I will definitely defeat you and ruthlessly humiliate you. Unfettered steps was a middle-grade profound rank movement technique. When cultivated to the mastery stage, one's speed would not be inferior to Duan Lingtian's spirit serpent movement technique that was at the initial stage. In a slightly narrow courtyard, a cold sword light accompanied by over 10 sword images flashed out, as if condensing into a sword net in the air, penetrating every opening and extremely swift. Clang. The 3-foot-long blade returned to its sheath. I finally stepped into the initial stage before the clan martial meet. The green-clothed girl stood still, a trace of a smile appearing on her charming face. Sure, you have to properly thank the person who passed this sword skill to you. A woman with a slightly pale complexion stood in front of the door, coughing twice as she slowly said, "Mother, why did you come out? Your body isn't well, so stay in your room and don't go out." A trace of reproach appeared on Li Shirshir's face as she helped the woman into the room. In another courtyard. "You really are a piece of trash. I passed the Howling Tiger Fist to you for so long, but you still haven't broken through to the mastery stage." Li Zhong looked at Li Xiao with a gloomy face. "Brother, I'm sorry." Li Xiao lowered his head, not daring to refute. "Zhong, don't talk about your brother anymore. He has already worked very hard, but his talent is limited and is far inferior to yours." The middle-aged man standing at the side couldn't watch any longer and interrupted. "Father, he was spoiled by you." Previously, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian defeating Lin Qi, the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin family. When they met Duan Lingtian, the two of them took the initiative to admit defeat. As for the other 4 people, none of them were a match for Duan Lingtian. As for Ker, every time, before her opponent could even make a move, the violet meteorite soft sword would already be in front of their throat. This made her opponent tremble in fear. Even the referee was speechless. There were 2 little monsters in the 10th group. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian and Ker's turn to compete for the champion of the 10th group. Around the combat arena, numerous gazes fell upon the two of them. On the high platform in the middle, these two seemed to be unfamiliar faces. Are they branch family disciples? One of the chief referees was slightly surprised. They are indeed branch family disciples. Both of them are from the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, and they are both disciples with different surnames. That young man even defeated Lin Qi of the Lin clan at the trade fair not long ago. Another chief referee smiled. Lin Qi? The youngest son of the Lin family patriarch? The number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin family, whose strength is not inferior to our Li family's number 1 outer courtyard disciple, Li Kuang? The former was slightly moved. That's right. It's him. The latter nodded. Branch family disciple, and a disciple with different surnames. What a pity. The former sighed. Branch family disciples. So what if they are disciples with different surnames? As long as they don't betray the family, they are part of our Li family. The white-browed old man snorted. The other two chief referees became silent. I admit defeat. Standing on the number 10 combat arena, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. This caused everyone, including the referees, to feel a wave of disappointment. However, Duan Lingtian and Ke were together after all. Although they were disappointed, they were not surprised. Ke became the arena master of the 10th group. As time passed, an arena master appeared on each of the 30 combat arenas. Among these arena masters, besides Ke, Duan Lingtian recognized 3 others: Li Shishir, Li Wen and Li Xiao. The 30 combat arenas formed a circle. On the high platform in the middle, the 3 chief referees stood up. Now, the outer courtyard disciples who have failed in their group and are unwilling to accept the result will have one chance to challenge another arena master. If they win, they will become the new arena master. If they lose, they will lose the opportunity to become an inner courtyard disciple. The white-browed old man's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. Instantly, the area below the 30 combat rings was in an uproar. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. They needed to spend a certain amount of time to judge the strength of each arena master before issuing a challenge. Whoosh! Soon, a figure flew onto the combat arena of the 15th group. It attracted everyone's attention. It's Duan Lingnan. Many outer courtyard disciples recognized the owner of the figure. Duan Lingtian? The outer courtyard disciple who defeated the number 1 outer courtyard disciple of the Lin clan, Lin Qi? That's right, it's him. With his strength, I'm afraid he can compete with Li Kuang. How could he be eliminated? Could it be that he was eliminated by Li Kuang? No, he gave the arena master of the 10th group to the young lady beside him. That's her. So beautiful. She's even more beautiful than the number 1 beauty of the outer courtyard, Li Shishir. Since ancient times, heroes have always loved beautiful women. No wonder he gave up. On the 15th combat arena, Li Zhao's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would actually challenge him. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's decision was intentional. Duan Lingtian. Outside the combat arena, Li Zhong's eyes were fierce. Although he had always looked down on Li Xiao. But no matter what, Li Xiao was his younger brother. This was an unchangeable fact. I admit defeat. Li Xiao took the initiative to admit defeat under everyone's gazes. Although the surrounding boos made his face turn red, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. If he admitted defeat now, he could still use all his strength to challenge other arena masters. If he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and was injured by Duan Lingtian, he might lose the opportunity to become an inner courtyard disciple. Duan Lingtian, 3 days later, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Zhong coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, then walked to another combat arena with Li Xiao to help Li Xiao find an opponent. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he closed his eyes and rested. The arena master challenges were carried out like a raging fire. Besides Li Kuang, Li Wen, and Li Shishir, the top 3 outer courtyard disciples, no one challenged them. After Duan Lingtian stepped onto the combat arena and forced Li Xiao to admit defeat, no one else challenged him. Ke, on the other hand, had 3 people successively challenge her. However, her violet meteorite flexible sword was always able to land on her opponent's throat at the first moment, making it difficult for her opponent to advance an inch. This young girl is the same as Duan Lingtian. They're both freaks. I have a feeling that her strength might be even stronger than Li Shishir's. Yeah, in front of her, no matter if it's appearance or strength, Li Shishir is slightly inferior. The outer courtyard disciples discussed in succession. Some of the inner courtyard disciples that came to join in the fun were slightly surprised as they glanced at the young girl a few more times. Big Brotherin, this little girl is really not bad. From today onwards, our inner courtyard will have a female disciple whose appearance and natural talent are comparable to Li Fei. An inner courtyard disciple said to the youth beside him. Li Fei, the inner courtyard's #1 beauty. The youth wore gray clothes with silver edges. His sharp eyes descended onto the young girl's body, and a sense of greed and overbearingness appeared within them. Lian, it's really him. Some of the surrounding outer courtyard disciples recognized the gray-clothed youth and couldn't help but exclaim in low voices. Lian, a famous inner courtyard disciple of the Li family. 1 year ago, Lian was 17 years old and participated in the clan martial meet with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He entered the top 10 and was ranked 6th. He was only inferior to 4 18-year-old core formation martial artists and a 9th-level body tempering martial artist of the same age. Presently, within the inner courtyard disciples under the age of 19. His strength was publicly acknowledged as second. At dusk, the clan martial meet ended. After Li Xiao admitted defeat in front of Duan Lingtian, he once again successfully challenged an arena master. 30 arena masters became inner courtyard disciples. For a moment, many people shook their heads and sighed, and many people were dejected. Amongst them, some were already 18 years old. Since they weren't able to become inner courtyard disciples this time, it meant that they would forever lose the chance to become inner courtyard disciples. If they were branch family disciples, they would be beaten back to the branch family. Duan Lingtian and Ke walked side by side. Ke held onto his arm and had a happy smile on her face. Numerous gazes of envy and jealousy descended onto Duan Lincoln. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. Looking over, in front of him stood 2 youths around the age of 18 on an empty space that the crowd had opened up. He noticed. When the gray-clothed youth in front looked at him, his gaze was filled with hostility. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. He didn't know this person at all, so why would he look at him with such a gaze? When he noticed that the gray-clothed youth's gaze moved from him to Ke, he came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of Ke. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.